just far away out with you, and I don't know why, but I know it's true. I wanna way out with you. Does the reason have to be the proof? Guess I don't know both, but I'm sure enough to fake it. Sure enough to fake it. Sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure enough, sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure enough, sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure enough, sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure
Put your hands up, look back at it, make them stand up, stand up. Shake it. Shake it. Drop, 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 drop. Shake it. Drop, 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 drop. Shake it. Arch your back with it, arch your back with it, arch your back with it, put 'em in a trance. Arch your back with it, arch your back with it, arch your back with it, put 'em in a trance. Shake, 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 get low. Shake, shake, give 'em what they came for. Give 'em what they came, give 'em what they came for. Give 'em what they came, give 'em what they came for. There ain't no stopping this groove. Let the groove get into you. Put your hands up, look back at it, make 'em stand up, stand up. Shake it, drop. Shake it, drop, 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 drop. Shake it, drop, 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 drop. Shake it, drop. Shake, 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 get low. Shake, shake, give 'em what they came. Shake it, give 'em what they came. Give 'em what they came for. Give 'em what they came. Give 'em what they came. Shake it.
These thoughts within my head, they wake me from my bed. I am dreaming of what lies ahead, but I know I feel unbreakable. The stirring of the mind, it feels like a sign. Can I make it to the finish line? But I know I feel unshakable. Look into my eyes, I'm free. I'm gonna fight the fire, you'll see. I'm reaching for that long lost dream that I used to have. Now it's time to bring it home. I will raise my game, I will break these chains, I will make my name, I feel it in my veins. I'm like a hurricane, I'm a one-way train, I will take these reins and not go against the grain. Like a phoenix from the flames, I have risen, I am dazed, I'm electric in the
One more. 1, 2, 3. เขายังขึ้นสูง现在有在录吗？
有啊，
那你可以关掉吗？我要讲敏感话题啊。Who's going to Brazil?
Red is away, and that is game and series heading over to DCG.
我会到。多謝你。
Offside the whole time. The Team Secret Wales, they're going to collapse onto Evie here.
The maidens good, but it's not enough. There's the rain, and the rain's not going to be enough. It's just ending.
大家好，我是凯文，我会在巴西等你们，不见不散。
can taste the dirt in my mouth. You can drag me, you can kill me, to try to stomp the flame out. Oh, angel sound echoes in the darkest hour. You can hunt me and you can have me, but you have no power. It's coming over the horizon like the blinding sun. Oh, let there be silence for the ones we drew our courage from. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Don't let your faith dim. There is a light the darkness can never holding the line, bound by the rough thread of hope. Yeah, we've got blood in the fight, and we won't stop till you're empty of both. Oh, this is our century. All to carry, and we won't let go. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Your faith in there is a light the darkness can never cast. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Your faith in there is a light the darkness can never This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Your faith in there is a light the darkness can never cast. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Your faith in there is a Oh, there is a light the darkness can never kill. Lately, I've been lost in a daydream. Was that coming? Maybe need a break from myself. Lazy, cut the ties for myself.
Welcome to the LCP. Welcome to the semi-finals, Pike.
Oh, we've done it. It's been a long road, split one, but we are finally here here, Logan, and it's going to be a biggie.
I am so excited to check out this best of 5 series tonight between our 2nd seed Relove DCG and our 6th seed SoftBank Hawks Gaming.
And I don't think we would have seen that coming, especially the SHG. You said 6th seed. You don't often hear that when you're heading into a semi-finals, but we are here, and they're looking so good.
Yeah, SHG, they've come in as the underdogs here, and they scraped into playoffs thanks to GZ knocking MVK out of that playoffs contention. And SHG, how do they thank them? They knocked them out last night.
And thank God, some might say, but no, we're not saying that. We're saying, wow, this team is on point and they're feeling so good. Let's look at this team and how well they've done. We've pulled some highlights together for you so we can break this down.
Some of these highlights I really look forward to talking about that form the core identity of what SHG bring to the LCP, such as this first one. In my opinion, they are the masters of the Baron. They're able to draw the opposing teams in, make you spend your resources, and then they either just clear out or they re-engage, win the fight, get the Baron, and win the game.
Look, and that's it. And I wouldn't even say it's just around these Barons. It's around all objectives. There's always going to be a 5v fight. 5v5 when they're in these fights. And look at the damage they've just cleaned house. And this was the Dragon fight we had to talk about because so much went on. These Thresh hooks were clean, Logan.
Yeah, and exactly. Thresh on that, Vista on that Thresh, got himself player of the match. Obviously not just because of this one game, but the whole series. And he was clean with it. And he showed, especially in this game, why he deserved that player of the match.
Yeah, and I think it's all about not only the hooks, but it was also Big Evie in this top side, looking so sharp on these tanks, these engages, knocking people out. SHG is just looking so fierce as a unit, and that's why they're really strong contenders for tonight.
Absolutely. It feels like they're playing in their comfort zone too. They have been able to win through those sort of slow plays, those slow builds, those 1,000 cuts that we've talked about before. And even in this particular play, Evie, he was able to push Shun and Jimmy away, disallowing them from entering this fight, giving them that numbers advantage, which he is just so good at, running blocker.
And SHG is just all about making space. That is like the key thing. They love to split up the team, fight them in different parts because they can capitalize so much faster. I feel like it's just communication. And this play right here around this Elder was the pinnacle. And this final one, Tidal Wave be damned, it was just too much. They throw out the Destiny from the TF just for vision. They said, we can keep going. As a unit, they committed and they decided this is how we win the game because it was down in this bot side. Evie once again running the map.
Because they bought him that time and space, they drew Yizheng up and away, and then Evie was able to solo him. He was uncontested, pushed that bot side wave in while SHG chased GZ down and prevented those recalls.
And this is the crazy part. That was the backdoor of maybe the Sentry might even say, maybe not too much. It was damn good. But that's the point, right? This team is on point. Their communication's keeping them in these games. You don't see backdoors all that often. And this is SHG. It is SoftBank Hawk Gaming looking fierce. Evie, Van One, Aria, Marble, and Vista, they are feeling good tonight.
The LCP has tried to clip their wings, and they are doing nothing but soaring here today, Pike. They keep bringing it to the best of them, and honestly, the strategy that I think these coaches are bringing down as well, Corgi and Maru, their drafts have just been so smart from the get-go, giving these comfort picks over to the players who need them the most at the right times.
No, 100%. You got to give it. Corgi's been absolutely laying this on. These guys are feeling ready. I feel like they've come a lot more prepared. The first start of the split, it was maybe a little bit shaky. That's why they were 6th seed, but then they've brought it back and they've said, you know what? Now's our time. We know our competition. Let's take them for.
They do know their competition. SHG has versed DCG many times in the past as well, from 24 right up to week 1 in the split of 6, but we have some highlights of our opposing team, Relove DCG.
I do love watching the DCG highlights. They are so scrappy. It's all about how fast can they move around. Even if it does look a little bit discombobulated, you might even say, they still somehow make it work. Now, this fight in particular, I wanted to highlight it purely because they didn't actually really win the fight, but it just shows that they're willing to take anything they can.
They definitely prevented it being a significantly one-sided stomp. They got the engage, TSW responded, but DCG played it out. They kept on fighting, and they made Team Secret Whales stick around far longer than they probably wanted to, commit those resources, including this flash from the Galio.
Look, and even then, it was Secret Whales that got the best of it, and that is what both these teams are looking to take on in the finals if they move forward, but you still can't deny it's about contention. This was that Zeri Yuumi bot lane that we saw last night not have the same effect, but here, it was just piloted to much more effect.
You are so right. There's Zumi Yeri. The
Zumi Yeri?
Yeah, new champions, Lookout 27, were piloted so effectively here into that bot lane combo of the Ashe Seraphine that we saw and in draft and we're like, ooh, that's dangerous. And then they slammed the Zerayumi and they fought their way back into this competition. This was the game 3 that they took and won convincingly, Pike.
It really was convincing. It was very scary at the same time. But still, Pop Knight, you got to be concerned. It's these junglers that are big difference, but you can't ignore mid lane is where a lot of this happens. And this quadra kill, undeniably one of the coolest I've seen in a long time because it was just raw, sheer will of how much damage can you output.
Yeah, that Zeri straight into the backlines, pops that ult, already 2 dead, and just cleans up the rest of the fight. It was a strong showing from our 2nd seed in the LCP here tonight, as we do see Florin, Pop9, Hongshu, Feng, and Xiaoxi striking up a pose. Xiaoxi, he's already got that hook ready to go. That's what his opponents, they're going to be looking at.
And then it's just Hongshu as well, gotten that half heart over there too. Oh, I love this. They're looking so good, and you can tell they've come in prepped for tonight too. There's so much research that's gone into this team. They were brand new to the LCP this year. Now it's their time to shine. Can they get through the crossroads of destiny and make their way into the finals?
If they do, it'll have to be over the soaring SHG team tonight here, Pike. These two teams, they are here for a reason. They have earned it. They have battled through the best of the LCP against overwhelming odds, some would say, and they deserve it.
Look, it's about how high can SHG fly, but just like Leviticus, if you fly too close to the sun, you could lose your wings. So, is Deep Cross Gaming going to be able to get it done tonight? That's a really good question. Let's have a quick look at the bracket though, because I know you've got a bit of history you want to run us through, Logan.
Definitely. As I did touch on, SHG back in week 1, they've faced down DCG and Team Secret Whales, but here in this bracket, GZ knocked MVK out, so SHG, they snuck in, and then they surprised us all, taking Garm out. They did take that one game from Team Secret Whales in a spectacular fashion, and then GZ got SHG into the playoffs, and they turned around and said, thank you very much, and SHG knocked GZ out, Pike.
Oh, and that's just, again, you might have to keep talking. It's still a bit too much for my brain to comprehend, but still, it's such a big turn of events, and now it brings us to our match here tonight. The semi-finals are ready and rearing to go. SHG versus DCG. While we have this here, who do you think's got it?
Relove DCG.
Ooh.
But it's going to be a 3-2. It's going to be so close.
It's going to be close. I agree. I actually think it is going to be DCG. They've been looking really on form. They love a scrap. They love a fight. They love being around these objectives. I think that's the answer.
But speaking of objectives, I feel like that could be a way that, that SHG could find their win. It's going to be such a close BO5. I really think if they play these Barons superbly and draw Relove in, they could take that win. But Relove is 2nd seed for a reason. But we have some head-to-head matchups to check out now, Pike.
Let's check them out. I think this is really important. We wanted to look at the mid lane. It is the star-studded. These guys have been looked at all across the world. Arya versus Hongshu. They are looking so fierce. You don't even have to look at the numbers to get a feel for how they play. I'm looking at Arya. Big team facilitator, but we saw on that Ahri, they can go for the solo bolos. They are so aggressive, and they will be unrelenting at the same time. But Hongshu, same side, loves to be a bit of a scrapper. The Azirs, the Yones, they like to get a bit dirty with their fights, and they're looking for a scrap as well. So it's any mid laner's game here.
Definitely, and both of these mid laners, they have such impact in these team fights. As we saw last night on the Akali, on the Ahri, even on that Twisted Fate, getting those solos, but also playing for the team, and that's something that Hongshu also brings onto the Rift with that Galio play.
Yes.
That so is just seared into my memory. But this is definitely the head-to-head that we do need to keep our eyes on here tonight. As you said, Pike, these superstar mid laners, how they're going to link up with their junglers, how they're going to fight around these objectives.
It's the mid-jungle duos that everyone should be watching, and it's always around the objectives. Again, maybe not Scuttle Crabs. I'll go back on it, guys. It's okay. But maybe Rift Heralds, most likely Dragons. That's where all these teams are starting to link up, and I'm very scared to see what they're going to bring to the course.
And we will find out right after the Riot Fist Bump.
There ain't no stopping this crew.
Who's going to Brazil? 行きます。行きます。
Read it away, and that is game and series heading over to DCG.
我会到，我会到。多謝你，多謝你。
Offside the whole time. The Team Secret Wales, they're going to collapse onto Evie here.
The Maiden's good, but it's not enough. There's the Raven. The Raven's not going to be enough. It's just heavy.
大家好，我是凯文，我会在巴西等你们，不见不散。
We are back and we are so ready for this semi-final between SHG and DCG, Pike.
Oh, baby, it's gonna be big because this is where it's all coming down to, Logan. At the end of the day, it is who is going to finals to take on the Secret Whales. And wow, whew, I'm ready.
These Whales, they're not so secret. They are our #1 seed, but the Hawks are circling. And as you said, DCG, they're at those crossroads. They just need to get over these SoftBank Hawks to find their finals, and they can contest to get to first stand in Brazil. But we have a best of 5 ahead of us here tonight before we can even get to that.
Look, and we're excited for it because now our players are walking out. They're getting ready to go. There's Florin, arguably my favorite top laner in the whole LCP. That hair is lush.
I do have to say, I do have a soft spot for Evie. He's always smiling. He's always giving us that thumbs up. And he is so iconic on that Cassante. But Florin, on that top side, never buckles under pressure. Van 1 and Pop 9, though, they're the ones who bring the pressure. They're the ones who link up with their tops and mids to make these plays happen.
They're actually probably the lanes to, or not lanes, junglers to watch in this series because they are the facilitators. They are there every single fight. I looked at their stats and they love to get in it. Now our mid laners. Ooh, baby.
Arya and Hongshu, these are the superstars. They are definitely the ones to watch. If they can link up with their junglers, like we said, that will be an explosive combination. And speaking of explosive here, Pike, on the bot side.
Marble and Fang, the dynamic duos in these bot lane, these guys are at each other's throats, not just on the Rift, but in real life. That fist bump was filled with disdain. They're ready to go at it.
Phenomenal performances from these guys throughout the entire split. They help their teams get to this position. And Vista and Xiao Si. Vista has actually earned a player of the match here in these playoffs, but Xiao Si, not to be forgotten about. He is a god with these hook champs.
And you literally took the words out of my mouth. Who's going to get the better hook champion first? That's what I'm waiting for. I'm predicting Nautilus. I'm predicting the Blitzcranks. We're looking at the Thresh into the Aphelios as well. It's so many options for these guys. And this bot lane is going to be so volatile because they've shown time and time again, if either team gets a slight lead at the start of the game, even before 15 minutes, they're going to win.
That's it. SHG, that's how they won their 3. They got that small lead, they maintained and slowly grew it, and then they shut them out around that Baron. But if we do see Marvel on that Aphelios, we could expect Vista on the Thresh. It is such a classic combination, and Marvel definitely heavily favors Aphelios. So I would love to see them pick it up here in this first game to get that momentum. get the ball rolling.
There's always those priority picks, right? We've got to get those Varus's off the board, maybe the Misfortune Rail. There's so many strong AD carries right now that we're happy to go with. But I'm expecting to see a Zerayumi heading forward into like the 3-4 game mark. When we reach it, we just saw side select.
Yeah, DCG first pick red side here, Pike, so they really want to get that comfort pick first up for their whoever they decide to be their superstar. It could be the jungler, it could be their bot side with Feng and Xiao Si, but we will see when we do get into that draft. Who do we think, right? I've obviously called out Aphelios and Marvel on the bot side for SHG.
Yeah.
Who do we think they could match off against it from DCG?
It's a very loaded question, Logan.
Zerayumi.
Or maybe.
I just want to see it again. It's a third night in a row. I just want to see that one again. It performs so well in the hands of these pilots.
Again, you can't deny, we saw it last night, that Ashe Seraphine combo that can counter it. So it actually comes down to who has the better hands, in my opinion, with these matchups. I think there's the give and take, there's the push and pull, where in the semifinals, you can't hold back right now. So it's all about when do you use it? It has to be at the right time, or it can cost you the game.
And like you said, you can't hold back. Like we saw that Maokai pick last night, hadn't been played before, and they brought it into these playoffs because you need to throw everything and the kitchen sink to try and win these games.
The only thing I want to see, Logan, is Vayne top. I've been waiting. They've been hovering. They've been looking at it. I just want it because it's looking so good around the world. Why not bring some spice?
Shout out Dokla for running Vayne topside today.
That's it.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking
He
about.
heard you talking about it, and he was inspired, and he picked it.
He knew. Look, and that's okay. If they're watching, that's fine. Hey, Dokla, what's going on? Hope you're having a good night. But still, you're right. I think there are so many different picks that we haven't seen yet. They're sticking to what's tried and true. This is the difference between LCP. We've got so many regions at our doorstep. How do we start to utilize the knowledge from each region and provide a bit of a different take on how to play League of Legends? That's what I'm keen to see.
Not only the metas that each region brings to the LCP, but also the fight styles.
Yes.
Like you said, the VCS, they're so scrappy. They will take any fight possible. And I really love what we get from the LJL with SHG. It's that slow, methodical. They just shut the door on you and you have to fight your way back in. But we are on draft, Pike.
I am so keen, Logan. We've got the bands coming in. Game number 1. It's time to shine. Akali, Pantheon, Gwen, and the Xin taken off the board.
These, I have to say, aren't the expected bans that I was going to foretell.
Oh, yeah?
Obviously, the Orianna is still up and available right now, as is the Ryze. I would expect one of these, if not maybe even both, to be banned away here. But it's also that sort of power play, right? You ban one and leave the other up in the hopes of getting it. You force your opponents to use their ban on something they may not want to get rid of. As that Varus, it has been banned away. That does leave Orianna. It does leave Ryze. So one of them will be banned away here.
Yeah, look, I think the Varus is a smart ban. Get it off the board early. Maybe save it for a little bit later when you can put it with another strong pick. I want to see that Varus with like the Nautilus, with the Leona, bit of CC lockdown. It's going to be good. But now, coming onto the other side, SHG, they're clearly looking at that jungle top side. That's where a lot of their fear is. But still, Nocturne bans out. Ryze is up and available too.
That is a surprise. That priority onto that Nocturne. Obviously, it's got that global paranoia, and we do play that global meta game here. Pantheon gone, Nocturne gone, but that does leave every other strong pick available. They've got the Orianna, they've got the Ryze, they've got the Azir in that mid lane. Every control mage still on the board here.
And it's just a bit interesting to see. I wouldn't be surprised if they lock in the Orianna early. It does open up the Orianna Vi pickup as well, but we have seen that a couple times and it just hasn't been the same. It's just not as good, but there it is.
As expected, Orianna picked up very quickly, very easily. Hongshu
Oh, my Lord.
will be a menace on this. And speaking of, Rumble has been picked up. Rumble, Varus, and Orianna, they're top 3 bans in the LCP, and 2 of them have just made it through in this game 1.
And how do you let SHG take Rumble and J4? That is the combo. All you need to do is just get into that Cataclysm, drop an Equalizer on their head. There's no escape if you don't have Flash. That's devastating.
Absolutely right. Orianna is such an emotional mobile control mage. She depends on that flash to survive these engages. And we did see the Lee Sin hover, but they've picked up Nefiri Pike.
I love this Nefiri pick. That is so much better. You can get out of Cataclysm. I just talked how. What's your escape mechanism? Even the invulnerability, so handy in a clutch situation. There's the Cassante. You kind of expect at this point to go up against the Rumble.
I do have to say, I love the Cassante. Obviously, this is the classic matchup, Cassante into Rumble, but the damage that it's going to do, that DCG has picked that Cassante away from Evie in this first matchup. He doesn't have this champ to rely on in games later on down the road. So he will be forced deeper into his pockets to find a capable and effective zoning tank that we know he plays so well.
Why worry about a zoning take when you could just play Vayne? Is what I'm saying. That's all I need to say. But there's the rise. Honestly, this is a god tier draft out of SHG right now. Everything is in their favor right now. Yes, Cassante looks good. Nefiri's really nice. Orianna, great ball delivery system. But damn, the scaling, the damage from SHG is fierce.
The playmaking that Arise brings to the Rift as well, Pike, is astronomical. The fact that SHG have been able to pick this up, can you imagine you're a lone member of DCG walking down in your lane thinking you're safe. Suddenly, a Realm Warp drops in a J4 and an Equalizer on top of you. Good night.
Yeah, look, that is a good night. I'd be probably, actually, you know what? It wouldn't be a good night. I would be sleeping terribly because I'd be dreaming about that same play over and over in my head. It would just be too much. Nico now banned out. It is just the bot lane that has to be focused here. Supports and 80 carries are on the market for being taken off. Depends what you want to get rid of. Oh, that deep cross. That is a pose and a half, and I'm down for it. I feel like we're going to be looking maybe at something towards like a Sivir, most likely. Yes, your Varus is gone, but Sivir's still up and available. A couple other good 80 carries of note. Could go the Kai'Sa, could go the Yuumi Zeri if you do feel like bringing it up early, but Bard taken off.
I do like this ban, and I was going to call that one out. He is one of the most banned supports, not only here in the LCP, but globally as well. We did see, I believe it was Busio play Bard today extremely well, and I think every support that can play that Bard would want to get it in this first game. Again, this first game is so important to get that ball rolling, to get that momentum, the edge over your opponent, which is why these drafts have such phenomenal picks in them.
And you got to get rid of that Blitzcrank. We talked about it. Xiaoxi is the hook player. Get rid of the Blitzcrank. It's most likely going to be perma-banned. Let some other hook champion come onto the Rift. That's fine. It's still going to be used to effect with Xiaoxi at the helm. So I like the Blitzcrank ban. It now opens us up to a little bit more of a change-up in this bot side.
That just speaks to so much respect of Xiaoxi's Blitzcrank as well. Blitzcrank is not a meta support right now, but he plays it so well, he's forced it into the meta. They have to ban it away.
Blitzcrank's always going to be meta, no matter what. If you can land that hook, you're still a tank, you're still an enabler. It's a big part of most team composition. So now we have to see, we're in the final phase of picks. What does game one sort of round out to be? Again, most likely you're going to try and pick up a support here.
Definitely want to prioritize it so that you're not revealing the AD, because obviously SHG, they'll get their pick, and then DCG, they get their and there. I mean, you've already half revealed your bottom side comp.
Yep.
If they can pick away the Thresh and make it work for DCG, that really hampers what Aphelios wants to do.
Oh, 100%, but there's still other champions you can put with it. Lulu's one of those mage champions that can go well with an Aphelios if piloted correctly. We do trust Vista with that as well, but the Yanara being answered in response, the mobility, the damage. As the game goes on, these 80 carries are going to shine like a golden sun, and I'm just so scared if they get taken out too early, they just fall off.
Speaking of the Lulu, it looks like DCG might want to pick this one up. They are hovering it because Lulu is definitely a meta support. She's very strong and able to keep these ADs alive so effectively.
And I think that's what the answer was, right? If you pick up the Aphelios, the answer is Yanara Lulu, because you do get that added damage onto your bits. You're going to go Thresh here. If you don't, I don't know, maybe you're doing something we don't know about, but the Thresh makes the most answer because now it's not just boxes, it's circles. Every bit of damage is going to be isolated in the middle, and that's something you have to be so careful of. If you are not in the right spot, or if you get caught out with no flash, Fang's dead.
I'm really looking towards these mid laners here as well, Pike. Obviously, they've picked up the Orianna, but there's no ball delivery system for that command shockwave.
Oh, there is.
Oh, yeah?
Nefiri.
I mean...
Straight on in.
True.
Call the pack, straight in. You're on the back line.
It's going to be hampered, though, because obviously SHG is going to know that it's coming, and they're probably going to put Thresh in the way, but I think it's still going to be difficult. But it is Hongshu, and we have seen him pilot these mid laners so effectively.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. We've seen so many Oriannas coming through a lot of games. games, and sadly, they haven't had the right system to get them over the line. They get killed a little bit too early. It's the Akalis, it's the aggressive mid laners that like to do it. The Ryze-Orianna matchup, it's a bit of an interesting one. We haven't seen it for a while, so I'm keen to see how Ryze is going to try and take over this when Orianna is going to have a bit more priority in the early stage.
Yeah, but the playmaking coming out of that Ryze, SHG really have to play around it. It speaks to me of initiative. They want to be on the front foot in these plays. It speaks to me of an SHG that isn't about to slow play this one and shut you out of the game. I think they really want to make a convincing statement here and show Relove DCG that they are not to be underestimated.
I feel like we're going to see the most action in that mid to late. That's where it's really going to shine. It's where this Ryze is going to pop off. 2 items on the board, easy. You're going to be doing so much damage. You're going to have so much mana. You can sit out on the map, and they're going to be moving like the wind. They'll be realm warping everywhere, and it's going to be so nerve-wracking. One slip up, one pixel out of place, you're going to get caught. So you're going to be so careful with where you are if you are Relove DCG.
You are not wrong there, but can the SoftBank Hawks soar over Relove DCG here tonight? Or will Relove DCG prove the wall that stops them moving forward? But we will find out, because we are here, game 1 of the best of 5 tonight for the semifinals.
It's time to fly, Logan. We are in it to win it. Game number 1 is rearing and ready to go. Pirate Ryze, the blue smurf, is all over it again, taken to the high seas. But with seagulls above, there's no stopping them.
You do love your pirates there.
I love pirates. If those of you who don't know me, I love pirates. That's my favorite.
Vista does have a nice little spot in the bush here, gets that ward down, and obviously it's that supportal combat of vision control, trying to help that sort of advantage of your bot lane or your AD get in. But before we even get there, those junglers, they have started on opposite sides of the rift. Pop9 is in his top side, whereas Van1 is in his bot side. So that speaks to me that they've got very different game plans for the start of this one.
Yeah, 100%. That basically tells me Neferi wants to be rotating down to this bot side, get that lower bot scuttle crab, and maybe look for an early gank. It is a possibility. It's a bit hard. Most junglers nowadays are really looking for those second scuttle crabs to really make an impact, get that level 6, especially in Neferi. You really don't have your full kit until you can jump on them from so far away. In saying that, J4 comes online at level 2. Flag and drag is the most crucial, but Evie doing a good job at keeping Florin at bay, especially as this Rumble, you have so much early priority.
Yeah, and I would fully expect Florin to pick up that Kainic Rookern as the first item. He's got an AP in the mid lane, and he's got an AP in the top side that he has to face tank. So that just makes so much sense. He'd be able to trade that much more comfortably into Evie, into Arya. Obviously, Van1 just clearing out his camps, that flag and drag, getting that sneaky little bit of vision here. But Arya does have this mid-wave shove into Hongshu at the moment, using his range very well, trading patterns, just working in his favor for now. No real CS advantages or disadvantages other than Marble, but that's only a wave. Bang is going to catch that up really quickly.
Yeah, again, it's all about as the game goes on. Marble's happy to give a little bit. Bang, getting hit with a hook, instant cleanse.
That was a really quick cleanse there from Feng. Ultimately, I don't think it would have actually resulted in a kill, but it would have been a significant chunk of health. So Feng definitely prioritizing wanting to stay in this lane early, get that CS, not lose out on any of that experience, and complete that role quest just that little bit sooner. But that is a Summoner Spell burnt. It's a small disadvantage, and SHG, they may look to exploit it.
Look, it's not the end of the world, but a bigger note on that is the early recall. We do see Marble has got a Cheetah's recall out, got the shove early on the 3 waves. This has now taken a big chunk of damage, but it's actually not the end of the world. Coming back, you have the Cull now. We're going to start stacking that up nice and early. That's a big, little but big advantage that you can see on this bot side.
It's SHG coded. It's little advantages that build up to something bigger much later down the road, and I wouldn't expect anything less, especially from Marble, who loves this Aphelios. He knows how to build the items, he knows the timings and the patterns that he needs to get it to, especially with these gun control that he has. He just knows which one to use when and where to deliver the most damage. We've seen it. Vista with the Lantern is able to deliver Marble on top of the heads of you.
But Van1's just definitely hovering down his bot side. So's Pop9 looking for a gank in this mid. Arya able just to get out of dodge, has to burn the Ghost, but again, that's a pretty low cooldown too, and gets out alive.
There was a good follow-up there from Hongshu just to really scare Arya, but those fancy feet, as you said, that Ghost to get out of dodge and avoid that follow-up from Pop9. I do like the proactivity. Van1 rotated down to the bot side looking for something, and Pop9 went to that mid lane. I would say that DCG got the better of this sort of trade, got a lot more health out of Arya because Van was not able to get anything done. He does return to his camp, so he didn't lose anything by hovering this bot side and keep them safe.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a bit of a slower game. Like you said, SHG, death by 1,000 cuts. They're taking it slow. They're being a bit more methodical. Arya didn't actually back at this point, which is a dangerous place to be, but Hongshu, no mana to speak of either, so Arya probably feels a little bit more comfortable staying around and saying, all right, I'll reset now.
I definitely think this is a gentleman's agreement of we'll just clear these mid waves and then we're going to recall. We've had that dance and we understand how far we're willing to push one another. This was heads up from Hongshu there. He did start his recall, but started to walk away.
Oh, he failed the flash, but the flag and drag secures the kill, and a first blood secured.
I was not expecting that, Pike. You could tell I was talking and then suddenly dead. But that was a really good play there. Arya had backed off, was starting that recall. Obviously, Hongshu saw the recall as well and had started his own, saw that something was up because I think Arya started to walk back here. There's that ward that spots Arya coming. And then Hongshu goes, something has to be coming. Great vision play here from Van1. Obviously, that flash not getting over the top, but Van1 commits his, gets the job done. 2 flashes invested for this one, though. Heavy cost.
Everything is on the line, even in game 1, Logan. Best of 5 series be damned. It's how can you get a lead nice and early, especially on a Rise. You're already a wave and a half up as Rise here. You're feeling pretty good right now.
And it can also be that mental edge, right? As he does lock in those swiftness boots, that mental edge of getting that first game under your belt, it can release a lot of pressure. We do see, though, that Relove DCG, they've prioritized this first jungle objective. They're down on this Drake, they secure it for themselves, and they buy that time. Even if they slow SHG, if they want to go for that dragon stacking, it's an extra 5 minutes, and that tenacity is really going to help them avoid any of that CC that SHG is looking to deliver.
Yeah, look, but now it's about how can you keep them on the clock. Van1 now invading into the jungle saying, look, you can have that dragon, that's fine. We'll stack them up later. It's all okay. I'm going to invade your jungle, get a couple little camps off the board, keep the gold rolling in because they're a little bit behind, but they're not behind in tempo.
Great red buff steal there. You can see that Pop9 has rotated out, is pinging down, so they know Van1's here. Florin is rotating, though.
He does not have flash. He does not have flag and drag, not for at least a couple seconds. He's looking to steal. He's actually standing his ground. That is fierce determination.
He knew that everyone was rotating around as well, so it was going to be a pretty even 2v2. They all did have their
good hook
up.
with the lantern as well. Logan, I'm sorry, but it looks like they want to take this fight. Heal comes out. Shao Si may have just said, I need to stay alive as long as possible because that was a nice little play.
Definitely a good engage there. Nice
flash call is, but the Realm Warp does get cancelled. Arya, that's the payback they wanted.
That was a fantastic shockwave there to prevent that Realm Warp escape that Arya was trying to set up immediately. But Pike, Pop9, he did not like being invaded.
No, he did not. Lost his red and said, I'm going to start taking your chickens instead.
Van1, though, in kind goes, no, I got your red, I'm going to take my red. Your invade was a waste of your time. Get out of dodge. As we do see, there's like a small 10 CS gap here between the junglers, but the proactivity coming out of both of them, I'm loving it right now. They know the stakes for this game. They know the stakes for this series. If you lose here tonight, you are done. You are gone from playoffs. Great hook.
Oh, look, and the box goes down as well. Moonlight visual to boot as well. It's just not going to be enough damage, but it's forcing the back. It's going to let them get these crystals, get a little bit more gold injection into Marble. This is a great call because the CS difference in this bot lane is huge.
And it's only going to get bigger if they keep this pressure up, if they keep trying to force them home. I mean, they canceled their recalls. They know they have to stick around to get this experience, to get this CS. They can't let SHG keep snowballing this lead. And Pop9 is in the area just to try and prevent any kind of dive that SHG might be thinking about. But they've walked away. They're going to recall and collect their gold.
Yeah, it's always nice, but it also alleviates a bit more pressure. They assumed Jungler would be down on this bot side. It would be Pop9 that would have to try and answer if they look for the dive. But instead, it gives them open. But a flash hook is actually phenomenal. Vista keeping out Hongshu, gets them only to half health, but it's still alleviating pressure. We still see Van1 up on these grubs.
I do love the comms that we saw there, though. They obviously did this to get priority in that mid side.
Okay, it looks like Florin wants to take fight, but Equalizer goes down. It's a lot of damage still. That's a fully Oh, that mechanical is doing some damage, but now Florian gets out.
Evie just knows Cassante so well. Not only when you are so good at a champion, but you know how to outplay that champion. Evie taking a turret shot just to prevent that recall. Really wanted to mess up the tempo there. But before we could even talk about that top side, in that mid lane, obviously SHG, they went in. Vista landed that hook. Arya got that poke down that rune prison. They just wanted priority. They wanted to send Hongshu home so that Van One could work to secure those grubs, and they got all three.
Looks not bad at the end of the world. You trade Dragon for grubs, but you're also trading a little bit of tempo. Still a little bit behind the ball with Pop9, just 83 CS to 74 on Van 1. But it's not the end of the world as Pop9 looking for those invades, still being spotted out on some wards, but just trying to get some deep vision because we want to see a little bit proactive. Van 1 is walking into a trap, already sees where the dog is.
You always flag and drag, and the scrap over the jungle camp, I think that went the way of Van 1 there.
It did.
Yeah, very nice. Just says no. Like, and Pop9, he's moving so aggressively in this jungle pike.
He's got Shojin, he's looking strong, he's got that item advantage. So it is just definitely a chance to stay more relevant and keep Van 1 at bay, trying to keep them off as much as possible, but still, the farming's coming in good. But you see Vista as well, looking for a little play. The back, ooh, just comes through.
It was a nice little rotate from Vista there to back up Van 1. Even just getting that ward down, you could see the Pop9 backed away immediately because he knew someone else was there. If he goes in, it would be a 2v1, and that's not the fight that he's ready for right now. SHG, they're playing this very smoothly, very controlled. It is only 1-for-1. It's 10.5 minutes in, but they do have that small gold lead that is so iconic, so traditionally SHG coded, and most of that gold is in their bot laner, Marble. 20 CS over Feng right now. And if that's left alone, if there's no active ganks or engages in that bot side, he's going to keep running away with this CS lead pike.
I can tell you, there will be some ganks coming up very soon. This Neferi is looking at this Aphelios like they are a piece of meat, and that is where the hunt will begin. Because Neferi is all about getting to your backline, jumping on, staying alive as long as possible. But another dragon is up, and DCG's all over it.
Yeah, Real Love DCG, they have the priority. They've been prioritizing these jungle objectives all through the split, and it has been paying dividends here. 3 members already. SHG, they don't even get a chance to look into this as they secure themselves that Hextech Drake, and the stacking has begun. And it's going to be a Cloud Soul, so that movement speed is going to become so critical later on pike.
You can already see as well, they're now looking just to do some damage, but no Marble may have been caught out. That was a wild growth used as well, but no kill to speak of. So a little bit more aggression coming down. You can see Pop9 is here, wants to take out the Aphelios. I called it, we're looking at it, but no, Vista is just too tanky and too strong with these hooks. You have to pay respect.
Absolutely, and it was ult for ult on that bot side as well, so we cut back to it on the tail end, but it looks like, I want to say, Marble and Vista might have thought they had an angle. They've popped their ults, and I feel like DCG's Feng and Xiaoxi were the ones who responded, and honestly, they responded well. They chunked Marble so heavily, obviously enough that Pop9 wanted to have a look.
Oh, the predict.
I thought it was going to go there as well, but it was well played there, and I do like these
Whole teams here, the absolute equalizer, the flash out Cataclysm to boot. Now Pop9's the target, but here's the TP play. They're looking for the 4v4 scrap, but no, it's just one pick up for SHG. The proactivity, that was the play we've been waiting for.
I mean, as I'm uttering the very word proactivity, SHG was there. They managed to pick up Hongshu, and that is not what you want as Relove DCG. Their members weren't in the area at the same time. They didn't read that play, so excellently executed there from SHG. I did note Florin was there as well, and it felt like as soon as they'd made their presence known, SHG were like, hey, we got what we wanted, let's walk it away. And they've pushed that gold lead up to 1,500 now. They have 3 out of the 5 role quests completed, so they're well on their way there too.
A big thing to note as well, when we've seen a lot of these plays, most of the time, they'll still commit for it. They'll stick around and try and look for 1 more kill, maybe 2 more, maybe a tower. But no, they actually said, let's just back off, keep it clean. They were spotted out on the ward, but the TP play came in, so they looks like they're cancelling it, restarting it, maybe putting a little bit of fear in, but it was the bait out, and Van One was here, gets the stun, gets the equalizer. It was all a bit too much.
They were on vision though, they'd been spotted, and Hongshu still TP'd in. DCG must have made the call. They must have said, let's go for this, let's bait them in, but they just weren't quick enough. SHG had more members in the area sooner because they were the ones who made that play. They were the ones who moved in first. So really well done by SHG. Even they laid the trap was known, and they still got the kill, Pike. So maybe a little bit of miscommunication there from DCG, or they just weren't expecting every member of SHG. But that ultimately, they netted themselves Hongshu. They've set that mid laner a little bit further behind, and now Arya finds himself in that gold lead with the Rod of Ages too.
Yeah, Evie is in a bit of trouble. Does drop the equalizer. It's nicely placed. And here's Arya now coming back up. Use the Realm Warp to get in there, but still, Pop 9, Hongshu, just healthy enough.
But that's that playmaking ability that Ryze brings onto this Rift, Pike. Able to Realm Warp and turn the tides of these fights at least equal, if not into the favor of SHG. He just soared across this Rift like the SoftBank Hawks that they are.
Oh my lord, I love that we're talking about flying high, because that is what this Ryze will be doing as the game goes on. 1-1-1, they've got the Rod of Ages. It's now stacking time. And how do you stack it? Yeah, hit people.
That is what you want to do in League of Legends. You want to hit them. Hopefully.
Well, you want to hit the Nexus.
Well, yeah, and that's how you win the game, but you've also got to hit them and, you know, knock them down, and then you get the Nexus. But this Rift Herald has been started by SHG. There is a ward from DCG. They know what's happening, and Vista is just like, I'm on my thresher. I'm going to have fun and throw these hooks out. But SHG, they're going to secure themselves this Rift Herald, which is another jungle objective. And I have to think that they want to crack open this mid-tier 1.
Yeah, look, it makes sense. You want to be dropping it when you can, but we've got to drag it in 1 minute, Logan. And I feel like you've got to drop it at those sort of interjections, especially a Cloud Drake at this point with a Cloud Soul on the cards. Oh, my lord, that's just, that was damn close. That was damn close. But no, we will see a drop relatively soon, depending if they want to try and contest this dragon.
And that's the strategy we saw last night as well, right? We saw about 30 seconds before the Drake came up that Rift Herald was dropped. They shoved that wave in, and then I would expect it to happen here again tonight. SHG, yes, they got Rift Herald, yes, they've got the grubs, but DCG, they have 2 Drakes already. I feel like SHG, they have to start contesting these. They have to slow the stacking, but Evie here, he's in a good spot.
Hongshu might just be caught out. It's a waiting game right now. Now you have to pull the trigger. There's the equalizer. The damage is huge. The shockwave is there, but no, it looks like they are going for it. The wild growth is not enough, and Van One's on it. The TP coming in, it can't be cancelled. It's a good hook, but no, keeping them alive a little bit longer, trying to just stall it out. The exhaust is good. The all-out meant nothing, and another kill going to Van One. Now they're looking at Marble in the mid lane, but red and white do not fight. It's a lot of damage, and they couldn't commit. They couldn't get the kill, unfortunately, for the side of DCG. And now the Dragon is heading over to SHG.
I have to imagine they're going to drop that Rift Herald as soon as this Dragon goes down as well. It's already down. They crack that first turret on the bot side tier 1. They net themselves that extra 300 gold bounty. That gold lead we were talking about a couple of minutes ago, Pike, it's doubled. It's over 3,000 right now. What a couple of minutes of plays right there. That proactivity from Evie to get into those bushes and hide. And then that equalizer over the top, just absolutely cooked Hongshu on this Orianna, was unable to escape. And we get this replay here again. Clears the wave out and starts to make that vision. Thank you, observers.
Oh, they stayed out of vision the whole time. I don't even know if they knew that was there, Logan, but staying out was critical.
It was beautifully played. Evie's obviously made the call. There is that ward that was just placed in the river brush, but spotted or not, the damage that comes out of Evie here, Hongshu is just unable to escape.
It's the Rumble diff, unfortunately. This is why this champion is banned so much. The TP coming in, disaster.
Unfortunately, too little, too late. It is foreign on the Cassante. It does take them a significant amount of time and resources to take him down, and that's why DCG felt like they could go for this play here in the mid, but it was not enough. Marble played that perfectly, able to dodge what that Neferi wanted to bring down and burnt his flash, but it just wasn't enough.
And that's a big cooldown you've got to be worried about. 5 minutes Marble without that flash is got to be a concern. This is where you will see Neferi looking for those fights once again. That's the target at the end of the day. But Van One is a force right now, and this J4 is holding the line, and now they're just clearing out these tier 1s with ease.
Ease is the word. They have got 2 tier 1 turrets now, top side and bot side, so the only one left here is the mid. But I would argue that the mid is the most important. It opens the map up the most. It lets you really invade these jungles of your opponents once you've cracked it open. But DCG, they know that they need to get this vision control down. They've been surprised too many times already. Evie in the brush, Van 1 waiting in the jungle. Van has found Xiaoxi.
Xiaoxi already using the wild growth. Cataclysm's there, but now Pop Knight wants to join this fight. Equalizer on top. It's just a little bit too easy. Van 1 is a force. Evie's low, takes the lantern. The Realm Warp's coming in, misses the hook, the flash over the wall. Arya has said, I want some kills too, guys. What's going on? And they're looking for the dive. It's a lot of damage. The flag and drag. Van 1 is just too good. He's on point tonight.
I can't believe they kept that play going, but it was beautiful and absolutely the right call. Arya investing that flash to lock down Hongshu long enough to get Van 1 access and that kill. And now SHG, they're going to back away. They've got so many kills here right now. The gold lead again blown out to 4,500. Another 2 minutes before the 4th Drake of the game though. So it was a fight over nothing really that began right here. Xiaoxi getting caught out, knows if he doesn't ult immediately, he will die even earlier. Trying to buy that time for DCG to arrive, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Evie is face tanking, eats that command shockwave like it's nothing.
Oh.
Yeah, Vista with the hook, the Realm Warp coming through, flashing, and just, it's that aggression, it's that drive. They know they have to win this game at all costs.
And this is actually what a great J4 is. A good jungler is going to be so proactive on this champion. And we're seeing, honestly, a masterclass. 501. Items are so stacked. They've got a BF sword as well, not only with the Sundered Sky and the Black Cleaver. That damage is huge, and you have to be so scared of where this jungler is. If they're in the fight, that Cataclysm is doing damage.
You could not be more right there, Pike. And speaking of damage, the Baron is on the Rift. And I think if SHG want to pull that trigger, they want to fight that Baron, that they have the damage to burn it down and burn it fast. If DCG see it and they're not in the area, they have to respond. And Van... Oh.
And Ari was there too, out of vision, off to the side. They can't recommit. They know the rest of the team is there. It's just good vision. They're playing around the darkness so well. It's like versing a Nocturne.
We do love vision control, and Nocturne loves it the most, but there is no Nocturne on this Rift. It was banned away in that draft, but Van 1, he's playing like he is that Nocturne, just everywhere in these jungles all the time, playing around that vision control spectacularly. And the fact that Arya was able to be in the area as well, unfortunately, it was the Cassante that walked into them, not a softer target, so they were able to poke him out, force him to retreat, and keep that priority in that jungle. 30 seconds until the 4th Drake, and they just cracked that bot side tier 2 turret, Pike.
Which is nuts, and they're still unrelenting in this mid, and they want this tier 1. The rest of the team's trying to hold on, but we only just saw Hongshu on the top side as well, taking the first tier 1 of the game, and they just took a tier 2 down bot side as a trade. Like, SHG is just in full control.
Yeah, 4,500 gold of control, 10 seconds to Drake, Baron on the Rift. It feels like DCG, they need to contest this mid-wave sort of priority push that SHG is bringing down, because it will lead to either the Drake or the Baron, depending on which way they go. I have to think it's going to be that Drake, though. It's a little too early to go for Baron. They are in a 5v5 right now. They don't have that sort of clear advantage, and most sums, they're up.
Oh, look, and that's where the danger is. Now it's all about getting that vision control once again. I think Dragon is going to be the play. You do not want to give Soul Point over to DCG. It's just a little bit too much to deal with. Hooks go wide. Try to get that damage off as the pack is called in. Equalizer's dropped. It's a lot of damage, and Pop just got popped. It's not enough. He's dominating the Realm Warp to the backside. That's floored their tank. He's just been shredded too. Now Ari is getting the damage off. And what can you do as DCG? There's no way you're able to take these fights.
DCG are trying to jump onto SHG, but SHG have an equalizer, Pike. You can't jump onto the burning red carpet that he is just able to lay down, and then they fight on and around it. They crack that mid-tier 1. They now have 4, but Feng looking to get something back.
He's very aggressive in this, and they've got not much mana. They've used the ulti, has to burn the flash, and the lantern gets them out of dodge. Marble's very happy to stay safe, and now the Baron's on the cards. Pop has only just come back up from a grey screen. You've got to be a little bit nervous because they're all so low.
They also have the vision control, so they will know if DCG come. I think SHG, they get this clean. Absolutely. They win that team fight on the bot side around the Drake. They secure that mid-tier 1, and then they go and grab this Baron as well. Obviously, they give over the Drake, but that's okay. It's only Soul Point for DCG. It's not actually Cloud Soul just yet. I think that's a great trade.
Oh, fantastic, because there's still 7k gold up in this. But let's look at this fight again, Logan, because there's a lot to break down.
And it did start with Vista actually landing that hook onto Florin, who had to go unstoppable. But that equalizer over the top, it bought the time, it bought the space, and we see Arya with that 2-man Realm Warp into the back lines, and it just threw DCG into chaos. They had to suddenly deal with the threat in front and from behind, and they just collapsed in the face of it.
I hate having threats behind and in front of me. That's not where you want to be at all. That's a really bad place to be.
Well, these are the Hawks, so they're also bringing it from above.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that equalizer.
That's a triple threat right there. That's
Exactly.
too much for me.
Yeah.
I can't look up, forward, and backward. That's impossible.
I don't have that many eyes.
I only have 2.
Yeah.
How do they do it?
Yeah, well, they're not in the back of my head either. Like, I have to be on a swivel. But this game, Pike, it's 9-1 right now. 7,500 gold lead. That Baron power play almost halfway through, 1,000 gold, but they are sieging up. SHG, they love the Baron. They know how to play around this so well.
And they've still got Evie in the mid lane pushing it out with the Baron buff too, so they have to respond to one or the other, and they have to send members. So breaking up the team again, this is what SHG like to do, split up the party, but they still know they've got the confidence and the team to make it work and get the win.
Yeah, Feng doing his absolute best here. Does have that Kraken, does have those Fiend Hunter bolts, but unfortunately right now is 0, 0, and 0. It's a tall order for a DCG to even get involved as Vista goes fishing. Just a little short there, Pike.
Look, funnily enough, when you go fishing and you are actually a Hawk, but no, okay, don't worry, because Van's just saying, I can take a tier 3 too. They're all going to be mid. That's fine. I like this party.
SHG, they've been to this party before. They invite you to these parties, and then when you're inside, they slam the door shut and go, surprise, it's not a party. You're about to lose your turrets. Yeah. And that is what is happening here. Van 1 does get a healthy chunk on that bot side inhibitor turret, and DCG, they had to respond. They have to give over this tier 2 in the mid lane.
This is not even a slow burn anymore, Logan. This is just clinical. This is clinical League of Legends at its finest. They were slow at the start, methodical. They got their good picks, and then every time they have not done wrong, they've just gone, yep, next, next, next. Thank you for the win. Thank you for the gold. Thank you for the tower. It's just looking so good. If this is how SHG has been playing for the last couple of nights, I really want to see them in finals.
Well, this is the SHG that knocked out Garm. This is the SHG that took that game from Team Secret Wales earlier in these playoffs. And this is the SHG that knocked GZ out last night. They are putting their best foot forward time and time again. And as the Baron power play ends, 2,900 gold collected in their pockets. They are cashed up. They are ready to throw their wallets at DCG.
And the scary part is I'm seeing Marble now completing that IE. This is the mid to late game of Aphelios we talked about at the start of the game. They are scary with that damage. They are sitting comfortably at 75% crit. That's enough crit to kill anyone, maybe even the Cassante. So we'll have to see where the focus is going to be. Van 1 is still being so aggressive.
You love to see it. He can be aggressive. He's got that Guardian Angel now as well, so you have to kill him twice. I do like that Zeke's pick. When he cataclysms on top of you, you get that AoE damage effect for that whole period. You absolutely double down and force whoever you've cataclysmed to flash out. Otherwise, it's essentially that guaranteed kill. We do see a contest for vision coming down. Obviously, SHG want to prioritize this Drake. They cannot let DCG get in, because if they do, that's Soul, and it could be the way back in for Love DCG in this game 1.
Again, we know movement speed is king in any League of Legends game. The faster you are, the faster you get somewhere, and then you can do a lot more. So still, it's a lot of movement you have to contest when you are versing a J4 and a Realm Warp on the rise. Flag and Drags, it's so much to handle. So I feel like even if they did lose the Soul here, SHG is still in a fantastic spot.
They absolutely are, and I mean, Arya even has a clear 2-level advantage over Hongshu. Obviously, that Rod of Ages gave him 1, but he still has earned another level above that in CS experience. Has that actualizer too, so the damage that he is pumping out on this rise, astronomical. They have to respect Marble. They have to respect Arya, and honestly, everyone, even the Hooks from Vista.
Oh, look, every single member on the side of SHG is so far up in gold. It is crazy. 3.4 going over to Van 1, 3K heading over for Aria. And even though it's just about 900 for Marble, it's enough to have a completed item still and a little bit more. They're sitting at 90% crit. That's a lot of crit.
That's nearly guaranteed crit there, Pike. As we do, as we do. So I'm quick at maths.
Quick math.
5 seconds till the.
Good hooks, landing on pop the box is good. Where did that dog go? Back to the kennel as you're just destroyed. Aria is happy with that. Flashes out from Xiaoxi to stay alive a little bit longer, but they're going forward. They have no fear in their eyes. A double kill going in. The Realm Warp's going to catch them on guard. That's 3 members deep, but they're in the base. You're going to be so careful. The all-out is good. Flay is there. There's the legend. The hook goes down. He can do no wrong. Vista is tanking the tower up, and this is the victory march for SHG in game 1, 29 minutes in. They've just cleaned up DCG.
Drake be damned. They said, we're going to win the team fight. We're going to take your base. Xiaoxi, the only one left standing here, Pike, as SHG. They're looking like they're going to close it out.
And they cannot fly this high. It is just too much. DCG, the crossroads, they've been crashed on, and SHG is dropping the hammer.
The hammer was heavy. It was too much of a burden to bear for DCG here tonight. This SHG, they brought their best to play. They even had second pick, so they were able to give those 2 priorities over to their own team. Evie looked so comfortable on that rumble, able to get such significant value equalizers there. It was everyone tonight from SHG, Pike. They all played so well.
Across the board, they could do no wrong, but the big question is, can they continue this act all the way through? They still have 2 more games if they want to secure that place, but the way they are looking, undeniable.
So right. Relove DCG. I'm certain, though, that they will be able to collect themselves. They'll go, it's just game 1. We still have 4 more. As we do take a look at these stats, the damage coming out of every member of SHG, Pike. It was at the right time, in the right places. DCG weren't alive long enough to put theirs back on to SHG.
The really hard part here is we see that Hongshu tried their best on this Orianna. So much damage being used. The ball was doing its work. It just wasn't to any effect. And that is the big thing we've seen so many times with this Orianna pick in the LCP, is they get picked up, but they never really get the chance to shine.
Yeah, those command shockwaves, they did do serious damage, but typically it was onto the likes of Evie, or there just wasn't the follow-up there at the right time to close it out and sort of clinch the deal here. As we do take a look at these highlights from game 1, this excellent vision control. It was almost the name of the game because Evie played vision so spectacularly later on as well, Pike.
Look, and this is just a big testament. Seahawks, they might be using their Hawk eyes or something because they are just seeing everything. They're going around. SoftBank Hawks, they know what they're after. They can see everything and they want these kills. And every single one was looking fierce.
Yeah, they used that vision spectacularly. Even that ward that spotted them out in that mid-lane gank where they went for Hongshu, they still managed to come up clutch and get what they came for. They forced DCG down into them, spent those resources, but Van 1 was the playmaker. Van 1 was hiding in those jungles, invading, getting those ganks, and excellent cataclysms.
Yeah, it's usually those kind of Vans that you want to stay away from, sadly, Logan, because Van 1 was all over the map. They were traveling, they were fierce. The damage, the commitment as well is what I would say, is there was not a fight that they said, we will not take this. And they continued further forward. And that just is testament to the whole game. This Cataclysm forward, the team's not even there yet, but Van 1 saying, we can commit.
Yeah, even there, that Cataclysm was so perfectly timed that Xiaoxi on that Lulu burnt the flash and it went into the wall of the Cataclysm. So just maximum value there. And Aria was bloodthirsty on this rise, able to get the better of Hongshu on this Orianna. But to speak to Marble as well, Feng was kept quiet because Marble kept him down and wasn't able to get backline access in these team fights. Even this location of the team fight, Feng wasn't able to get around the terrain to get onto SHG. And then the Realm Warps, Feng was just nowhere to be found.
The scary part here is they're taking fights, but all in corridors. That's where Rumble shines. Their equalizer's just too strong if you're trying to fight in the jungle. And look how they're burning flashes. They're trying to get away, but still, they're caught out. There's nowhere really to go, and the flash is forward. You're right, Arya was bloodthirsty, and this last fight was just a testament. Only 3 of them in the base, holding on, and then they're throwing it all and saying, we can win. That hook was phenomenal.
Vista on this Thresh with these hooks, I dare say he is very likely to compete with Xiao Si as the #1 hook champ here in the LCP, Pike.
Look, I believe it. Just hands down, like, just looking good. Like, I'm excited to see what more they can do, but we got more games to go.
That's it. It is only game 1 of tonight's best of 5 semi-final series between SHG and Relove DCG. But we'll be right back for game 2 after this break, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Yeah, nice.
Who's going to Brazil?
Red is away, and that is game and series heading over to DCG.
我会到，我会到。多謝你，多謝你。
Offside the whole time. The Team Secret Whales, they're going to collapse onto Evie here.
The Maiden's good, but it's not enough. There's the Raven. Raven's not going to be enough. It's just Evie.
大家好，我是凯文，我会在巴西等你们，不见不散。
And welcome back to the LCP for Game 2 of tonight's Best of 5 series between SHG and Relove DCG, Pike.
Oh man, I'm going to enjoy the rest of this series. That's all I can say, because yes, semi-finals, Game 2, SHG, they're not just looking like the SoftBank Hawks anymore. They're looking like Phoenixes, because they are on fire.
You are so right. The last time these two teams came together, DCG beat SHG 2-0. But I feel like they've got a tall order to take some games from SHG here tonight.
And we saw people in chat, you were saying, oh, DCG, can they come back? The chances are there. But if this is how SHG want to run the game, I don't know if they can do it.
Yeah, I mean, Relove DCG, it looked like they just never had an in this game one. SHG were just able to keep that door closed, keep them at bay, and engaged at their leisure. They let Relove DCG get those first two Drakes. They got the Grubs and the Rift Herald, and they were like, you know, that's your game plan, this is ours. And then they shut the door. They took every objective from there on out, every fight, every turret, and it was just all SHG. But DCG, they've gone with first pick on the red side. Again, Pike.
Yeah, I don't know how to sort of to feel about this, honestly. They just had it in this first game. Maybe it's because there's different picks this time. They're going to open it up a little bit more. This is maybe where the Zerayumi can come into play, because we do usually see it on that red side. So maybe they're thinking about that pick, but you have to pick it after your first pick. So maybe there is one champion on their mind that they want to lock down. Part of me thinks potentially that a little bit of an Akali maybe in the mid, getting a little bit more aggression, because the Orianna just wasn't feeling too good.
Yeah, Orianna there wasn't able to, as we talked about, deliver those significant team kills that we usually see. Was able to get the damage down on individuals, but unfortunately not overly much follow-up there in that game one. But we are talking about game two here. We're taking a quick look at SHG, and you can tell they're comfortable. They're happy with it. They've got the game one under their belt, the pressure relieved a little bit, and they have that momentum, that mental advantage coming into this game two here. And now it's up to Relove DCG to find those answers to try and take this game two and keep it close.
Yeah, look, both sides, if I'm just reading their body language, they're both teams are looking fairly relaxed. They're looking fairly comfortable. DCG, yes, it's one loss. It's a best of 5. It's not the end of the world. You can come back from this. We've seen harder dire straits. It makes sense. So I feel like they've got some game plan. They know what they're looking to do. Let's just see how they're going to perform, because right now, the pressure's on.
Yeah, but we are about to find that game plan out, as we do see these bans coming through. And unsurprisingly, it is that Akali that we do keep talking about. They do not want Arya on that Akali. He's able to put it to such good use in that mid lane. Bard banned away. Such a high prio ban.
But you can't forget, you can take away the Akali, but you can't take away the Ahri from Arya, because there are so many strong picks, and it does enable the first two picks for the side of SHG to lock in Lee Sin Ahri for this mid-jungle duo.
They did put it to such spectacular use last night as well. I would love to see that combination come through again, but whether or not DCG lets it happen is another question entirely. That Gwen banned away, that sort of AP frontliner that can run teams over, and Varus, one of the strongest ADs here in the LCP and globally, Pike, just has so much respect and demands that ban.
Yeah, look, at Talia's available up as well, as they ban out the Renekton, so they're looking at these topside bruisers that can sort of rival more of those tanks. This tells me they might be looking at a Scion angle, most likely, for the side of DCG. They want something that's a little bit more of an initiator, and something that's going to be able to survive the test of time, because the Cassante just couldn't handle the Rumble.
Yeah, Evie definitely put that Cassante to work. He could not keep up. That Equalizer putting out so much damage. Florin's all-outs, unfortunately, not proving overly effective here in this game one. That Aurora banned away, such a fantastic flex pick, and They slammed Ambessa Pike.
Of course, like, what a delivery system to get to the back line. That's what I like to see, but it opens up so much. You've got to protect the president now because that is an easy, surefire way to kill an 80 carry.
You are not wrong there, though. But back to that Renekton as well. I have to think not only are they protecting their pick, but they're doubling down because they saw Evie on that Renekton last night. There he is, and you called it Pike. Aria on the Ari.
It's almost as if I'm a soothsayer, but no, they've decided to not go with the Lee Sin. I actually really like the Vi here. It's still the same system. It's just less clicking around. Lee Sin's a bit more mechanical. You have to use those insects. You need to get around in the back line. Now you've just got to cease and desist, and you can just lock them down anyway. So I really like it.
So much easier to make that combo work there. The charm, cease desist combo, it is timeless. And unfortunately, it's something that DCG, they now have to find themselves dealing with. And part of that answer, maybe they're looking to Nocturne. Maybe they're looking to get that paranoia down to just close that vision and prevent SHG synergizing.
Oh, okay. So they were hovering junglers, and then they decide to go for a Galio. Look, I still like it. Again, if you can follow up the Ambessa, keep them in the fight a little bit longer, the Galio is going to do fantastically into the Ari, but the problem is Galio still has to clear out the wave. If you're going to go the AP route, it's going to be a little bit easier. Downside, Ari does always have priority in the push.
Not only priority, but so much damage. If you go that AP build, you sacrifice that tankiness that Galio is also so well known for. But it is Hong Shu that is going to be on this Galio, and he is an absolute menace. He has proved it to us time and time again that he is able to Hero's Entrance at the right times and turn those fights in favor. But my goodness, Pike, the Wukong locked in, and maybe Zahen for SHG. Evie's a menace on this champion.
I like it. You can't pick the Aatrox anymore. You've already locked in the Ambessa. I feel like they've read this like a book, and these books are too easy. But still, it comes down to performance. We can't just say they're going to win straight off the draft. We're already halfway through. Next phase of bans are about to come out, but the Zahan is looking very nice. I'm a big fan of this champion. It's just old Aatrox, and it does it way better.
Like you say, the draft doesn't tell the entire story. Sometimes it does come down to hands diff, which we have seen with the Zeri Yuumi and that Ashe Seraphine on that bot side. The bot side does still need to be picked up. The Ashe banned away. They don't want the Ashe Seraphine played into them this game, and I do like that very heads up. Those slows from the volleys, that enchanted crystallized arrow for those engages and cross-map plays. I do like the protection that they're putting forward for their own bot side here for SHG.
It's also about how do you stop the full all-in that's coming out. I'm seeing Van 1 on this Vi that's going to be working really hard to start something. Nico being banned out too means they can't really get that follow-up engage with the Nico to keep them all out of this fight. So I really like the bans coming out in this second phase. Bard's already gone, so that's already a little bit of safety taken off the board. What would you like to see for SHG in this bot side?
I think they need a tanky engage on the bot side. I think they need something like that Nautilus Leona. Zahen, not the tankiest of tanks, Vi, a bit of a bruiser, so they need to develop and flesh out this front line that they are yet to finally finish. Because if DCG does get in Pike, then they need the answers.
Yeah, and banning out the Nami here is pretty crucial too. It sort of tells me they're taking Corki off the board because Corki's such a priority pick at the moment, but we've seen it to really affect with more of a Nami in tow, enabling the damage. So seeing that gone, I still think there will be a Corki. It's now, what do you pair with it? You're right. Tanks are probably the answer. Alistair's on board. We've still got Nautilus up and available. Leona, like you mentioned. These are all champions that we can work with.
Yeah, and Corki banned away. They've kind of read that Corki's available and they don't want either side getting this very, very strong AD. It has sort of been, and I know Yanara's already banned, but Corki has traditionally been the kind of answer to these mobile AD carries in that bot side because he's able to answer it with the mobility himself. But there is the Poppy that just made it through all the bans and has been a monster through the LCP.
How did we even forget Poppy was even not banned out? We've barely seen it in so long, and now it just sneaks on through for SHG. What is going on, Logan?
Well, Poppy was one of the top 10 most banned champions in the LCP through the regular split, so it is easy to forget about it because we just never see her on the Rift, except that game from 2274. He changed it. And Pike, do you want to talk about this one, mate?
Look, I love talking about Kalista because this champion, not seen enough, but so underappreciated at the same time. It's, oh my god, with a Taric in tow, get out of town. Okay, no, they haven't locked it. They're looking at the Renara instead. But But wow, the Callista pickup is phenomenal.
That was a cheeky laugh there. He knows what he's doing by hovering that Taric, but this is a classic combination, the Renata Glask and the Callista, just able to throw Renata in, get that ult over the top, send the opposing team berserk and fight each other instead of you. But Poppy does have the Keeper's Verdict. She will be able to turn the tides in the favor of SHG if anyone from DCG is caught out. You can remove that tankiness from the Galio, but looking at Ezreal, I like the mobility that Ezreal can bring to bear. That Arcane Barrage over the top locks it in.
Look, and I don't mind that actually. The Mystic shots too, they're going to be enough range. You've got to try and keep this Callista at bay because once she gets 2-3 items on board, she's going to be very hard to deal with. In saying that, nothing stops a dash like a Poppy. Poppy's going to be stopping that mobility, stopping this Galio from getting in. Same with the Wukong, same with the Ambessa. It's such a good pickup here. The Poppy's a fantastic read that I think just might have been forgotten about. But you got to watch this Renata ultimate, and especially with the Ezreal, there's not a huge amount of auto attacks coming on board. It's more about the abilities being landed, but when you're getting auto attacked by a Zahan and a Vi, yeah, that kind of hurts.
I definitely wouldn't like to be hit by both of them at the same time either. And as you said, the value from Poppy, that steadfast presence, there's 4 dashes she can shut down, but they can overwhelm, they can dash, saturate. You can only stop so much, and she's got her work cut out for her there, but it is the right call to protect that Ezreal, to protect the team that SHG has put together here tonight in this Game 2 of this best of 5 series for the semi-finals.
And there's no holding back here now, Logan. Drafts are looking totally different, and that's what we expect from these teams. You have to bring everything and more into these games, and you got to start showing your hands at comps that we haven't seen as much. This is usually what you see towards the later end of the split, is showing different combinations that can work to surprise your opponent. And I love what we're seeing here tonight. It's a different flavor, and I love it.
Yum, yum. Different flavors, they just, you know, spread across the palette and give you that spice that you love to see.
Yum,
we
yum.
are on the riff for Game 2 here now, Pike, as DCG, they're moving forward aggressively, but it will be spotted out by Arya, who walks into it anyway.
It's all right. We've seen foxes take on monkeys before, and it's not the end of the world.
Just a little bit of health chip down there, but we do get those the unsealed spell books on both of these supports here, which means we're going to see a lot of proactivity. They're going to be able to teleport around to objectives. They're going to be able to contribute to smite fights, heals, ignites, the works. The utility that they're bringing to bear here tonight, Pike.
All I've ever wanted to see in a game is a 4 smite fight over 1 objective. Just supports, junglers, looking for 1 dragon. It would just be the dream. So, guys, if you can do it for me tonight, that would be fantastic. But still, we're locked in. Games are looking pretty stock standard. Arya's already been chunked out quite a bit. Same with Hongshu. It's a lot of damage going forward. You've got to be so careful. Galio still has those natural resistances to a lot of magic damage. So it's a bit of a stalemate in this mid lane.
I do like the trade though. As we did come back to it, Hongshu was down in health, even after Arya did get traded back on in that sort of early jungle invade that we saw. So Arya doing well to keep Hongshu lower. We saw that trade coming through. That ranged advantage for the Ahri will come in clutch for this early stages of the game. But eventually Hongshu will get to that tanky level. He just won't care. But the junglers, they are again starting on opposite sides of the rift. We have Pop9 in his top side. We have Van1 in his bot side. So it will be interesting to see where they want to come down first, who they want to get their clutches on and gank, turn the tides in their favor here, Pike, as there's just a little bit of trading going on.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. You can just relax. These guys aren't looking for kills. They're just looking for pressure.
Under pressure. Do, 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 do.
I don't know the rest of the song, but I like how you sing it.
Yeah, but these gamers, they don't crack under pressure, especially Florin. We have seen it time and time again, at least in the early stages of the LCP, where they decided that Florin was the weak point of DCG, and he just said no. They dove him 3, 4-man dives under his turrets, and either he didn't go down or he lasted long enough to hard punish the aggressors. So I feel like the teams, they've learnt this and they've kind of backed off. They're no longer forcing him under the turrets. They're letting him out from the turret, and then they close the jaws and take that kill of Florin. So he does have to be careful. He does have to be aware of Van1 rotating to that top side.
Yeah, no, absolutely, because Van 1 has already proven in these games how aggressive they want to be. And they love running the show. It's maybe a little bit of a god complex even, just saying, I want the kills, I want to be the star guys, I want that MVP for semi-finals. You know what, they're on their way to getting it. But still, we'll have to see where they're going to go for. Is a little bit of an invade coming out, but nothing to write home about. Jungle is just clearing out as best as they can. Top lane is probably going to reset here too. It's nice and chill.
It's so chilly, chill. We even saw that recall almost in full from Pop9, as you called out, deep in SHG's bot side jungle there. The scuttles, they have been collected by the respective junglers here, and a recall coming through for Hongshu. Just going to get that gold, come back out using that TP as we would expect. But a quick look at the summoner spells. Feng has also gone for that cleanse pike, respecting the CC that will be coming out of SHG that will be targeting Feng.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. You have so much mobility, you don't really need the heal or the barrier. You need to survive this Poppy who's going to cancel out a lot of this. Oh, Charm, very close to landing, and this is the Arya special.
It was a great sort of pre-buffer there from Hongshu as well. Started that cast up, so even if the charm did land, was likely still going to be moving away from it, but it never connected. Beautifully played. Arya, though, does find themselves with a 10 CS advantage. Now, I know 10 CS generally isn't overly much, but here in the first couple of minutes, it does matter. It means you've got a little more experience. It means you've got that extra bit injection of gold. You get that item advantage early, and you are able to snowball and keep that pressure up. And Pyke, that pressure needs to be applied now. 15 seconds until the first Drake.
The race to 6, you can already see Fang tried to get a little bit of damage, gets a little rend off, but not enough. Fang taking the worst off in that trade. But now I have to see how Marble's going to do it as they've come back with a tier. We have finished Berserker boots on the side of Fang. That is the key to unlocking Kalista early, is if you can get those boots online, your mobility is just so much better.
Yeah, as we do see Xiaoxi roaming, getting vision on that Drake. They both know they have vision, so if either side plan to contest, they will know this and just walk straight into Marble, applying pressure, buying that space, buying that priority, so they're able to once again get this first Drake of the game. It will be that Hextech Drake, a nice little Drake to have in your back pocket for sure, and it buys you that time. But I would fully expect SHG here to roam to that top side, clear it out, get that vision control, and more than likely contest for these grubs.
Yeah, no, Grub's going to be up in 2 minutes 20, so it's going to be a little ways off before that. I feel like SHG's game plan is, let's just let them have a couple early objectives. Give it to them, give them a false sense of security, maybe is how I would put it. And then they start to turn up the heat, and then they're frying up Hawk. And usually Hawk is not the gamiest of bird to eat, but no, it's actually the other way around, because they're actually fighting DCG instead. So you know what? There's no Hawks being cooked. It's the other way around.
That's it. I think DCG, they would love to see themselves being the ones that cook up these soft bank Hawks here tonight, Pyke. But it is still only the early minutes of our game 2. There is plenty more action here tonight in these semi-finals, and I am here for it, as Evie is being pushed out of that top side by Florin. Just a cheeky little trade going on. Florin finds himself with that level advantage. It is only small, though.
Oh, the Cyclone's already coming out. Then one needs to get out, and the flash is good, but it's the waiting arms of Arya. But there is the hero's entrance, and this could be a different game. Oh, my lord, Arya cleans it up. Van 1, stay alive. It's just not going to happen. Hongshu does pick up the kill. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but what a play. The charm hits. Is it enough mana? The knockback's good. The flash out. Commit, Arya. The flash forward. One more, we'll do it. You're alive, Arya. What is going on?
The health pot! The last tick of the health pot kept Arya alive through it all, Pyke!
Oh my lord, and you could see Hongshu's disappointment there as well. They were like, what just happened? And Arya just had the better of it.
Arya rotated. The hero's entrance was called down into that fight to clean up, but Arya got first blood, got that extra 100 gold, and Arya got Hongshu to boot on the back end of this fight. Van 1, being that aggressive jungler we know he can be, trying to steal away this red buff, caught out here by Pop9, who was like, I am going to punish you. You get my Cyclone Cyclone, you get my flash. But here, I thought we would lose Van 1, but Pop 9 goes first, Pike.
It was just a little bit too far forward. Flashes were burnt. The damage was good. Aria just has a little bit more. The charm was even nicer. Gets the knockup, but wow, the flashes again. Aria saying, I'll burn my flash too. I can commit. The triumph there is what kept them alive.
Thank you so much. It wasn't that healing pod. It was absolutely that triumph, that passive as well.
They don't even have triumph.
It's the passive from Aria.
Oh my lord.
But DCG, they're the ones who have started up these grubs. They are once again displaying this priority, but SHG, they're here. They do see DCG have brought the numbers to bear on this grub angle though, and they walk away. They are respecting the potential outnumbered fight.
Consolation prize for a fight that really just didn't go their way, unfortunately. But the proactivity is good. They say, look, we lose 1 peanut, we're going to take 2 peanuts.
I do love peanuts. They're quite delicious.
Peanut butter?
Well, yeah, peanut butter. Crunchy or smooth?
Oh, that's a good question. Like, I'm a crunchy guy, personally.
I'm definitely crunchy.
But, like, smooth is pretty good. Like, if you don't want crunchy, you can just go smooth.
Shout out Smooth Enjoyers.
Shout out Smooth Enjoys.
But topside is trading.
Oh, public execution. Nice to see. Florin is being aggressive, but you do have the healing. Evie, you need...
What?
What? What are you doing?
Evie?
Evie, what was that? They had the revive, it just wasn't enough. It was to get a little bit more healing back after they died, but the timer just clicked on. What an upset.
Oh my goodness, Evie just unfortunately hands that one over to Florin for free. And we saw in the player cams, Florin was like, what just happened? But I will take that every day of the week. And it was just this topside trading, Pike. We were talking about peanut butter, and these two are talking about killing one another here.
Oh, look, and there's no peanut butter in that one. But yeah, the fight was good. You could see the revive was there. Public execution just came online. Just wasn't enough.
Has the full revive, so if he were to die, but it just, as he's walking away, the shot was already on its way, Pike.
I would have loved to see player cams there because you just know Evie was like,
He's like, I need to practice the timing on this one a little bit more. But those TPs have now been upgraded. They've both gone back to this top side to continue that fight. Aria roaming around now, having that mid lane prior, that mid lane pressure, having the 2 kills in his back pocket, that CS advantage over 20 into Hongshu. Yes, Hongshu is playing for the team, but he's losing lane maybe a little bit too hard, Pike.
Look, at the end of the day, he is just all about being there for the team and jumping on top. It's now really on Aria to control the pace of this game and get those early rotations. Dragon is up in 10 seconds. Moving down and starting to get priority is the name of the game.
SHG are doing just that. They have 3 members in the area. Vista, Aura farming in that river right now, just going, all right, I'll be the vision. I may not have the wards, but I can provide that vision anyway. DCG, we dare you to come into us. We dare you to come into this fed Ari in our mid lane. Hongshu does have 1 kill to his name, has those Merc Treads, so those charms don't last as long. But charms, when they hit, there's a follow-up, and that's the build of this composition. Topside gank.
They're sending everything up for Florin. They said, oh, look, Evie died to a failed dive. Let's just re-dive. They've stepped out. They're waiting for the minions. Van 1's actually tanking up. Public execution's going to land, but it's going to be enough as a cease and desist. It's good. It's going to be enough. Aria picks up the kill. Hongshu's here and gets a trade back 1 for 1. Not the cleanest of dives, Logan.
Evie, unfortunately, does go down again. Was tanking up that turret there. Took too many shots, and then Hongshu able to shut it down, get that last little bit of damage. So a proactive play, but I want to say it was just a 1 for 1, and it cost them the Drake because they committed so many resources to that top side. DCG, they said, you can send that many, we'll send the rest of ours down to this Drake and get it uncontested.
Not the end of the world though, again, Logan. It is still only 2nd Drake. We're finding out what soul it is. It's an infernal soul, so the damage is going to be stacking, which I love to see. And we're already heading into the 12-minute mark. We got 2.5 minutes on Rift Herald. I suspect another fight be brewing over that side. But now, it's how do you transmit all this gold that Ari is sitting on into the rest of the map? They were looking for dives, but they need to start sharing the love.
Well, I mean, you've already got that Malignance completed on Aria, so there's going to be a lot of ults coming out, but this is a 2v1, Pike.
Oh, it's a bit of a dangerous one as Evie could be caught out once again. Looking looking for the Grim Deliverance. The flash is good. Fang is able to walk back, but wow, that rend does damage.
Absolutely popped Evie. Had to be 30-40% of his health there and just suddenly disappears. Unfortunately, Evie not having the greatest start to this game, but the crystalline growth has been cracked down here on the bot side. Marble netting a healthy chunk of gold as Vista is just zoning, trying to keep Florin away and loses a lot of health for it, but will be fine. They do have Van 1 in the area. Will be spotted on this ward though.
It's the Eclipse with the Executioner's Calling. It's a lot to deal with. The healing's not going to be able to come out. Florin is again taking a lot of the grunt that we talked about, and now Vista's still taking tower shots because Florin has great wave clear.
Yeah, especially with that Eclipse, like you said, can trade so much more heavily into the likes of Evie, but that Executioner just taking away that healing and reducing that shielding as well.
Oh,
that Poppy can
Xiaoxi
get.
might be caught out as they are underneath the tower. Does have to burn that flash to stay out of dodge. Now Evie is here. Aria wants to come up, but there is Pop 9 waiting in the bush.
Yeah, really curious follow-up there from Evie. I would suggest he doesn't want to keep this one going.
Oh, Xiaoxi here with a true shot barrage just to cancel the back, but I don't think it's going to be too much of note.
It was a good way to prevent that recall, keep the tempo against them. Oh, they were in the area. They had the wards down, but also DCG had that vision control. And that's such an important part of this game. If you take a look at where DC's vision control is right now, a lot of it is in SHG's top side jungle. It's between the turrets. It's in their jungle camps. So they know what SHG want to do in that top side because that Rift Herald is up in 40 seconds. They'll see them pathing there if they want to compete for it. Right now, DCG, they have the first 3 jungle objectives, both Drakes and the Grubs, and I have to imagine they want to contest this Rift Herald.
Look, absolutely. You'd have to at this point. You've got that little bit of momentum. The gold is dead even right now. Kills are fairly even too, but still, how do you start transporting it into more of a lead? These are the big questions, Logan, and you're right, it's around these other objectives. And if SHG don't do something soon, they're going to start falling further and further behind.
Yeah, I really think this DCG is playing the SHG game, and they're playing it a little bit better than SHG right now. They're the ones who are kind of chipping away. Yes, there's no gold lead right now, but there is objective leads. There's item leads. Feng does have that Blade of the Ruined King. Yes, SHG is here to this Rift Herald first, but it feels like a play from behind. It feels like the tempo is DCG's, and this game is theirs to decide when they want to pull those triggers.
Yeah, and getting some good wards down on this Rift Herald. It's forcing Van 1 off this objective because they know the rest of the team is not too far behind. So now it's all about how do they send more as Zahan, Evie is just down here. Vista carefully needs to be just a little bit more careful face checking these bushes. I wouldn't want to do it.
I mean, I do it as a Poppy. I'm a support main. Does have the Bandle Pipes, a bit of tankiness and resilience there as well. That World Atlas has been completed and they have gone with that tankier option. So that will be the candidate to face check in these fights. Not the worst at it, but the Prio scuffle has begun. That Rift Herald has been pulled twice already. And Hongshu looking to get this topside tier 1 turret to be able to crack it open, to be able to shove the wave and allow access into that topside jungle. SHG though, they know what's happening. They see it coming and they don't want to give this over easily.
Yeah, Vista lands a nice little handshake, but no, Xiaoxi lands it. Vista got hit by the handshake. It's not the kind of handshake you really want to go for. Is the Rift Herald is down at 4k health. You really sort of commit at this point. The TP's coming in. The rest of the team wants to join. No, it is secure. DCG are all over it. There's a nice hostile takeover. It does land, but it does no effect. The rest of the team's caught in the pit. Now it's Hongshu being caught out. It's a lot of damage. Tries to get the Grim Deliverance. The damage is nice. They're getting the revive though, and Hongshu is not long for this world. They're chasing them down. Aria wants that extra blood. It's a double kill. They're trying to get the pull back. The Fate Call is nice. Evie is picking up Fang. Misses the jump over the wall. Florin cannot do it. A triple kill for Aria. This is our star-studded mid laner shining again.
Xiaoxi has to run. Right now, I have to think Xiaoxi is either going for that execute or he's trying to just escape the clutches of SHG long enough. And he's, Oh, just an escape for the ages there. But SHG, they take that priority that they got on that Rift Herald fight. Yes, the Rift Herald went over, but they've cracked open that gold lead. They're 3k ahead suddenly from nothing, and now they're going to get their first Drake of the game. They're going to slow this DCG stacking down. They're slowing the tempo. It's turning back in their favor as we see here this replay. Vista gets that fantastic keeper's verdict to turn the fight in the favor of SHG, and this flash stun on the Hongshu.
And it's just so much here. And there's the True Shot Barrage as well. Does a little bit more damage. It's all about that revive that you get from the Renata. It's not going to get into the depths. They're trying to get onto the back line, but look at Arya, the menace in the mid lane. And they just get so much just leniency. They tried to get over there with the jump. It wasn't enough.
It was an interesting interaction there. The Kalista had taken the Renata in. Kalista had died, and Renata still had that timer on the ultimate before being spat out on the other side of the wall, and that absolutely saved Xiaoxi in this particular moment.
The really scary thing here is that Galio did the most damage in that fight. That was 3k damage from Galio. Obviously AP, so it makes sense, but no one else really did much. They sort of just got run down.
Yeah, and that was even after Vista got that really solid engage on the Hongshu, that flash forward, that stun into the wall. So for Hongshu to be able to do that, it just shows that if Hongshu is left free and able to fight, he could turn these team fights around into Relove DCG's favor. But that gold chart tells it all. It's been very, very even so far. I think no more than 300-400 gold, and then suddenly off the back of that one... Was that a True Shot Barrage on 3, Pike?
It was.
Just rips it across the map on 3.
Yeah, that's not very nice.
Yeah, just pick up that cheeky bit of damage there for your stats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, why not?
Yeah, good job, Marble.
Yeah.
Stat padding. Does have 2 completed items now, though.
That's where it's going to be the big concern, is Ezreal with 2 items, the Triforce, the Mirror Mini is going to be big. It's a lot of damage coming out. Israel really hasn't had the chance. Marble's been more like stone than sort of like water right now. We need to see Marble being a bit more fluid and trying to get these kills, get the damage off. Because right now, it's all on Arya. 7 kills in total for SHG. 6 of them are in this mid lane.
And 100% kill participation. Arya has been involved in every single kill here in this game too. Yes, Marble does have 4 assists, but the gold tells the tale. Most of it is sitting in this mid lane. They have to play around Arya. That is their win condition here, Pike.
And what's crazy is we're still talking about a Kalista that can come online. They're getting dangerously close to that Rage Blade. Once that's locked in, the movement, the damage, it's gonna be a lot. However, Arya has shown time and time again they know where to go and they know their target, and it is this Kalista.
And I have to imagine SHG's target is also going to be this Baron. It's part of their identity. I honestly have to say that they play these Barons so well. They drag Relove DCG, their opponents, over to it. They're not going to go for it right now. I surely think they can't because there's no picks. They have the 5v5 numbers, Relove DCG. They're the 2nd seed for a reason. They're in the semi-final for a reason. Yes, they could be baited in, but they won't play that game that SHG want where they turn on them and take the fight. I think Relove DCG could easily win that fight into SHG and then take the Baron. So if SHG want to do this, they have to be so careful. They have to be so smart with it.
It's down to, it's a battle of minutes, not hours. And this is where it is all going to turn on its head, Logan. Because if one false step, we talked about it, both teams here know how to capitalize. They know how to walk it out and say, you know what, we'll run you down. SHG, yes, 4.5k gold up. Really, it's all about who's going to do more, as there is the Rift Show. It has been summoned in the mid, but they can't even walk up. Because look at Arya. Landon charms their front and center. Fate's Call keeps them alive, but that's a big ultimate on cooldown.
Yeah, really well done there to force that ultimate out. Arya doesn't even commit his own, so just 100% value there. That Rift Herald, I can't even tell if it actually ended up crashing. I have to imagine SHG, they had the numbers there. They most likely prevented that one. And as we do take a look at this topside matchup, it didn't even land. That turret is so healthy.
Yep.
But that topside matchup again, Evie has stabilized. He was 0-3-0. He's now 1-3-4. The gold diff, despite nearly a 20 CS difference, is only 100. But Florin does have 2 full completed items, whereas Evie currently only has the 1. Oh, Evie. Need to be so careful.
Yeah, well, they know Evie is one of these star players. You have to put a little bit more control and at least some pressure onto them. But if you do that, you're losing pressure across the rest of the map. That is where Aria likes to shine. It's also where Marble likes to shine. Marble has shown time and again that they can land these mythic shots. They can do the damage. Now it's about how much they can do.
Yeah, I do look forward to seeing the damage graphs every time in a post-game sort of breakdown and see who did how much damage. Aria just getting a cheeky little poke down onto Florin as he's in retreat, but it looks like SHG is going to secure themselves the 4th Drake of the game. It will be their 2nd, so now they are matched up. We do have to remind you, this is an Infernal Soul, so if they're able, if the game goes long enough, to stack 4 Infernal Drakes plus an Infernal Soul, that damage will be nigh on uncontestable for Relove DCG.
And it's so much, even with the Hex deck, but here comes Aria, throws the charm. It's not going to be enough. True Shot Barrage just goes sideways, and they say, we missed, we don't commit. Smart.
That is, I think, the tell of a fantastic team. They go, this is the play we want to make. If we don't make it, we back off. And that's exactly what happened there. And it was such a quick reflex from Xiaoxi there to get that handshake onto Ari too. So not only did the charm miss, but Ari was repelled, so was further away, not able to follow up if they decided. Great play from DCG there, and great call from SHG to just back away.
The biggest thing that I'm seeing right now for DCG to get back into this game is play a little bit more to the side lanes, let Florin get a little bit bigger as these items start to come online, but also shut down Aria. Do not let them continue to play this game. 6-0 is unacceptable for DCG to let walk across the map. They need to start picking out these carries, and it is all on Ambessa to do it. It's about that access into the backline with the Galio on top. This is where we need to see them make plays.
But it's going to be so hard. That Zhonya's Hourglass is completed. So they've got move speed. They can go golden in that stopwatch. I mean, SHG, they're walking fearlessly into the jungle.
Blast Cyclone's good. Here's the hero's entrance, but there's no one there to hit. It's just a little bit too much as they are over on the wall. They have been split up. Fan 1 trying to hold on. Cease and desist is good. The knockback's better, but it's a good shutdown heading over. But now Kalista, they're looking for the chase. Is the damage going to be enough as the Baron is up and available and no jungler to contest?
I have to think DCG want to play SHG's game and pull the trigger on this Baron.
Charm is good. Handshake not as nice. Xiaoxi trying to handle a little bit more damage. Evie's low, but not low enough as the Grim Deliverance is used defensively. Aria was the target there too, and this is a good fight. DCG controlling the narrative. The flash is forward. Is it going to be enough as the charm goes in? Fang wants some more damage. Flashes over the wall, but they do secure one. Evie taken out again. Baron's in their sights.
I have to think DCG are going to close out this Baron right here, right now. But SHG, by keeping that fight going, yes, they lost another member, but they bought enough time for their jungler to come back onto the Rift. So now they stand a real chance. DCG recognize this, though. They've recalled. They've teleported back out onto the Rift. They have to stop any play that SHG want to make here.
And they're coming in. Van 1's available. They need to lock it down. The CC's good. The damage is just too much. They secure the Baron, but they might just lose their lives. Pop 9, they need to escape. They're being charged at. Ari's in the back line. They want the damage. The charms go wide, but Fang is now in trouble. Cease and desist. It's all too much for DCG. It is SHG's game to win.
Even at a disadvantage, SHG, they played it so well. They dragged DCG away from that Baron. They bought themselves the time they needed for Van 1 to get back onto the Rift and contest this Baron. Yes, they lost the Baron itself. DCG, they collected it so well here, but SHG, they had the numbers, they had the charms pike, they were able to punish them. Only one member, I think, actually escaped with the Baron buff here. Superbly played from SHG, just forced Relove DCG to run away with their tails tucked.
Oh, look, and it was just so clinical. They just knew, and it was all down to that initial fight that they lost. SHG, they lost 2 members. Van 1 was the first one, but they stalled out the timers. The death timer was enough for Van 1 to get there and was able to clean it out with that cease and desist onto Fang. Wow, total damage so far is looking really good for Aria.
Aria is the name on everybody's lips right now. That is a clear 5,000 damage above his nearest opponent, who happens to be Florin, which we were talking about earlier. As more of these items come online, Florin is going to be that backline threat that SHG need to be careful of. But Arya now clearing out these jungle camps, just getting that extra gold. I have to believe he's really, really close to this Rabadon's death cap. He's got those 2 rods.
You got to get that online as soon as possible. The itemization in this mid duo that we're seeing is just so big. It is a 2-item difference. Arya's Ari picks up the Rabadons. That is so much damage into just a Hextech and a Zhonya's. You got to be so nervous if this Ari is anywhere near you.
And the timing could not be better. The Drake is on the Rift. Arya saw that that was coming down, had to get these jungle camps, had to get the Rabadons. SHG, they're here to contest this one, Pike.
And Vista's here. You technically have another smite with that Ren, so they know they can just clean it out as fast as possible. Van One's nowhere near it. The Dragon is gone. It's now Soul Point. Do they commit to the fight as 4 members get hit with a true shot barrage? But now, is the fight going to be on? The public execution does not hit its mark, and they have to walk away.
Really good follow-up there from SHG. They were pressuring. They knew what they wanted.
Do they know?
Oh.
Do they? Oh! Spotted out. It's a clone.
Oh my God.
Oh, had a slight heart attack. The cease and desist still comes in. They want to commit to the fight. The chop! It just blasted that monkey. Where did he go? Hongshu does pick up Van One, but now it's a 4v4. And you know what? SHG like those odds. And they want to keep fighting just a little bit longer, shoving out the wave, see if they can get the damage off. It is Marble with a lot in tow. But no, they decide to back out for the 1v1 trade.
I think that's the right call. Jungler for jungler, following up from that Drake. SHG, they clearly wanted to punish Relove DCG for getting that Drake, but DCG, they had that priority, they had the vision control. SHG were forced to fight into them, and unfortunately, DCG, this time around, were able to fend them off and secure that Drake. As you said, they are now on that Soul Point. The next Drake, if they are able to claim it, they will secure that Infernal Soul and significantly increase the amount of damage they are able to put down into the faces of SHG. We do have this vision control war coming down now, Pike. The vision is so critical here now.
And what's crazy is the objective timers are staggered. You can see the Baron's up in 2 minutes, Dragon 3.5. That's going to be big fights regardless around those. If they get 1 pick, 2 picks, it's an easy objective locked in. And if you can secure the Baron nice and quick, that's an easy Dragon, in my opinion.
Oh, it doesn't take a minute and a half to walk from the Baron over to the Drake. You would absolutely have to imagine that if you secure one, you go and secure the other. So the next big fight will be in about a minute and a half around that Baron pit. Both teams want it. It's such an effective tool to close out these games. And I have to say, despite SHG's 6,500 gold advantage, if DCG win a team fight, I think they could close this one out here, Pike. They're looking strong.
Look, and it's now coming down to what can this Kalista do? They've got the Terminus online as well. This Kalista is primed and ready for a fight. And that's what we're looking towards. They're now looking to secure that vision in the topside jungle just to get more control over this Baron pit.
Yeah, look at the sweep awards going down there. They're clearing that vision out urgently, and SHG know exactly what is up. They know they have to respond. They have to get rid of DCG's vision so that they can walk it in. But it's 4v5 over on that top side right now. Evie alone on this bot side, pushing the waves in, getting that priority. Because if they get that Baron, they could TP to these waves, and they could be the ones to shut this game down. So it's up to DCG to respond, prevent those waves, and contest with these visions.
Yeah, look, the crystals were looking so good, but it was just a little bit faster rotation out of Hongshu there, trying to get in. But now they've left. Vision control should be now going over to SHG. Let's see if SoftBank Hawks can really come clean with it.
Yeah, it was just really good timing there. They knew exactly what they were doing. It's that Baron play that we see time and time again. Evie putting pressure over on the other side of the map, drawing members of DCG away, letting SHG into that Baron, clear the wards out, get their own down. And this is what you love to see. We can tell that this Baron objective is going to be hotly contested, and that Drake is soon to follow. It's now less than 90 seconds away here, Pike.
Oh boy, the Dragon's going to be big, but the Baron is bigger, and you can already see SHG are hovering like sharks. But now still, I'm looking at itemization. Marble has fixed up that Grudge. That's going to be a lot of slows. It's going to be a lot of penetration too, especially onto these tanks that are trying to hold that front line. And I'm looking at the Mbessa. If you can't catch this Ezreal, the damage is going to be a lot. Same with this Ahri. They're almost full built. They've got an Oblivion Orb to finish it off with a bit of anti-heal.
And I want to point out that Van 1 currently has a Guardian Angel, whereas Pop 9 does not. So you need to kill him twice. As SHG, they've pulled the trigger on this Baron. They're going to draw DCG into them. Let's see how this one plays out, Pike.
This is exactly how SHG goes for it. There's the TP. It's already been burned, and they back off. They got the Summoner spell. That's fine.
That is so iconic of them. That is what they do every single time. They draw you in, they force the resources to be committed, and then they just walk away. They're like, yeah, we got what we wanted. Now we're going to clear the rest of the map, pull you away, and we'll go back in for that Baron. They have this wave in mid pushed up. They have a healthy crystalline growth on that bot side tier 2, but no wave to speak of right now, so they're just going to apply this pressure in the mid.
The really hard thing here is, for the side of DCG, what do you commit to? Do you give over the Dragon and go for the Baron? But you're giving 3 Infernal Drags over. It's a lot of damage, Logan. But now, it's saying, do you flip it again? Do you go for the Dragon and go for the Baron? But it looks like they go for a what? Just where did he go?
The Vista engage, Pike. It was fantastic. Stunned him into the wall. But SHG, they're going to get this Drake. And now that the jungler is dead, they could go for the Baron.
That was actually a phenomenal read from the Seahawks. The SoftBank Hawks, I keep saying I apologize. But no, it was just so good. And I'm on my seat freaking out because they're looking at this Baron. They're looking to end this game sooner rather than later, and I'm here for it.
That was just a misstep from Pop 9, a great heads up from Vista, but Pike, they're about to get this Baron.
It's at 4K, they throw out the hostile takeover. It's gone, it got stolen, it's too much. They couldn't do it, there's the engage, but the damage out of SHG is just undeniable. They've got the Baron, they got the kills. They will keep coming.
5v2 right now. It's another 40 seconds before DCG will have a full squad. SHG, I have to imagine they want to push as much of this Baron empowered advantage as they have right here, right now. Aria, godlike. 10-0. Nobody has been able to answer this Ahri right now. Marble, 1-0-10, has been involved with 11 of these kills, Pike.
It's just way too much. DCG are just looking like a team we haven't seen before. They were looking so good most of the split long. The engage is nice, but where did they go? The charms, the true shot barrage, the double kill. It is too much. SHG are taking us to the third and final match if they look to clean out this series, and it's all too much.
They have found themselves on match point. This is that scary SHG that has just come to the fore here in these playoffs. They play clean, they play methodical, and they play so smartly. They've done their research. The coaches have watched the VODs of Relove DCG, and they just know if they can drag them into these Barons, win those team fights, they're able to close out these games.
And we have to see a change-up coming from DCG. They've got so many things that is working really well for them, but it's not enough to overcome SHG. They are just playing too clean, too smart. They're reading their moves as if they're the ones playing those champions. It really feels like it's SHG versus SHG out there, and SHG still winning.
I have to also point out that Florin had a good game. Florin got the better of Evie more often than not. Florin did the most damage for Relove DCG, Pike.
Yeah, it just wasn't enough because Ahri is 10k over that regardless.
Yeah, that Ahri was scary this game. That is 2 back-to-back spectacular performances by Aria on that Ahri, just absolutely nailing those charms and getting the damage down.
The big thing that I'm seeing here, Logan, is it's always at that 15-minute mark. That is when we see SHG start to turn it up and they say, it's time to go. And then you could see the progression going up. The goal just kept moving. And it wasn't even a steady incline. It was sharp, and then it just kept climbing.
Yeah, we were even talking about it. It went from 0 to 3K in the blink of an eye. But Arya just cleaned with these charms, preventing that first blood going over to Relove DCG there, and instead netting it for himself, able to chase down Hongshu. And this is that power of the Ari that we love to see. She just goes almost like Mundo, where she pleases, able to ult, and that passive, because she killed him, was able to get that heal back and live that turret shot.
Oh my lord, you don't see that every day, Logan, because that was phenomenal. And this play here was definitely maybe the first falter, maybe the first signs of Evie showing us a side we don't usually see. And taking 2 shots, the passive cancelled. Oh.
There was nothing he could do about it. It had already shot, and then his passive went down. He would have been spewing at that. But Vista, with these engages, in this particular fight, I think that's where it started to snowball. Vista got that engage on Hongshu, and like you called out, he still did the most damage in this fight. So if Vista hadn't got that engage, this could have been very, very different. But Vista also, I would argue, got the game-winning engage onto the jungler of DCG, onto Pop 9, took him out of the fight. It blew it open, allowed them to get that Baron, get that Drake, and run it down, like just take the win.
And the question is, why would they take that blast cone into the pit there when they've just seen their Galio get genuinely shredded? I've never seen a Galio shredded that fast by an Ahri before. It is unheard of, but that was incredible. And the reads are just too strong. I don't know what DCG could really do in this next matchup.
Yeah, even that hostile takeover, it was used at, I would argue, the right time, but SHG was still able to find access to that Baron. They were still able to secure it for their own team and use that Baron empowered advantage to take the Nexus, Pike.
Look, and if this is SoftBank Hawks that we're seeing going forward, I don't want to call it, but Secret Whale's going to be a little concerned.
They would have to. I mean, we know that SHG, they've taken the game out of Team Secret Whales in these series before, and it wasn't just a we barely took it, it was a we stomped it in. And it feels like SHG here, they're just like, we're going to keep stomping this in.
Well, we do have to see, though. We have another game coming up. It's still a best of 5. We're only 2 games in, but they are looking really strong, Logan. I think we need a break just to recompose ourselves.
You are so right, because here in the LCP, we're made for this, and we'll get to Game 3 right after this break.
很憋屈啊，这把我，这把好憋屈啊我。上路差距啊 ，sorry。我黄子这么强，真是啊！不到时候还能这样开车，没刷到。没事啊，赢了就行。見れると見る？見れる見れる。
날 떠날 칠 거야. 우리 쓰고 밀어라.
유나나 신다 유나나 신다. 마이크 알아 마이크 알아 마이크. 안 들어볼게. 아 따라 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 따라. 타오. Let's go! 야, 나이스! 음악 쓰기. 음악 쓰기.
효성이 진짜 존나 잘했는데.
나이스.
지렸다잉.
やべえ俺超
右边先右边先。
哎，石头直接往前顶，石头直接往前顶，
往前。
直接给他 A 都行，直接给他 A，直接给他 A，
没闪了，
没闪没闪没闪，
闪了，
一波一波一波，
一波啊！路线没闪，
一波，nice，
玩得好玩得好，
哇，差点成战犯了，哇，这差点是战犯了，哦。
俺ベントリビする。ペンタ。あ、もう相手逃げた。
終わり。
ペンタいらない。
俺ulti 5秒。
おい、こいつ逃げんなよ。
俺ulti 5秒。
ヒラゲ。
あ、ペンタけ。おい。
ペンタじゃない。
ナイス。
お前何してんだよ。打不赢可以帮你关灯。我打得赢，可以。关灯，先关。2秒。帮你关灯，他看不到啊。我也看不到了。打得赢吗？你要杀他吗？好。会啊。哦，烂
点头，点头，点头，点头，点头
，nice，
，nice 啊
，nice，兄弟們，
有人bốc bì 個gì
Uvina đi.
vậy
Ấy, vậy nếu em Uvina anh OD cho. Ê, OD cũng cột, OD cũng cột. OD mạnh mà. OD cũng cột á. OD là phép nó mạnh lắm á.
Uvina UD hả Uvina UD hả
Ừ.
được không
Không, nếu quýt bò OD nha.
chào nói UD mạnh mà
OD mạnh mà.
biết trôi về UD mà nói
Trời, mày kêu quýt điện thoại tư vấn nữa. Tư vấn như không.
真要去巴西
真要去巴西。移居
还是勾一个哎勾一个哎勾一个勾一个勾一个勾一个按键选按键选按键选按键选哎哎按键选按键选是的确吗
Đừng không lách, đừng không lách. Em bắt bắn trụ tí nữa luôn á. Từ từ nha. 5 giây. Nó có thể ảnh nó.
Đấy mày này,
Vô luôn nha em ơi, có đồ nè.
Từ từ thôi nha, cứ thằng ai chưa đấy.
Ok. Cứ bắt trụ trước nè mày, cứ bắt trụ trước nè. Nó gà quýt mình đừng nó, nó phải.
Anh chờ với cái lùng cát nha.
Rồi, khó ẹn nha. Vô. Đừng sợ, nó hết chuông rồi. Đứng cao lên bên luôn. Thôi rồi luôn á.
Dây luôn.
Ai, chỗ. Next. Như nó. Chỗ. Tôn trọng nó. Ê, nó không tôn trọng nữa, nó không tôn trọng nó luôn.
Ai xa? Top 1 nào. Thái nào cho đi bộ. Sao lên bảo.
Đi bộ, A thôi.
波吧，别杀人，别杀人。Nice。
经典让一追二。
Who's going to Brazil?
Red is away, and that is game and series heading over to DCG.
我会到。多謝你。
Offside the whole time. The Team Secret Whales, they're going to collapse onto Evie here.
It's good, but it's not enough. There's the rain, and rain's not going to be enough. It's just Evie.
大家好，我是凯文，我会在巴西等你们，不见不散。
Welcome back to the LCP, where we find ourselves on the precipice of what could potentially be the last game of the night. SHG, they're on match point, Pike.
I'm a kid in a candy shop right now because this is just absolute magic. SHG are just looking fierce.
They are soaring so high right now, Pike. Every single team has tried to clip their wings so far, and no one has been able to do it yet.
Not just yet, but there's still games to go. We have one more they need to get through. If they can close it out, still, DCG have answers. They've got picks. They know what they want to do. Let's see if they can bring it to this game, because right now, it just feels like they're struggling.
Yeah, relove DCG. It does feel like they're struggling right now, but as you said, they do have answers. They do have options. They've been here before, and they've kept themselves competitive. We saw that Zeri Yumi combo put to such fantastic effect that kept their hopes alive. If we get Xiao Si on a Blitzcrank, if SHG doesn't ban it, I have to imagine they're going to be able to turn that bot side into a serious threat that can carry this game.
And I don't think we're going to see a more traditional draft in this series. This is the one. This is the last game where DCG have to make a move. They may need to do something that's a little bit out of left wing, you might even say, and really sort of stick it to this roster, because if they don't bring something new and change the game a little bit, it's just going to be the same result that we've seen.
You can't keep doing the same thing and expect different results here, Pike.
So true.
SHG, they have this game on lock. They know exactly what they want to do. They've got their plans. They've practiced these scrims. Their coaches have prepped it. But DCG, third game in a row, first pick red side. They keep doing this, but for now, it's just not working.
There's obviously something there. They obviously think that there's a priority pick that they want to go for, that they can secure, but maybe they're trying to bait in the side of SHG and see what they're actually going to be doing, because right now they're picking champions that are good, and for all intents and purposes, the Kalista Renata should have worked. It just didn't have a chance to get into the game.
It was definitely shut down by an effective counter pick, I would have to say. That mobility that Marble was able to bring to bear on that Ezreal. Vista, just with that Poppy, it was a menace.
Yeah.
We didn't actually, what was quite interesting is we called it out in the draft, that Steadfast Present, it had so much opportunity to prevent the dashes, but more often than not, it didn't stop any dashes, it initiated engages that were fight-changing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then it all came down to the follow-up that we saw coming out of the Galio. It wasn't really going to get it done, and it came in, it made a splash, but after that, it just turned into ripples, and it really wasn't enough, and SHG were able to capitalize and chase them down.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the name of the game. It was chase them down, because most fights started out as 5v5s, but SHG, they initially would get that better engage, and then they would able to get that 5v4 and close it out. We saw it around the Baron Pit, we saw it around the Drake, but enough about what we've seen. It's what we are here to see. We've gone to the draft.
You couldn't have said it any better, Logan. We are here, ready and rearing to go. Same bands coming out. It is the Akali, the Bard, the Gwen, the Varus, now the Lee Sin, but it's not going to be paired with that tasty Ahri.
Yeah, we did see that in that game too, so we're not going to get that ultimate combination that we did see last night, Pike. A fan favorite to be sure, but these bans, they've remained the same. I have to imagine SHG banned the Blitzcrank away here. They've already been able to answer the best of what DCG has put into them in Game 1 and Game 2, and they've banned the Ashe. This lets DCG put that priority wherever they want. They could pick that Blitzcrank up for Xiaoxi.
Look, and you can pick the Blitzcrank, that's all well and good, but if you've banned out the Ashe, it stops the Ashe Seraphine, so Zerayumi is very easy to pick up on the side of SHG right here, right now.
You are not wrong there by any means. That Ashe Seraphine combo broken apart. You've got to love these sort of soft bans that they're throwing around. You take away one half, you go with the rest. But this Aurora looks to be being picked up by Florin. Certainly this has to be that flex that we've seen time and time again. It throws a spanner in the works of your opponents. Is it going to be top? Is it going to be mid? And it gives that top sider, if that's the way it goes, that comfort, that ranged pressure the top laners struggle against.
Heavy's just doing too good of a job baiting me with these awesome moves, but the Corki's been locked in and I'm here for it. Nami is up and available if they do decide to go down that route. I feel like you could put something with an Alistair still on it, give it a little bit more safety, a bit more knockback. You're still going to get so much damage and engage out, but the Pantheon, it got through again.
Yeah, and speaking of Alistair, there's so many tank engaged supports still available. We just haven't seen any of those here tonight, barring that Poppy, but I have to say she's not that sort of traditional tank engage. We've got the Nautilus, we've got the Leona, and we do have that Alistair, so it would be high value to be able to protect them here tonight, Pike. That Pantheon picked up a lot of global pressure being brought down onto this rift. That's a playmaking tool. You don't pick a Pantheon if you want to sit in the back seat and ride this one out.
Nah, no backseat riding here, unfortunately. We're in the front seat and we're driving fast down the highway. But now the Kaiser's been locked in. Look, such a strong champion, gets a good couple items on board, will be able to punch it out in the mid to late game too. With a Nautilus in tow, this is a bot lane to be feared, and in the hands of Fang and Xiaoxi, I'd be scared.
I do like the bot lane that Relove DCG have locked in for themselves. They've got that hyper-scaling AD carry in Kaiser. She's always so strong. You've got that sort of frontline engaged CC that is that Nautilus, able to pop those shields, tank up a lot of damage, the depth charges, the dredge lines. Marble is gonna have to respect that engaged potential.
And there's the Alistair, and this, I said it before, it makes so much sense. You can pick this up. It's going to stop a lot of this big engage from the Nautilus. And at the same time, if you can keep them at bay off to the side, it's AD carry versus AD carry. Corki's going to win that most of the time in the 1v1.
Yeah, absolutely going to win that matchup, but I don't think Relove DCG is ever going to let that happen. It's a rare day that an AD 1v1's another AD.
Yep.
As we do know our first round of picks and we move into that second phase of bans here, here. SHG, they've locked in their bot side and jungle. Relove DCG, bot side, and I have to imagine it's their top. So these bans will definitely be going towards the mid pike.
And I love this aggressive ban that we're getting out of SHG. The Yone off the board. It's another big facilitator. If this Nautilus goes in, take out the Yone, and they can't follow it up with all too much besides the Aurora. And with so much disengage that you're getting from SHG, it's going to be so much harder for any real strong engage to come out. And I really worry if DCG is going to be able to hold that line, you might even say.
I mean, it is early days. It is obviously just the draft that we're getting into, but that Yone ban, I personally think is an excellent call from SHG. Hongshu very nearly 1v5'd in an earlier game in the split, so it's absolutely not only a champ ban, but a respect ban, because Hongshu is such a capable pilot of it. We do see 3 global bans here though. Talia, global. Twisted Fate, global. Nocturne, global. SHG, they don't want any globals being used into them, and DCG, they're trying to prevent SHG being able to pair up any more globals with the Pantheon they've secured.
And it's all about getting rid of a bit of that magic power, but the Zoe just speaks volumes. We've seen Aria pilot these champions before, and the damage the Zoe was putting out in previous games, I think they came prepared, and they know we can do it with this champion.
That is a scary pick, Pike. And I do love that we here in the LCP, we're prioritizing this Zoe. It started to sort of come to the fore in this patch 26.3 because we haven't really seen it that much. And this is what Fearless Draft, Fearless Banning does. As these champ pools are pushed deeper and deeper, these other champs that are long forgotten about, not often practiced against, come up. These sort of deep pocket picks from these players.
And Renekton being picked up too, it does open them up to a little bit more of a counter pick, but Renekton's so hard to verse as any champion. So it is going to be the Aurora mid. That has been confirmed. We do not have the top side for SHG just yet. It could be the nice counter pick we're hoping for. Xin makes a lot of sense as it rounds out this comp quite nicely.
Yeah, I really do like that Xin Zhao pickup, being able to crescent guard and protect your team. Obviously, SHG, they want to shut the door on that Kai'Sa. They're going to need to get into that Aurora, and Xin Zhao is a perfect repellent. Nautilus, an excellent wall to throw in the way. But SHG, they've coming prepared. They've got that Gnar able to hop over the top, slam everyone into a wall, and just set the team up for victory.
And it's so nice to see too, because the slows coming out of the Gnar, even potentially the Corki just throwing out those rockets, one sleepy trouble bubble will result in death, no matter who it is.
We've seen it before, we will see it again. You get hit with that sleepy trouble bubble and that follow-up damage, normally it's 50% plus onto the ADs, and it has to be respected. We are seeing some of these graphics being updated. I don't think Aurora is gonna go on that bot side there,
Yeah, we
Mike.
want that. Aurora support, we need a Nautilus mid, Xin's out top, that's the stuff I'm talking about.
I mean, last night I was talking about Lulu in the top lane, you know, Gwinsu's Rage Blade.
Get away from me.
Oh, well,
No. But no, I love it. I think these teams are both looking really strong. I'm really going to be looking at this mid lane again. That's why we highlighted them at the start of the night. These two players, the Aurora into the Zoe, it's such an interesting matchup because once the Between Two Worlds is there, it's a lot of portals in mid.
I do love some portals, and we are going to see Zoe using those to great effect, get that sort of extra range that you're not used to being able to handle, right? And sometimes that's all it takes, is that long range bombardment, that serious AP damage. And DCG, they're going to have to put up some MR to be able to handle this. But this could potentially be our last game of the night here, Pike. It is game 3. SHG, they are on match point. It's the semi-finals. If Relove DCG cannot find answers here tonight, they're done, they're dusted, they're knocked out. And SHG, they could find themselves in that grand final against Team Secret Wales.
And that is where both these teams really want to go as we make our way onto the Rift. And again, it's a story as old as time. We are seeing DCG on that red side really trying to prioritize those early dragons, but every time they do, it is the SoftBank Hawks showing just a little bit more control in the mid to late, and they are locking down even more. But now, where does the priority go? Gnar's going to have a little bit of an easier time in this top side as we hover into the top bushes, but Florin, At the same time, is this Crocodile? There's a lot of concern around how strong this pick actually is.
We have seen Evie pilot that Renekton so effectively and so recently as last night. I have to believe that Evie knows how to play around that Florin, but then you wonder where the mind games begin, right? Florin knows Evie knows how to play Renekton, but does he know how to play around a Florin that knows how to play the Renekton? It's just that mental game. But these junglers, they are on the Rift as well. They cannot be discounted. They cannot be forgotten. And like a script, like a book, they're on opposite sides of the Rift once again.
Yeah, every time, and it's always nice to see. They have their game plans in mind. They know what they need to do to succeed. But now, I just love that there was this back and forth. They didn't even have vision of the bush, but they were so well prepared that if Nautilus decided to go for that one hook, it was just going to be lights out. They're going to send them backpacking, and now it's all about how much farm can they secure underneath this tower.
Yeah, it's so right. It's that game sense. You see that there's a Nautilus on the opposite side, and you know at Xiaoxi, there's going to be aggressive hooks. You have to just pretend that that Nautilus is positioned so far ahead and aggressively. Look at that. The way DCG, they've shaped the wave. They got that hit onto SHG. The aggro pulled the wave down, and now they have clear and easy access. SHG recognize this and back off. They're like, we'll just clear our waves under the tower now.
And that's fine. Corki's happy to stay into this late game and not really worry too much, but big trades in this mid lane, just enough. And trades in bot lane too. The aggression does not stop with these two teams.
Yeah, those summoner spells in the mid tell the story. Arya with that ignite, going for that more kill threat potential. Hongshu, though, recognizing those sleepy trouble bubbles, cleansing immediately. Otherwise, that could have been first blood right there, Pike.
There's still going to be a little bit more concern. It is just about clearing it out. I don't expect this to be a super bloodthirsty game. It's all about the slow, methodical. This is how SHG wants to play, but they need to start flipping that script because they can't keep playing that if they want to head to Secret Whales or if they want to head to First Stand.
Right, and Pop 9 is rotating around to that top side, but I do see signs of life. Up until a moment ago, Feng had a significant...
Oh, 2v1. Nah, the flash comes out. Evie stays alive and actually draws it out from Pop 9.
Really well played there by Evie. We were talking about seeing that aggression. They can't keep playing it slow. And Pop 9, he heard you and went, I'm going to be the aggressive one. Was able to force the flash out of Evie in that 2v1, but is recalling right now.
Well, it's actually 2 flashes they got out instead, which is even better. So 2 flashes for the price of 1. I'll take that deal any day of the week.
Absolutely. Now SHG have that summoner spell advantage. 2 flashes burnt, the cleanse burnt, and all it has cost them is a flash and a heal and an ignite. And I would say that is absolutely the better trade. Hongshu, though, already back in this mid lane, farming this wave up as Arya takes that recall, and that electrocute coming out of both of them as well, picking up that Dark Seal, allows them to trade just a little bit heavier into one another.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I love a good Dark Seal. It's when you get 10 stacks into a Magi's that it starts to really shine. But no, it's going to be nice and chill gameplay here. It's almost as if we know it's going to be a slow burn.
I mean, it is SHG. We have called it out before, but right now, DCG, they do have that small gold advantage. They have picked it up mostly in that top side where Florin is doing an excellent job of bullying Evie down. He's almost 15 CS behind, and I have to imagine that was off the back of that top side gank that they walked in earlier. They got that pressure, they got that priority. But on the bot side, it's also been...
Ooh, it's good hooks actually doing a nice job. Vista has to flash out, but it could be first blood actually going over to Fang. The aggression from the Nautilus was just too good, and Marble now tail between the legs.
They heard me setting up to say the bot side has been quiet, and then suddenly, bim bam boom, we have first blood and that extra little bounty bonus going over to the pocket of Feng. As you know, first blood, you get that extra 100 gold, a nice little injection of cash. Well played. It did cost a lot of summoners. Marble still has his flash and barrier. Vista burnt his, but on the bot side of DCG, they used both of theirs here, Pike.
Yeah, look, it's what you need if you want to get a little bit of gold injection and a little bit more damage moving forward. But that hook, kind of questionable in my opinion. There was a minion in the way. I feel like we should get a second replay of the replay because that was a little bit too close.
What is it? Is there a VAR? Do we have a virtual assistant referee to be able to look at that one? But look, we
should.
Yeah, we all know about the lollipop effect that these champs have. The hooks that go out, just because you see this, it actually has a little bit of a wider spacing. The center line as a gank coming on the top side.
It's a big dominance too. They're trying to send everything. The Gnar is good though. The CC, the outplay from Evie gets so much power. Here comes Van 1. They're turning the fight. It's a Mega Gnar and a half. SHG turn it around in a 2v2.
Evie said, not today. He saw the gank coming again and he knew exactly what he had to do to play it, Pike.
Oh my lord, break it down. That was picture perfect.
The wave is crashed in. Pop 9 gets the engage. Evie nearly dead, but the rage bar was full. Able to go Meganar, pop that ult, slamming them both into the wall, under the turret. So much damage turned around, and Van 1 answers the call, turns it into a 2-0.
And it just shows that too early aggression, if not timed correctly, is not going to work. They did not see the Nar bar stacked, and the second it was on, he flipped the script.
Oh, we do love a good flip script. No matter how many times I've read Lord of the Rings, it's going to be the same. No matter how many times I watch League of Legends, it is different. It is surprising and a spectacle to watch. Evie just treating us there. But DCG, unperturbed, they've now put that priority in their mid and bot side to work. They're going to take this first Drake for themselves. Every single game, they've taken the first Drake, Pike.
And look, they just love getting those drags early. It makes sense. It's always nice to have a couple in your pocket, like you like to say, Logan. But at the end of the day, it's only first dragon. It gives a little bit of a boost, but it's not the end of the world.
It is still 6% tenacity. Obviously, Merc Tread's giving that 30. It's a significant reduction in the CC that is delivered against you. I will still take 1/5 of that any day. If you can shorten those stuns, if you can shorten those sleeps, beautiful. But it is only the first Drake of the game, as you say. Grubs are up in 30 seconds. DCG, they're looking for another gank here. The wave, though, not in a good position.
And we're seeing plays across the map as now they're looking topside. They're flipping the script. The Nar goes forward. The stun is even better. Florin is low, gets the dominance, but is it going to be enough as Mini Nar does come out just at the wrong time? They flipped that again.
That's exactly what they wanted, though. They dived, they layered their CC.
But they've got 4 members bot side between 2 worlds. They're looking to flip it again. Fang picks up 1. It's a big tank. Can they lock down Marble? They hand it over to Hongshu and a nice dive in retaliation.
I am absolutely loving this coming out of both of these teams. They are looking for ganks across the map.
Pantheon's coming in. That's a bit of a grand starfall if you ask me. Has to flash away, but now they're trying to tank it back up. Van 1 locks it down. Damage is good, but it's just too many members.
That was definitely a questionable decision. There was no follow-up there from any other member of SHG. No matter how low those health bars, blinking or not, it's still 4v1. They're still able to layer down that CC, deliver that damage, but Aria has been left alone here in the mid. That turret already less than 50%, and Aria fearlessly just trading into Hongshu.
Look, and that's okay. They're up a little bit of CS, about 15 at this point. It's not the end of the world. Aria's just slowly biding their time.
You are so right, but this 4v2 bot side gank, DCG saw what SHG were doing on the top side and said, we'll show you how it's done. Hongshu between worlds, bouncing around. The turret aggro being juggled by Xiaoxi to perfection. And then I think this is why they thought they could get in Van 1 with that low Xiaoxi in the back, thought I can maybe get one, but unfortunately it just was not good enough tonight.
No, but they thought the members was already backed off, so they said, let's try and commit to something, but it just led to a couple more kills. As now, again, another fight up in this top side. Aria missing that paddle star, but landing the ignite, so it does get a little bit of damage off, but it was just the W ignite.
That's it.
You can burn those.
Yeah. Van 1 does secure the grubs for SHG, though. Aria obviously shoved that mid-wave in, nearly has a 15 CS advantage, so is running Hongshu around the rift at the moment. But Pike,
they're looking for more of a fight. It's Evie who's got the damage, but that Dominus is putting in the work. Let's see if anything more can come off it, but does just reset, but down in the bot side too. Wow, that paddle star is hitting like a truck. Ari's picked up their first kill, is onto Pop 9. Now Fang trying to sidestep, depth charge lands. It's a lot as Aria might just get out alive. No way, Marble's just being stone cold and dealing out the damage. A double kill heading out. Now Hongshu's trying to join the party between 2 worlds. Is not a great spot. Sending it back into Marble. What are you doing, Vista? That's not where you want it to be. And Hongshu gets out alive.
What a fight. Ultimately, I think that was about a 2-for-1 there, Pike, but Aria wants more.
Aria, what are you doing? No! Hongshu picks up the return kill with the electrocute.
Oh, My goodness, it feels like this is the bloodiest game of this series. It's 11 kills and we're not even at 11 minutes yet. This is how it all started. Pop9 aggressing deep between the two turrets, but SHG had 3 members into the 3 of DCG.
Oh my lord, and that damage was just so big. Like I said, that paddle star is starting to hurt. All that farming in the mid lane has come up true, and to get out alive here is criminal.
Yeah, Arya was able to walk away and keep poking from a distance, nearly going into that Xiaoxi hook there, but I do want to call out that that cleanse was fantastically timed from Feng. That Sleepy Trouble Bubble did land, cleansed immediately and bought that space, but the follow-up here, Hongshu had the health, had the mana, so I just have to question the decision to keep going forward here. Arya unable to get back in before the sleep wears off.
Oh, and it's just a little bit rough. The timing just wasn't there. Hook does just go sideways. Marble with the happy hands. Now let's see if they can hold on as Pop9 is here again. We talked about those slow games. They've decided to say, we don't want to do that anymore. Quick, fast, dirty. It's how we like it here at the LCP.
It's fight, fight, fight. Arya already rotating back to the top side pike.
But still, now they get the Nah once again. Trouble Bubble is nice. Is the damage going to be enough? Electrocute's good. Throws out the final stone, and it hits its mark.
That was better. Earlier we saw 2 of them go in. They didn't have the damage to finish the job. This time around, Arya had everything and more. Able to chip him down, take him out under that turret. Obviously, Evie finished the job and just a clean 2v1 under that turret. This is the LCP that we know and love. This is the kill per minute LCP in the finals here, Pike. As DCG, they're going to pick up this second Drake.
And it's not too bad. As you can see, they're now looking at depth charge. Arya's here between 2 worlds. It's a lot of damage. It's a lot of CC. The portal's not going to be enough to save you there as they lose the Dragon too, and Fang picked up the kill.
What a crazy play. Okay, so Mountain Soul is going to be the soul if they're able to get to 4. But DCG, they were down on the Drake, so they had the numbers disadvantage, and they committed everything into that mid side to clean up Arya. Where was SHG? Why couldn't they read it? And I have to imagine it's the lack of vision control. You take a look at that vision that Relove DCG has, it is all around that bot side. It is stifling, it's suffocating, and SHG, they don't know where to go.
Yeah, look, I don't know either at this point. It's just so scrappy. Both teams are really fierce into how they want to play. I'm looking at how Evie is still 2-0 right now. Might be the saving grace in this team. Finished the Triforce, the Sundered Sky as well for Van 1. It's all looking really good. Arya, who really has been working the map, hasn't even got their first item yet.
Yeah, not staying in lane as much as their opponent has definitely set them back a little. They don't have their role quest complete, whereas Hongshu on that Aurora does.
Oh.
Missing his first ult.
The thumbs up is just demoralizing.
Yeah, Hongshu just walks that one out. Pop9 was here as well, and Arya again rotating to this top. These are the playmaking moves that you need to make, though, if you want to win these games. I think SHG, they've realized game 1, game 2, yeah, we were able to slow play this, but game 3, we need to rise, we need to respond, we need to up our tempo. And speaking of tempo, in 1 minute, the grubs are up. Rift Herald.
Rift Herald. Grubs have already been secured by SHG. You're so right. Rift Herald is going to be another one. That's why we're seeing so many members on this top side. As mid lane is up here. And now they're looking at Arya again. Sleepy Trouble Bubble's good, but it's going to be enough as the Between Two Worlds does get used. And that is a big ultimate on cooldown.
Yeah, but really well played there by Arya to avoid that engage. Just able to put Pop9 to sleep. Avoid some of that combo that Hongshu was putting down and tidily just walk away. Did not have flash up though, so if they'd been able to connect, that was surely going to be a kill. 20 CS down though, and no lane roll, so Arya is falling behind. All of these roams and not getting a kill every time is starting to hit home.
But it's still a Zoe at the end of the day. You do have so much agency. You do have those sleepy bubbles. You have damage in those paddle stars. Picking up the Ludens now, wave clear is going to be a lot better. You're going to be able to do a lot more with it. But items across the board. I'm still looking at this 3-0 Aurora. Hongshu is just feeling good on this pick. And we've got to see them do a little bit more. They're trying to get the help from the team, but now they're not really collecting those kills.
Definitely. This is a fantastic looking Relove DCG here. Yes, the kills are even, but they have the jungle objectives.
They want the engage. Vista's looking for some, looking for more, but they get the nice Crescent Guard. Is going to be enough to keep them alive as the depth charge does go out. They're looking back at the Rift Herald. It's at 2k health. You need to lock it down fast. It is secured by DCG.
They do love their jungle objectives. All 3 games, they have been prioritizing them. As we do come back to Evie Stutter stepping away from that bot side tier 1, there must have been some kind of fight there. We do see both of them do have their ultimates, so it would have just been a trade. Florin does recall and pick up that stride breaker though. A really effective team fighting tool, being able to get in the midst and slow everyone down with that activated ability.
But it's so much harder for Florin to actually do anything really in the 1v1 because it is a 2-0 nah. Evie with the Triforce can out-trade you if they just don't get capitalized on. So it's going to be a little bit hard. It's a bit of an uphill battle for Florin in this matchup, but getting those early rotations, the excellent wave clear you get with the stride breaker is going to make it a little bit easier. It's now about how do you get the 2v1s again. That's going to turn those tides.
For sure. Florin already on this top side tier 1 and Evie still walking up, so that is going to get some CS, some experience, some gold into the pocket of Florin. He's going to be able to catch up that sort of half-level deficit going on right now. The next Drake in another minute. I have to imagine DCG, they're going to go for it. They're going to start getting that vision control down like they had earlier. It was a ring around that pit. SHG, they're the ones who are going to be forced to fight into this aggressive Relove DCG that I just feel like we haven't seen yet tonight, and they've decided to turn it on.
And Evie's now about to go mega, throws the Gnar out, but it's still underneath that tower. Only takes 1 tower shot, really, but the tower is just so close to going down. But here's the Grand Skyfall. It's going to be enough as the Crescent Guard goes out. Van 1 is low between 2 worlds. I think you just have to sacrifice your jungler at this point. They're just gone. Hong Shu is dead. The TP's also out from Flaren. So not too bad at the end of the day, but now top tower's gone.
Yeah, Evie was already hard pressuring that. I think DCG read that SHG were committing far more than they did, but Arya still here to try and poke down this Rift Herald. Job done. They cracked that bot side tier 1, but a little bit too late. Evie getting that first turret was able to get that 300 gold bonus out of it instead of DCG. So they're just trying to keep this gold lead under control. It's 1.5k right now. It's 17.5 minutes. That third Drake though, Pike, it's on the Rift.
It's ready to go. You can already see that Pop9's already there looking to shred it down too. Arya has to catch these waves. It's just the early priority that we're seeing out of DCG. But now, Florin, you're trying to take on Evie once again. Mini-Gnar's now in effect. You can just kite this one out. No, it throws out the Void Seeker. It's a 2v1. No, it's a 3v1 as the depth charge goes forward and Fang picks up the kill. And they still secure the dragon.
3 ultimates committed though. 4 members of DCG collapsing on that top side. Evie doing what he does best. He bought time. He bought space. He pulled pressure away from the other sides of this map and let his team come back into it. And here's how it unfolded. An excellent engage. Gets that slow, the ult, the stun into the wall. And you can see if this was a 1v1, I really feel like Evie would have won this here. But DCG, they collapsed so much faster and were able to shut him down.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was just such a great pick. That Void Seeker, if it did not land, would have been a very different outcome. Tower in this tier 1 top is most likely going to go down if it doesn't get cleared out fast enough. It does. It stays alive just for a second longer. But now, Baron up in 1 minute. Both teams are looking at it.
Yeah, but this is going to be a different Baron. This is a Baron that Relove DCG get the priority on. They are clearly stronger right now. They have more gold, they have more priority, and they drive to get these jungle objectives. We've seen it game 1 and game 2. They put so much priority here that SHG almost know their game, but you can know it, but if you can't stand in front of them to stop it, what's the point?
Well, it's all about that scaling now as well. Corki's definitely coming online. Those 2 item power spikes is really starting to hit. But Kai'Sa, 4-1 and 2. Fang is feeling very good. The Ginsu's Rage Blade is here. The attack speed's good. The evolutions are now coming through. Kai'Sa will be very close to online for all 3. Now it's about giving them space, giving them a couple more kills, getting them really strong so they can survive any fight. I feel like Van 1 needs to cool his jets. He's soaring a little bit too high as this Pantheon, and it's just not going to be working out if he keeps overextending.
Yeah, both of these fights we have seen, or sorry, both of his deaths, as we do see DCG collapsing on this bot side. SHG, they have to make a hasty retreat here, or else they might lose Evie.
I think Evie might just be gone because Florin's already used it. There's the killer instinct too. The Nars taken out. Maybe it's just waiting for that. But Florin is low. They're just stalling it out. Look at the mid lane. There's still a fight going on. Evie just wants to say, come on, guys, keep coming at me. I might just die, but you're wasting time. And they take the tier 1 for a trade.
Yeah, Evie, again, he knew his number was up. He just decided to make it take that little bit longer, keep the members of DCG down on the bot side. They can't keep getting baited in like this. They need to be able to send 1 or 2 members, not most of the team, because then they're slowing down. They're losing that tempo across the rift where they could have been securing the mid tier 2 or the top tier 2. These objectives that they're putting so much priority on matter, but if they're all collapsing on Evie, they can't get them.
That's right, and now with Dragon coming up in 2 minutes, they're in their jungle. DCG are asserting a little bit more dominance as they're clearing out, but they can't keep sending the same members over and over again. That narrative does not work. Yes, Evie is right now the carry with a 1.5k gold lead, but that is not everything. Kai'Sa picking up the Nash's Tooth right then has fully evolved. That is a threat.
That is a very, very scary Kai'Sa. Also has a full level lead over their counterpart in Marble's Corki. But Pike, a minute and a half. The Baron is on the rift and a minute and a half until that soul. So it's DCG's game to decide here. They could give it over. Pike, this could be another fight.
As they're looking for something, as a nice little engage. Xiaoxi wanted to set the tempo, but no, it's actually Arya who's in a bad spot. Just solo bolo down at the bot side of this mid. Now Evie's gone mega. Let's see if they want to continue this fight. Fang up dangerously far, but here's Hongshu looking for some more damage. Does not have the ulti. Missed by Evie. Can't land the Gnar as they take the tier 1. This is a different DCG. They're looking for the fight. They're looking for a scrap as Van 1 taken to just above half health, and it is SHG backing off.
DCG have all the priority right now. They got that kill, they got the health bars. They could turn this around, but right now they're going to recall, they're going to heal up, get their items, spend that gold that they've just earned for themselves, and chase down which objective they want. Because they have the Baron, the Drake will be up, and here is where Hongshu gets the better of Arya. Just mustn't have been looking there.
Caught out on vision, unfortunately. They were literally, Arya was walking over a ward at the back of the Dragon Pit on the other side of the wall, and it was just a great collapse and a fantastic read from Hongshu.
Yeah, definitely, but Hongshu did have to burn the cleanse there in that fight. Ultimately, it proved inconsequential because they were able to take that 4v5 in the mid lane and push SHG back and away. SHG, they know this game. They've been here before. They're clearing this Drake Pit in case DCG want to try both of them. But they've pulled the trigger on this Baron. They're going to force SHG into them, and I think SHG, they're calling it. They're just going, we'll take the Drake then.
Look, and that's a smart call, if I'm being honest. Like, at this point in the game, you're a little bit too far behind. 4.8k gold behind is not a good spot. You don't want to give a Baron and give a Dragon. They have the gold if they're winning these fights. Just stall.
You are so right. Stalling right now is the name of this game. It is SHG. It is that death by 1,000 cuts. So if they can slow Relove DCG down here, they might be able to find a way back in. But this is 5 Baron-empowered members sieging the base. 4 here in that top side. Florin in that bot side on that Renekton, just moving through the jungle. I have to imagine SHG, they're going to do everything they possibly can to hold on. I don't think DCG can win from here, but they will get a lot of value. They will get a lot of turrets.
It's about extending that gold lead just a little bit more. It's at 6.3k now. They've taken another tower. It's looking really good to start accentuating. It's almost at that 2k gold Baron play. Let's see if they can make it 3 or 4 and really start to solidify this lead.
Yeah, they've got the waves pushed in to be able to do it as well. That mid wave is coming out. They're all returning to the rift down that mid. So that's definitely going to be their next objective. Florin on his own on the bot side, pushing that wave. They're just trying to get that priority. They're just trying to get that value out of this Baron. They do still have another minute 40 on it. They're going to get these vision down in the jungle. It will be theirs to control and contest for the next few minutes.
Let's just see how they're going to be really proactive with using this Baron, because they're inside their jungle again, clearing out the wards. They're just setting themselves up for success, which is how we're going to see DCG take out this Game 3. But how does SHG stay relevant? We talk about the scaling. We want to get this Corki a little bit further online. Arya Zoe hasn't had the same showing we wanted to see. But still, Marble is that carry. Marble has that ability to turn a fight with a couple more items in tow. Looks like they are going to be looking at the Collector next item. It means their execute potential is so much higher.
Yeah, that's the thing though. Marble needs to get access to that backline, needs to get on to Feng or Hongshu. And Hongshu, currently deathless, 5-0, nearly has that Rabadon's death cap, nearly has that 10-stack Dark Seal. So even if you get close, can you survive long enough to get that damage down? I feel like Evie is the only one who might be able to do it. And Relove DCG, I think they could kill him before he'd shut her down.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Especially as we do see Hongshu very close to that Rabadon's death cap. They're so close, only 1,100 gold away. And once that's locked in, there's really no going back. It is going to be so much damage, and it's all AoE. It's going to melt everyone if they're in the right position.
Yes, absolutely. If Hongshu's able to find that damage onto Marble too, you will witness something you rarely get to see, an Aurora full combo, Evaporate, and AD. They're not the healthiest members of the Rift, and the way Hongshu is moving, popping those sort of portals, the invisible movement, and controlling that vision, it could absolutely happen. As we see, DCG, they are rotating to this bot side. They're prioritizing this bot tier 2.
Look, it's the right call. They need to clear out these towers as the Dragon is spawning. 1 minute 45 on that objective. That is where the next fight's going to be, because again, we're still on Soul Point. Yes, SHG took one away, but it was just to give them so much more gold. They've now extended their lead by 7.4k over to DCG. How does SHG really start to return fire as Evie is now getting caught out? A killer instinct. He's got a hit nose. Yeah, it's all too much. The flash is good, and Evie gets away with their life.
I really love what Relove DCG is doing here. They're not giving Evie room to breathe. He is their strong point. He is the one who has, on his own, maintained a serious gold lead up until that point against his counterpart. And so Relove DCG, they keep sending these resources. They keep punishing him, not letting him get that advantage and apply it to the rest of the Rift. Unfortunately for SHG, they just have never been around, except that one fight on topside under turret, to be able to respond to DCG. Yeah, they don't have the globals, but they have the timing, the tempo, and the heads up to read the play and close it out.
And you can see Hongshu is here. Might be looking for a little play, but the rest of SHG is waiting. The wings are here to soar, and they really want to get a pick before this Dragon spawns in 30 seconds. But there is nothing they can't do as DCG already. They see one member down there, they send another 3. And it might just be a little bit too much power, even for Marble, even for Van 1 to really overcome, because they are just so far behind in gold.
Yeah, like you said a little earlier, Pike, I am looking for Van 1 to engage, but not overly deep. Both of his deaths have come from those ultimates, those Grand Skyfalls, going far too deep into far too many members of DCG. And SHG, they have walked it back.
As that hook does just go sideways, but Hongshu's on the wrong side, does hit the sides again. TPs are now coming out. Dominus is good. Fair Vista is in a bit of a rough spot, but now they're looking at Pop 9. Has to be very careful. They're below half health. Crescent Guard's good. Florin is in the back line. He's taking out Arya. He's taking out more. The shutdowns are there, but it's not enough. The 9 is huge, but it's not enough as Pop 9 staying alive. Just that little bit more secures the kill. It's all on Vista, the last hope. The meat hamburger is about to be sauteed, and it's an ace heading over for DCG.
Pop 9 with the Sundered Sky proc stayed alive just enough to shut down that Evie play. It was an excellent response from Evie to try and make something happen, but unfortunately it was a little bit too late. This will hand over the 4th Drake that DCG need to get that soul. It will be that mountain soul, so much tankier here in this game. Honestly, that was backbreaking.
Look, and this is just what you sort of expect. DCG, their backs against the wall. Instead, they're going to break your back in turn. So it's just a big, unfortunate fight. They thought they had Hongshu here, but between two worlds was a little bit too clean.
Yeah, the cleanse coming out immediately, knowing that there would be follow-up, seeing the other members of SHG. The TP's committed. This is a full-blown 5v5. Pop 9 goes low early, but Florin in the back lines just ran Arya down.
Oh.
The engage from Evie is so good, it's on to 3. They're the ultimates that you want to see.
there's just no backline to do any damage. It was just the big tank that was able to lock them down to no effect. And now in the 2-2, we're looking at a Baron being started up by SHG of all teams. But instead, it is DCG looking to respond. They want to try and get that engaged. Florin is looking for the flank, but Arya says, I am here watching and waiting. The Baron has been avoided, but it is DCG. The dominance is popped. They're looking at Arya. They're shutting down this mid lane. They're trying to get the damage. There's Arya. Zoe's just gone. They've sensed everything and more. DCG are just far too strong. Evi's trying to run for their life. Vista's gone. It's just going to be a clean ace at this point. Evi's the last man standing. 21 kills to 7, and DCG are looking totally different this game.
This has by far been our bloodiest game of this series. 28 kills. It's nearly up there at 1 per minute. DCG, they saw the tricks that SHG do at the Baron, and they said, we can do it better than you. They drag them in, and they fight them and kill them. Pyke, it looks like they're going to end.
And it's just a bit of an easy end. The cooldowns on these grey screens are still so big. It's just the cow that's about to come back up, and it is too easy. DCG are just on it tonight, and they're looking for the reverse sweep.
The reverse sweep is in their sights. By winning this game 3, they have kept themselves in it. And this is what we wanted to see. And they didn't do it with the Chassis Blitzcrank. They did it so well. You cannot fault the Relove DCG game plan here. And SHG, they looked out of sorts. Evie on that Gnar playing fantastically. It felt like he was that one hope for them to be able to play around to come back into it. And even then, when he did get that 3-man ult, it just wasn't enough.
And sadly, that's all it takes sometimes. It can just be a wallet diff heading into these series. And it was that Kai'Sa Nautilus bot lane. We saw that hooks that were coming out were good, but not great. But it was the follow-up from the rest of the team. And I feel like it really came down to, it was so much attention onto Evie in this top side. They shut him out of the game when the rest of the team was just so fed. So it just made a lot of sense that they knew where the big power was. If they could shut it down, it was an easy turnover.
And as try as they might, Evie was still the single highest damage on the Rift tonight, even out damaging the AD carry of DCG. It is not often you'll see a top laner do that. So Evie, he did play hard. He tried so hard to carry his team. And we see that gold graph, and it took them about around that sort of 18-minute mark to really drive that lead home and claim that victory for themselves.
And that's where we see a lot of these teams really come online, is at that 15-minute point where both sides looking good, but this hook, that was questionable. We need another replay again, I swear, because Vista should not have been hit there, but that's okay, they did die. Now look at this dive. It was the failed 2v2 that we saw.
This was excellent out of Evie. He read the play, he knew what was coming, he saw Pop9 come from behind and timed it to perfection, stunning them both up under the turret. And this proactivity from Van1 as well to respond to the play. And this was the signs of hope we saw, right? We saw this early skirmishing, that sort of first 10 to 15 minutes, and every single gank was being answered by a counter gank on the opposite side. But DCG, they just started to get that advantage, that lead, because they would bring more members to the fight and they would guarantee the kills. And this one, Pyke,
this just hurts a little bit. Van1, I think, knew that they had overstepped. The whole team is still very healthy. Hongshu's the one tanking it. Your mid lane is never tanking these towers, but they're at that point in a 1v4. You take that every day of the week. But this is just nice damage, good retaliation. Arya really trying to get some things happening on this Zoe pick. It just didn't have the same impact as the Aurora did.
Yeah, for sure. This game 3 here for Arya was definitely the roughest one, I would have to say. This Zoe just not finding that value. Obviously, there was a couple of excellent paddle stars that did significant amounts of damage, but Hongshu had every answer every time, using that between worlds to get away from Vista onto the back line of Marble and clean this one up. Arya, ambitious though here, surely would have known that that sleep timer was down. Hongshu just able to close it out.
And that's the ward we saw. They walked right over it. Hongshu's like, I have this in the bag, and lands a perfect combo, cleanses the Sleepy Trouble bubble, and boom, nowhere to go.
Nothing Arya could do in the face of this Hongshu. That summoner cleanse came in clutch so many times. A significant strategic decision, and there was just no way Arya could close out that sleep on to Hongshu.
And this is definitely the nail in the coffin fight. Florin in this backline should not be allowed to be there. There was such an overcommittal to get onto these tanks at the front, but they were just healing through everything. And it's just so hard to see. You wanted Vista to be able to hold it a little bit together, but they were just forced into the wrong position, and Florin just got the easiest access.
Yeah, Florin with that slice and dice, able to just get into that back line, which, again, we talked about it. You can't let him do that. You would expect Evie to stand in the way, and here we see it again. SHG, they started this Baron up, Pike, and then DCG, they were the ones who responded, but SHG were just able to answer it so much more effectively.
Well, that Baron there was honestly the Hail Mary pass. That was the do or die. They needed to get the Baron, and if they didn't secure it, there was just really no hope. And that was just where it was at. And then it was just DCG's game to say, all right, we can turn this. And they did. And it was an easy cleanup, and it ended through top.
Yeah, I really did like what we saw out of Relove DCG here tonight. They bounced back so well. They don't look like the team that was up against it, that was facing an opponent on match point here. So I'm really hoping we get to see more of that in Game 4.
But we do have a Game 4. You literally said it. We have a series on our hands. DCG is not out of the fight just yet. They're looking for more. They want to take us to Game 5 because I'm feeling good. DCG have some life in them.
They have some answers. You are absolutely correct. But can they be the ones to clip the wings of SHG here tonight? Stay with us for Game 4 after the break, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
darkness can never kill.
Who's going to Brazil?
Red is away, and that is game and series heading over to DCG.
我会到，我会到。多謝你，多謝你。
Offside the whole time. The Team Secret Whales, they're going to collapse onto Evie here.
It's good, but it's not enough. There's the Raven. Raven's not going to be enough. It's just Evie.
大家好，我是凯文，我会在巴西等你们，不见不散。
Welcome back to the LCP, where we find ourselves at Game 4. SHG still on match point, but Relove DCG, they found a way back into this one, Pike.
And that's the magic of League of Legends in a best-of-5 series, is finding our way back is all it takes. It builds the hype. I know Twitch chat is feeling good about this, because SHG, first pick red side. What is it about first pick red side that we keep seeing? I don't know, but I kind of like it.
All split. We've been saying that we love the red side. We love the second pick, that counter pick being able to secure 2 of the best for your team rather than 1. But here tonight, all 4 games in a row has been that first pick red side, no matter who has gotten the choice.
Oh boy, it's looking fierce. This is where we start to see some weird and wacky picks. We already saw the Callista Renata. It's been taken out, so maybe there's some more traditional ones to come still, because most of the pocket picks, especially in that AD carry role, are gone. Corki, Kai'Sa, Yanara off the books. Will we see the Varus?
Will we see the Zerayumi, the Ashe Seraphine?
No, we won't.
No, you reckon?
No.
All right.
Maybe Zerayumi,
Yeah.
but I think Ashe's going to get banned again.
Yeah, at least in the face of Zerayumi if it's revealed early, right? And that's
Yes.
part of the strategy. That's what these coaches are doing.
right.
Their day job is to walk around and tell their gamers, these are the drafts that we think would work really, really well here. And they study up and they go, that one.
It's their job to think real strong. And they just go,
Stronger than us.
Yeah, well, definitely.
Yeah.
That's why we can't predict these drafts half the time. But still, at the same time, there's so many other picks as we head into draft. Nico and Gwen taken off the board.
Nico makes so much sense. That Pop Blossom is one of the single biggest circles that League of Legends has, now with Aurora's Between Worlds gone. And we all know circle theory.
Yeah, I love circles.
Yeah.
They're a really strong shape.
Gwen even has a circle.
Yeah, technically. She can move it too.
Very handy.
Well, getting rid of that Blitzcrank makes a lot of sense too. Chelsea, do not allow that man any hooks whatsoever. Not allowed in my plays.
I mean, what other hooks are still available, right? Thresh is gone, Nautilus is gone, Blitz is banned, Leona is still up.
It's not a hook though, is it?
Zenith Blade rather than a hook.
I don't know if it's a hook. Hooks predominantly are pulling people. Zenith Blade, you're going to it.
Pike is still up.
Pike is up. That would be sick.
That would be a wild selection.
But Bard's gone.
No tempered fate for you there, Gobber.
No, if we're going golden, you basically need a Zhonya's at this point, or a Seekers, but let's not get into the neither here nor there. But still, there's so many picks up and available. I'm really struggling to figure out what could be. Caitlyn's still available in the AD carry role. Still a very strong choice. The Ashe is up and available. Nocturne's now been banned out. It looks like both these teams are heading towards a Zerayumi Ashe Seraphine if they don't decide to ban it for DCG right now.
Misfortune also still available.
Fortune Rel.
Very capable AD carry there. But I want to look at that mid lane pool for a second.
Yeah.
Azir still available as well. Talia still available, as we do see that LeBlanc ban coming down. They do not want a bar of Arya having access to that AP assassin in that mid lane.
Look, and I think the Talia might be a good call, but the Silas is still up and available too. It is still a way to steal those ultimates. We'll have to see what they decide to lock in first for SHG in this first pick red side. Look, there's a lot of options. Even a top laner here could be quite good, but you usually want to save that for your counter pick, which is what they've sort of opted for. Now, I want to see it is the Varus. We see it.
There it is. That's the one. This must be why they went for the first pick this time around. They knew that because we were getting so deep in Fearless Draft that they would have to get the pick.
But now Sivir is open and up and available. That is the answer we've seen predominantly to the Varus, and the wave clear is just so good. But do they go odd hit? Do they go lethality? Most likely lethality. It's fine. But still, I'm excited to see this Varus work. The Chains of Corruption compared with really any AR support.
Yeah, and another champ that has made it through the ban that hasn't been selected yet is Malphite, as we do see that Lee Sin get picked up for Pop 9 on the side of Relove DCG. That is that aggressive early jungler that you've talked about before, Pike. It does speak the language that DCG, they want to push, they want to aggress early, and they want to overwhelm SHG's sort of slow tempo plays, and there is that Sivir that you were also talking about.
And it just makes so much sense. Sivir with the Lee Sin too, you can control the wave state just a little bit more. That's the tempo that they want to get in this early game, so they can force their hand and really look for more, because right now the objective control for DCG is more tailored towards the top side, because Sivir just wants to farm up and get some items.
Definitely that sort of slower tempo on the bot side, but they're going to be able to bring that faster tempo to bear in that mid and top side with that Lee Sin being able to roam and its significant mobility, as we do see this Twisted Fate locked in again for Arya. We did see how that turned out in Game 4. It wasn't a spectacular carry performance, it was a team utility performance, and it proved very useful.
It did, but it didn't have the great result we were hoping for. I'd like to see it get a couple more kills on the board, a little bit more gold in the pocket. They're most likely going to go that Rod of Ages, but it just feels like it can be a little bit lackluster if it's not given the lead it needs early. And Karma being picked up is a nice support to go with the Varus.
She has been typically banned away because people were concerned about the Ezreal Karma combination, but with Ezreal off the board, Karma is not even on the radar anymore, and so that Varus Karma combo, as you say, very, very nice. And Sivir also, though, having that spell shield, able to prevent that Q poke from the lethality build Varus, so spectacularly. But this is one of those engage tanks we were talking about.
Yeah, nothing speaks lockdown than playing Leona, and what a nice pickup it is. You can weather the storm that is the poke from Varus Karma, but at the same time, you can get in on these fights, because right now, SHG don't really have a tank to their name. It's going to force the hand of Evie to play something with a little bit more meat, maybe the Scion, but we'll have to see what they're going to start to ban out, as it is really the top and mid side for DCG that needs to be focused, but it is going to be that top jungle, the side of this SHG.
Yeah, excellent. And I do have a question for chat as well, because you referenced Twitch chat, but we never asked YouTube chat. Does a Zenith Blade count as a hook? In my opinion, it does. As a support main, I play it. I think that Chassis on a hook champ there. Going to get these spectacular engages, but Mundo has been banned away. He is not going to go where he pleases in this particular game, and I think that is a great ban. It's protecting their jungle. That would be a hard wall to get through for that Lee Sin.
Yeah, and I really like that. It makes a lot of sense. Mundo has been so dominant in a lot of these games that we've seen him in, so I love this banning phase. There's the Olaf, so now they're looking at top side. They don't want to get any of those aggressive top laners that love to scrap. At the same time, so apologies for that. Zenith Blade does not count as a hook. I just Googled it. Sorry, it doesn't count.
Is that because it's a sword?
Yes. It's not a hook.
Pike has a dagger.
No, but still a hook. It's like a fisherman's hook.
Okay, so it's the technical term.
It has like barbs
the
on it
ruling
too.
on it. Fair enough. But it's interesting that Olaf has been banned away, because just yesterday, Evie was able to outplay that Olaf. He was on his Renekton, and he actually issued sort of like a little post on social saying, "Thank you so much to Adam in the LEC for giving me so much practice against it. I knew how to outplay it." So interesting they've banned it, maybe just Evie not feeling it with the wrong championing available. And DCG, they saw what a Trundle was able to do last night. And I think this is the right time to ban it.
And I'm loving the Mel ban coming out too. That's just the strong mid AP damage that can come out. It's the Golden Eclipse is so predominant in a team fight. There's the Silas I talked about. I'm not sure how well it's really going to fit, but the benefit here is it can follow the Twisted Fate. You can use the same ultimate to get around, so you can play a little bit more aggressive. And you could probably look to take Ignite if you really feel spicy enough. But still, I like the Silas pickup. Let's see, they're saving their top for the counter pick.
And again, picking up that Silas right now and SHG not having their own jungler locked in, it prevents that Malphite pick. It's basically a pseudo ban against it because no one wants to give that ultimate over to the other team. You want to have that one all for yourself. But by playing this early, they could have let SHG pick the Malphite, then go for the Silas. So I wonder if the priority was right there. And you've called that Scion out earlier too. Evie just going to be that absolute beefcake, that level 20 Scion if it gets that late in the game.
Don't say beefcake.
I mean,
funny. I love it. That's just the perfect word for it. He is a beefcake, Logan.
Yeah.
I totally agree. Let's see. We're looking at potentially a Jax in the jungle, or is it going to be a Scion jungle that we have seen in previous days? But the Jax jungle, we've already got a lot of that AP in this Twisted Fate. This is a bit of an interesting comp coming out of SHG.
I like it. It's not a traditional draft.
Sorry, the Shen shocked me.
Are you
the
okay
Shen locked in. I am. I'm a little bit flabbergasted because
Wow.
Shen being locked in for this top side, it can do a lot with those taunts.
Yeah, just looking to trade into Scion, force him into fights that he doesn't want to be in with that taunt, as you call out. He has that sort of damage prevention, that shielding as well, so he will be able to trade quite nicely and has that global as well. It's a semi-global, but we're going to call it a global. And Silas being able to steal the Twisted Fate, suddenly, Relove DCG, they have more global pressure than SHG do.
There's a lot of globals. Again, I'm looking at this Shen as well. There's the safety behind keeping Fang alive is going to be so critical. And at a moment's notice, you're not really going to be able to react. So I think DCG have drafted really well. Now it comes down to the early execution. You can see coaches there really giving strong advice saying, most likely, stay proactive, stay on top of things. Again, SHG is going to have those early rotations to drags, especially with the Jax. You do have a little bit of that agency too, but Lee Sin is fast. The clear is clean. You can gank efficiently. It's going to be an interesting game, but SHG, they really need to close this series out if they want to go to finals.
Yeah, you are so right. Being match point for SHG, it is now all on them to close this one out. Relove DCG, they found their way back in. They won game 3. They have to be riding that high, knowing that their hopes are still there, still strong, and that they can take it to SHG. They've shown it before. They've shown it again here tonight. These compositions, I'm really liking how they both look. I know there's the globals, but there's definitely some more sort of traditional front to backing here. There's not too much agency to get these flanking angles.
Oh, and I like the vision going down. Vista needs to be very careful because there were so many members. We haven't seen that many heading down to a bot side because of the pace of the game. Minions spawn so much faster. There's not so many invades anymore, but I love that they were thinking about it.
Yeah, as you said, the first wave used to spawn at 65 seconds, but now it is 30 seconds. The observers are highlighting Florin is going to be late to that top wave. So we wonder what has gone on there. Maybe just a little moment watching that bot side play out, maybe trying to decide if he wants to head over there. But as you say, we have not seen
the heal going forward. They're so aggressive straight off the bat. Chelsea, what's going on?
Just has that bloodthirsty nature in him, just has that Zenith Blade ready to go, and that small CC that it can deliver.
Second Zenith Blade again, just unrelenting damage, but taking a half health is not the end of the world.
Yeah, but that's the kind of pressure that you need to exert, right? You need to close that gap, you whittle their health down, you get that priority, and this is part of DCG's game plan. They get that early priority in these waves, they get the early priority onto the dragons, and we know they love their jungle objectives. They've been the first every single time.
They have indeed, but now is it about to flip that script? But Chelsea on this Leona, I've not often you see one so aggressive, but the level 2 is that big item spike, is the big power spike, sorry. It's where you can get the lockdown. Marble needs to be so careful walking up trying to last it here. Chelsea will jump you again. And right now, they're 100% committed to landing these. I was going to say hooks. They're not a hook. I actually don't know what they are. A lockdown?
I'm in your head, mate. They're hooks.
Nah, you're not in my head. I confirmed it.
I am actually surprised, though, that Xiaoxi didn't go for yet another engage there in that brush. He had not been spotted. Marble was well within range, and the wave was in their favor. So maybe he's trying to slow it down now that they're back under that turret. Feng getting traded into heavily here, but does have that sustain from the spell shield. If you time it right, you actually negate the damage and heal yourself back up. So long as Feng has that mana bar, can trade.
Oh, but I love this, trying to get those roots off early. But at a moment's notice, Xiaoxi could turn this around. But the health difference is such a big part. This is the Vista special where you can just poke them out as this Karma and really negate this push in this lane.
Yeah, it will be really hard for DCG to trade into these two when they come online. It is a double poke comp on this bot side. But notably, Feng has taken that cleanse, and so has Marble. Feng definitely doesn't want to get that CC shut down, the chains of corruption, but Pyke... Oh. Little action in the mid.
Yeah, just a little bit. Nothing to write home about just yet.
Yeah, I do like Aria is like cycling the cards, walking forward because Van 1 is in that area, gets the vision down, just shows face and says, hey, you cannot gank my mid laner. I do not allow it. But as I was saying, those cleanses on both of the bot lane is because they recognize there is some serious CC potential from both sides as supports now making the way to the mid lane.
Yes, they're looking to get a nice little counter strike. The whole idea behind this is they really just want to get Aria on the reset just to give them a little bit of breathing room to back and get some items. So I really love to see this. Both teams really trying to support clean resets on both sides.
Support supporting? That's kind of wild.
Who thought that was possible?
Not me.
Oh.
Yeah.
I've got a great support that I duo with. We're fine.
Yeah, I have a great AD that I duo with.
Nice.
Yeah, it's pretty good. He's platinum now, though. He's left me behind.
Oh, that's a bit rough.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it'd be nice if you could carry me up there, but I've got to develop those skills myself, you know?
And you're getting damn close, mate. Don't you stress. You'll get there one day, just like everyone else in Twitch chat. Doja and YouTube as well. Don't worry. Challenger is right on that doorstep.
We believe in you. But right now, we believe in DCG. They are showing signs of life. That spark is back in the great move there from Vista to dodge that Zenith Blade. But Relove DCG, they've found a way back into this series. They took that game 3, and it looks like they're trying to bring that sort of same tempo here as well, because Pop9, he's already setting up for a play on that bot side if SHG walk too far forward.
And they've already reset, so it means they're going to go back, because now I feel like they knew some tomfoolery was afoot, because Van 1 is in his jungle already clearing it out, and that's just so rough to see. Marble's now just trying to hold the line, a little bit behind on that tempo with the farm, but it's not the end of the world. Van 1, if they get away with this, it's basically murder. As now, they're looking for it. Counter-strike is good. Let's see if Aria is able to capitalize and jumps away to Aria. A nice escape.
Yeah, that flash leap strike to be able to get away from what DCG were trying to do. They saw him deep in their jungle and they wanted to punish him. They did get that flash, so I would still call that a success. The first Drake, though, Pyke, it is now down on the Rift. And look at the wave states. Down on the bot side, DCG, they have that priority. Pop9, though, rotating to that top side just to get this Scuttle Crab, try and get that level 6.
Yeah, Pop9's just looking to keep a little bit of that vision. It's not the end of the world. It's a nice second Scuttle Crab. No fight's going to go over it. But you're right, this Dragon is up and available. But already seeing Marble and Vista are starting to back. They want to get a little bit of a reset, trying to get some more gold in tow. See if they can hold on just a little bit longer. Nice Dirk being picked up by Marble now. So the damage is going to be online just a little bit.
Yeah, that extra lethality, very, very nice. For that sort of lethality, Varus, as we were talking about, does have that Arcane Comet for that extra bit of poke. The Unsealed Spellbook, though, Aria has gone with, so giving him extra access, and ooh, Van 1 here.
One jumping out just at the right time, but no, Aria's coming to join the party. Here's Vista 2, it's a 3v1, but now, they're trying to dodge it out. Nice disengage. DCG really maintaining a bit of control, but that is a strong taco.
What kind of taco is it?
It's a strong taco. Did you see the emote?
No, I didn't.
It's the strong taco.
Oh, well, the taco bought enough time and space for DCG to go for that first Drake. We all knew it was coming. It's game 4. They've done this every single game. They push their waves in, they get their priority, they win the fight, and they'll take the first Drake. Because that means they can be the first to that Dragon stacking. It means it gives them the chance to that Dragon Soul at the 20-minute mark. But right now, just a little Ocean Drake and SHG.
For something. Xiaoxi really looking to get some damage out, but can't really do all that much damage. But clearing out the wards is always nice to see. Now they're looking to see if they can secure just a little bit more damage on this tower. And oh, Hongshu. Oh.
That was some fancy footwork from Arya there to dodge everything and just like try and hit the turret.
Yeah.
I loved it. Pop 9 though, deep here in the jungle, clearing out these camps. Van 1 on that top side there. Just again, he was punished earlier, but he hasn't been, you know, discouraged. He's willing to just keep on pushing into this jungle. He wants that pressure, he wants that advantage, whereas Arya wants this turret. Just walking into the face here, but top side, there's some heavy trading here, Pike.
Yeah, well, Evie's just this big tank right now. Getting that Balmy Cinder is so handy, especially with Florin, who is looking to play for the team most likely. Level 8 now, so the Stand United is online. It's all about how you use it. They're looking for these big fights. Pop 9 being spotted out on wards. They know they're on the Void Grubs, but Van 1's here.
Could definitely go for a steal here. Arya is rotating around, does have that priority, so it could suddenly be a 2-for-1. Dancing around that vision, Pop 9 gets the one and might look to contest as DCG, they bring more members.
Well, Xiao Ci's just here as well, so it just makes sense. The first support that rotates gets the grubs, I guess. Maybe it's not the early bird gets the worm, it's the early Leona that gets the grubs.
But I do want to talk about Florin just a little bit more. Does have that completed sort of Tiamat there, so that extra minion wave clear, so can't be bullied as easily. When the wave crashes, he's able to clear it out that much quicker, so it's a bit of protection for himself, preventing any potential dive threat there.
It's actually more a case, I would say, is you want to clear it out so you can rotate faster. You don't want to have to sacrifice a wave by going full tank, because now you get those auto resets too in the middle of a team fight. So you can do a little bit with this, and it's forcing this side, it's forcing Evie to say, I just have to keep shoving this guy in as much as possible, burning through mana, trying to get good resets, because all you have is a TP. Yes, you have the unstoppable force in a team fight, but that can only get you so far.
It can still get you most of the way.
Yeah, get you half of the way.
And half is more than none, I suppose. We do see that Scuttle Crab go down there, though. Van 1 able to get that priority, clear that Scuttle, get the vision, and DCG, they're in the bot side. There was that ward over the back of the pit. I'm like, surely not again. You know, Vista last night with the thresh hook over the wall, but it was warded this time around. But what I'm loving to see so far is Xiao Ci. Xiao Ci is leaving Feng alone. Feng is just happy to farm, get that solo XP as well, while Xiao Ci is roaming, clearing wards, being in those fights that SHG do not expect him to be in. Suddenly that 2v2, it's a 3v2, and you have to back away. So it's bringing that level of protection. That said, though, at the 10-minute mark, SHG, they find themselves at 1,000 gold up. Most of that lead in that mid lane.
Yeah, look, I don't even see how they're really controlling that lead. They don't have any objectives to their name, and they're somehow still up. I would put that down to just all of the gold across on these crystals. They've been pushing in waves. They've been trying to get things done. I don't know how they've actually secured this. It's quite impressive.
Well, Arya has been left alone in that mid lane. We have seen Hongshu move around a little bit, and he has been hard pressuring that turret. We were even talking about it, those fancy feet just to get those extra autos on that turret, and he now has that Rod of Ages, so he can start that stacking. He's now a bit more resilient, a bit tankier, but Pop 9 looking for a play on the top side.
And Pop 9 knows that no one's there, looking to see if they can get the engage, but now it is the Twisted Fate. There's the Stand United, straight back in. The knockups on 2 is just too good. It is clean coming out of Evie. Now they're trying to chase the rest. The gold card, the leap strike. Oh my lord, Van 1 read it like a book, and now they're looking at Hongshu. There is the Solar Flare to no effect. Again, the early Leona doesn't even get anything that time.
Yeah, that Solar Flare just clipped Evie, that slow, that potential threat of the stun. It just tells you, you know, back away. There's more members of DCG here in this area. So nice of Xiao Ci to rotate, but that initial engage from SHG, fantastic. They played that vision to perfection. Van 1's patience rewarded so well. You see the red ward. Observers turned it off for us so that we could be excited by this play. Arya instantly, and then we have Evie. The layering of the stuns here, DCG could do nothing.
And it was just so good to see. Even these strikes over to the backside, Van 1 getting some kills early is so nice to see. And you even saw Hongshu try to take the Scion ult. He tried to take that unstoppable force. That's not really the right ultimate you want. You really needed to have Twisted Fates to be able to match that quick rotation, and they just didn't have it because they used it before in that first fight.
And now we see SHG, they're here to take the second Drake of the game. Right on spawn, they drag it out just in case there's some wards or some vision to come down later, and they're putting that priority. They've committed these members. They're going to try and slow DCG down, and that is the name of the game when it comes to SHG. They love that slow. They love that methodical. And like last night, they have a serious lead right now as they secure that Chemtech Drake. They're just going to play it safe. They're going to play it clean and just death by 1,000 cuts.
There's no need to play aggressive when you are ahead like this. And yes, we're seeing Hongshu take on Aria. Here's Pop 9. Not going to look for anything too much. Very safe Aria is in this tower. But still, Hongshu should have the advantage as the game goes on. It's all about these quick rotations. But now Evie is strong too, 1-0-1. Same with Van 1, same scoreline. Gold is up, but you're right, Aria does have a lot of gold to their name. They just didn't spend it. Now, like you said, they've finished that Rod of Ages. It's stacking time.
We do love some stacks. We've been playing a lot of ARM Mayhem lately, and you can actually get Stackosaurus, so your stacks like stack twice as fast and 4 times as fast.
That's awesome.
Could you imagine if you had that here?
I don't think they'll ever bring Mayhem to draft, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That'll just be too much.
Yeah, I think so too.
That is a bit crazy.
But we do take a quick look at that gold lead. We have been talking about it a bit, and it's significant. At the 13-minute mark, they have that 2.5K, right? But 1.3 is in the pocket of Aria. And it's not because he's got so many kills. It's because he's got that control in that mid lane, that range advantage. He's got the 20 CS, but he's been chipping away at that turret. I dare say, if they go for this Rift Herald in that 1:20, that it would be able to charge and it would be able to crash it down and break open this map. And then I really think we're going to see SHG turn up the heat and apply that pressure to relove DCG.
Yeah, we really need to see Pop 9 really start to make some more moves. They got caught out, and there's the Zenith Blade going forward. Solar Flare is even better. Oh my lord, the play was just too clean. Chains of Corruption, it was just a little bit too far out from tower, but a fantastic pick from DCG.
Yeah, it's always good to see these signs of life, no matter how a game is going, and they just chip away at that gold lead, down by 500. A clean execution there from DCG. You do love to see it, but this trading on that top side continues. Evie is that Scion, and Van 1 making a look at play.
As the flash gets out from Florin, they're still trying to get those knockups. Can they survive just a little bit longer? Tanking it up, and an easy pickup, but the TP up on the top side. They have to flip the script. Evie needs to walk away from this one now, because it is going to be enough. The counter-strike is good. Do they have the damage? I think they've just given up Evie for dead. Hongshu is very happy with this and is able to pick up the kill if they can. The knockups there, and the shutdown gold too. But they pick up mid as well. Marbles locking down Xiaoxi in the mid lane.
The ultimate from Twisted Fate we thought was going to go topside, but he stuck around in mid and was able to convert that into a kill onto Xiaoxi. Yes, it's a support. Yes, there was 3 members of SHG, but it was only a Scion that you lost on the top side, whereas DCG, they lost Florin and Xiaoxi. A 2-for-1. SHG have to be happy with that.
2 for 1. Many birds, many grubs been eaten up this morning, or this evening, whatever time zone it is for you. I'm sure there's around the world watching. But no, Florin here really held their own right up until the last minute.
Yeah, really well tanked there by Evie as well. Obviously, being that Scion, that is your job. And just a clean layering of CC here too. They were able to do so much damage to Hongshu. I really think Evie was trying to buy time, potentially for this Twisted Fate ult, because if he was able to make it there, he certainly would have been able to get that kill back. But instead, they made this play in the mid where Vista engages, gets that slow, buys that time for Marble to start chipping away, and there's that Aria ult. It landed here in the mid.
And it was just too good. As you can see there, A did clear out that top tier 1. And it was a nice take going over with the Rift Herald to boot, actually. So we missed that in the replay. We actually saw they took the Rift Herald, instantly used it. Now they're trying to hold on and get a little bit more back. The gold lead has dropped now from that 2.5 down to 1.
Yeah, 1.1 at 16 minutes, that's not really that much. Really, it's negligible here at this point, but it is still that small lead. It is still the lead that SHG are comfortable with. They are up in kills right now, though they are down on the turret. As we did see during that replay, that topside tier 1 cracked with that Rift Herald, and that gold goes over to the pockets of DCG. Evie now is up against it. He's going to have to clear these waves and try and respond with his own topside tier 1 on to DCG. We take a quick look at these objectives though, Pike. 30 seconds until the next Drake. I have to think that SHG, they're going to contest this one. I mean, we already see Van1 here. We see that they've got some vision control.
Yeah, if you can get Xiaoxi chunked just a little bit more, it's going to make it so much easier because you lose that big engage. You lose a lot of the CC. All that's really left is Florin on this Shen, and that's going to leave Sion in a side fight. But Counter-Strike jumping over the wall, clearing out this really good vision, it's going to enable a little bit more freedom for the side of SHG.
Yeah, that priority. If you are low, you can't take these fights. Oh, Florin just missing Evie on the recall there. Evie does have that TP available, so does Florin, and it's
there
committed.
It is. But I think they didn't even really realize is Evie is now there. Dragon's been started up. They've just solidified their position, and I think they just have to give.
Yeah, Evie used that top lane role quest.
Or maybe
great
not.
Effect.
As they do secure the Dragon, but now the rest of the team's starting to collapse. They walk back up to the mid. I think they get out of there scot-free. Nicely done.
Florin left on that top side solo, though. He's able to chip away at this top side tier 2, potentially even get it, because Evie has to walk. Florin does have his stand united, does have his TP. He can go anywhere he wants at any time. So this is an excellent cross-map play from DCG. They went, you have the Drake. We're going to take your top side tier 2 at 18 minutes, Pike.
And that's a rough spot to be in, but for a Sion, it's not the end of the world. You can run pretty far. So I feel like it's not the end of the world. Yes, it's a tier 2. It's a little bit more gold, but the gold is actually completely the same. It is reset. Now they're looking for a little bit more, as it is Ari who's going to walk into so much. There's the gold card. It lands, but look at Vista trying to lock down those stuns. Florin is here as well. 4 members. Sion's looking for a charge. Florin has to dash over the wall to get away from Evie.
Yeah, that was kind of like a really disjointed, messy engage there as the Solar Flare committed as well, just to try and get something on the backside. Deep TP.
It's a big one, but they do look to steal another TP. Destiny has been picked up by Hongshu. Pop9 is just a slither above half health. Have to be careful as they're looking for a bit more damage, and it does land, but Marble's just not there yet. Only a Ginsu's to speak of. It's just a bit more movement speed, but they're looking for a re-engage.
Yeah, this is the fight that never ended, Pike. This started out so, like, slowly.
And they are fighting. It is like they're going up to the top side. It is Van1 who's getting caught. Hongxiao is here, but they do disengage again. That's the power of the Jacks.
These two are just dancing around one another right now. They can smell it. They need to win it both sides. If SHG win this game, they go to grand finals. If DCG win this one, they keep themselves in contention. Neither side willing to relent. Neither side wants to relinquish this game here. And you could tell that was a fight over nothing. As it was there was still another minute and a half before the Baron, 4.5 before the Drake Pike.
Yeah, look, they're just sort of trying to measure up and see who's got the skills and the hands, and I'm here for it because it is DCG starting to take a bit more control in this game. It's not a huge gold lead, it's only about 200, but it is just feeling very much in their favor. You can see it has turned so heavily.
Yeah, from that 4K lead and now over to sort of DCG, that's not what you want to see if you are SHG. That tells me the story that DCG is fighting back. They're still in this game. They've been able to chip away at your deficit and outlast you in these early stages of that slow play that SHG loves to do. Florin here, forced to retreat, does see that there are 2 members in the area and must respect the potential gank.
It's just a bit hard because Sion is really trying hard. Evie wants to be in these side lanes, but he keeps getting matched. He wants to be able to take some towers and then start to rotate, but early vision on the Baron is the key. Got to make sure you're tracking where these junglers are going, who's moving around first, because we have seen so much out of Xiaoxi.
Yeah, and that's something that really bears mentioning is that DCG, they have cracked 3 turrets. SHG, none. So DCG are so easily able to get that priority on these waves. Silas stole the Unstoppable Force ult to get back to that turret and clear the wave. So Evie is just struggling to get any entrance in anywhere. And with all of this priority DCG have for themselves, because they still have every single turret, they're able to manipulate this map. They're able to respond so much quicker than SHG can make the plays.
Yeah, and you can see a little bit of an engage by Florin there onto Arya, and it didn't really do all that much, but again, it's just to say we don't want you to have any sense of control. It's all the mind games at this point. Gold's so even, but Van1 does see Florin. There is a little scuttle that they could be looking to fight over. This mid tower is a site too.
Yeah, that poke coming down from Marble is starting to hurt Pike.
It's an interesting TP as Evie now is going to land on 2, but look at it's just too much. The counter-strike's good. It hits on 3, trying to survive, but Fang locks down Van 1. Now can they hold on and get some more damage off because Dragon's up in 45 seconds, but are they able to get anything else off it? The flash stun, the taunt is good. Xiaoxi went a little bit too deep. Marble's able to clean that one up. There is Arya looking for more. Can they land a gold card to get the damage off? No, they have to retreat.
That was an ambitious ult there. DCG able to retreat under the safety of their turret, so Arya had to kind of move that ult where he landed off to the side just to try and get some poke, and unfortunately wasn't able to connect. Ultimately, that massive fight just ended in a 1-for-1. The jungler for the support, and DCG, they've got to be happy with that because that Drake is 15 seconds away. Yes, SHG's jungler Van 1 is now up and alive and will be able to contest this if they want to, or they could let it go and possibly contest this Baron because it's also on the Rift, and this Drake, it doesn't matter.
Oh, look, every Drake matters, Logan. That is the difference. Yes, if you do give it over to SHG, they get to Soul Point, and that is a scary place to be. But at the same time, a Baron in either team's pocket is pretty scary. But now they're looking to move as a unit, Evie being that front line. But Van 1 off on the side trying to find Pop 9. There's the Dragon's Rage. It just knocks them back, saying, hey, this is my land now. But still, a lot of CC going down. Solar Flare's good. Is going to be enough damage as they're sending everything and more. Hongshu picks up Marble. They're trying to take out everything they do. Fang locks them down. DCG will not go quiet, and they're looking for more. They're trying to take this tier 1, but the Dragon is up.
The Dragon will be their reward. A fantastic timed fight there from DCG. They were just able to take the best that SHG had to offer and turn it against them there. They will get this 4th Drake of the game. They now have 2 in their pocket. They got the Rift Herald. They got the Grubs. DCG is such a jungle objective focused team that you have to be ready for them to go all in on every objective. And here, Evie is frontlining fantastically. He's where he needs to be, but it's almost this play off the side here that starts to break it open. That Dragon's Rage kicking away, and the access that Hongshu gains. He went over the wall and is able to come in that backside after that Solar Flare lands.
Oh, and it was just too much damage. Marble got caught out. The Solar Flare was on point, and then they were able to pick up Evie on the backside too. It's just a little bit of an unfortunate play for SHG.
Yeah, DCG do find themselves in that 1.2k gold lead at the 24-minute mark. Not overly much right now, but they do have that priority. They've shown SHG that they can fight them and are willing to do that at any time, and that Baron is on the Rift. Meanwhile, SHG, since we last talked about it, they've picked up 2 turrets. They've got that top side tier 1, that bot side tier 1, so now they are able to push waves out. They're able to buy some time and priority too when it does come time for these objectives.
Yeah, and Baron just being... maybe hitting it, Xiaoxi, is not the right call when your team isn't there. I don't know if a Leona can solo a Baron just yet, at least not in this patch. But still, Van 1 getting some deep vision, trying to maintain that control. They do see that Florin is on this bot side. They have control and knowledge. Now they need to start using it to their advantage.
Yeah, but look at Fang, 3-0-1, 30 CS up, Navori Flickerblade, Essence Reaver, and a Lord Dominic's Regard. That Sivir will shred Evie on that Scion if given enough time.
That's the absolute truth, and the cull is already completed too. Now with a red buff too. It's not looking too good. It's really going to come down to how much CC can they land. Florin walking straight past his Evie, trying to charge up that Q. The Decimating Smash not going to hit its mark. But now, it's all slowed down.
Yeah, we've bought some time. There's a reprieve. It's the calm before the storm, though, Pike, because as we've said before, this is that 4th game, and it matters so much. DCG, they're invading. They're getting that vision down. They want to see when and if SHG make that play on the Baron, because they know SHG love a good Baron. Van 1, though, on a ward, will be spotted, so DCG know where he is. They know they have the numbers. I still think SHG, they have some answers. They have that backline dive onto this Sivir if Feng's not careful.
Yeah, and with the Void Grabs too, it's just a little bit easier to start looking at these towers, especially this mid-tier 1. They did take a huge chunk of it. It's now coming down to who's going to get there first. Again, Sivir has the wave clear. They can just push in another wave, but do you wait for the crystals? Do you wait for the team to be a little bit more aligned? Hongshu has has the Chains of Corruption as well. We cannot forget this. That is a big ultimate in the right hands. Hongshu is the man for the job. Now it's about using it again. Where do they start to look? Where's the next fighters? Evie could be caught out. Pop 9, Hongshu off to the side. They see a lot of vision, but they decide to back out.
I think Evie is right where he wants to be, in the thick of it, trying to force DCG away from those flank angles that they are so obviously going for, but they really want this tier 1.
And the Chains of Corruption actually just missed completely, and it's not what you want to see, and it was Marble's Chains of Corruption too. So it's the wrong champion using the wrong ability at the wrong time. Oh, not ideal for that, but that's still a huge cooldown heading into this next fight. Dragon up in 1.5 minutes, and they're already sieging down on the bot side tier 2. Someone needs to respond.
Yeah, it feels like Relove DCG, they're everywhere on the Rift right now.
But okay, Aria's decided to respond anyway. Solar Flare goes out. Zenith Blade's good too, but Aria's just so low. The gold card, Fang is just a fierce monster in this game. Van 1's taken so low. There's really no response. Evie has to flash and get out of dodge. There's no response from SHG.
It feels like this game is slowly falling apart around SHG. Relove DCG, they're tightening their control on this game. They've been pushing the waves in, they've been pressuring, they've been in SHG's half of the map, I dare say more than their own by this point in time. They've pushed out that gold lead. It's now at around 3,500. They've got 2 Drakes apiece, and that other Drake, it's the next Drake, the 5th one, up in 30 seconds, and DCG with their prior 1 Drakes, they will absolutely go for this one.
And this is DCG's game to win. They are looking so strong right now. They're playing so smart. The call here is, though, how do they close out the game? Sion will be a monster as it goes on. The Shen, yes, is tanky, but is it going to be enough to deal with a big Sion?
Yeah, and I like the proactivity coming out of Aria, but it was just too deep. Xiaoxi read the play, Solar Flare flash, Zenith Blade into that stun. Aria could do nothing, while the rest of DCG on the other side forced SHG back behind their tier 2 turret. It just felt like they don't have those answers for this one.
No answers, and Dragon's already about to be taken over. DCG solidifying that sole point. They're looking for more, and the damage is starting to stack with these Infernal Drags.
Yeah, 2 Infernal Drags plus the Ocean, so they've got that little bit of extra healing. They've got that extra damage to boot. And I mean, the advantages they've got across the board right now. Feng 4-0 with another BF sword. That damage is significant. And right now, it feels like Marble, who is 60 CS down, is struggling to find a way in. And I have to say it's Relove DCG because they're the ones pushing for the fights. They're the ones deciding who fights when and where. And it doesn't give SHG an opportunity to put Evie in front of you. You don't get Van 1 in front of you. You are exposed.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just looking like the team fights are just not ideal. So how do you break up the team fight if you are SHG? For me, it's sadly, you got to start putting Van 1 in a side lane and trying to take these towers. Yes, you have Aria trying to do that. With the ultimate, it does help, but this Twisted Fate is not having the same effect that we've hoped for in the past, and it's happening again tonight.
Yeah, but interestingly, Twisted Fate does still have that gold advantage. Has farmed so hard, so well over the course of this game that still has a 600 gold lead over Hongshu, despite Hongshu also having 2 kills. Does have that arm guard though for a little extra survivability, does Hongshu. And obviously being able to steal these ults, look at that. That Q-poke, that would normally do 40-50% of your health. So that just tells me how far Marble is behind. As DCG, they've pulled the trigger on this Baron.
And it makes sense. They want to pull it because they can just turn the fight around. Zenith Blade coming out from Xiaoxi, Solar Flare onto Marble on the backside. That is the concern. Now, they're just looking at Evie because they know they can just chunk out. Now they're looking for a little bit more as Pop 9 gets taken so low. Is there going to be enough damage? They're looking for anything they can. Evie, Van 1, trying to get into the counter-strike is good, but no, Fang picks up the unstoppable. Evie's gone too. Hongshu picks up this Sion. The zombie's nowhere to be seen. It's just gone. Now the Baron is ripe for the picking.
This is SHG in shambles, Pike. It feels like they're not able to put together a good fight. Right there, that was 4 DCG pressuring 5 SHG away from that Baron pit. It was a late Stand United from Florin, who finally turned it into that 5v5. And while they're 2-manning this Baron, they're also taking turrets across the Rift here, Pike. This is Relove DCG's game to lose right now because they are in control. They are everywhere and together when they need to be.
Oh, look, I would say it's their game to win, Logan. I think you flipped that a little bit around because they are looking so fierce and so strong in this Game 4. They want to go to a Game 5. They love the Silver Scrapes. They love the reverse sweep. And this gameplay is proving why they deserve to go to finals too.
Yeah, they are the second seed in the LCP, and it's for a good reason. We're seeing it here and now. Obviously, SHG, Game 1, Game 2, they were so strong and really loved, yeah, you love to see it. We go to the coach room, they're cheering them on, they're supporting their team. They know that they almost have this one in the bag, and look at the damage from Fang.
It's a Fang party right now. These boomerangs are everywhere and nowhere, and they're coming right back with damage.
That's it, so much damage, not even Evie on that Scion can handle it. But look at the level difference as well. Florin, level 19, but enough of that. They're sieging the base. They all have the Baron buff. They're full health, full Barons. I have to imagine DCG is going to want to push this one in from here.
Look, and this is the rough start. This is the end of the game, basically, if they look to close it out. Inhibs are about to go down on this bot side. The Baron minions are just so strong. They're getting everything they need. It is really on SHG to hold something. They got something back in this top side. Yes, it's a tier 2, but they just lost half their base.
Yeah, the minions are going to finish off that inhibitor on the bot side, top right of screen, but the fight breaks out in the mid.
And they still want more Solar Flare, but doesn't really turn into anything too big.
Yeah, it was just on Evie. That is not the target you want to hit with your Solar Flare. You want that squishy backline. You want Marble. You want Arya on that Twisted Fate, who's here frantically defending this minion wave in the bot side, farming that gold up to try and get something back. Does have 4 full items, but honestly, Pike, I wouldn't be able to tell with the impact he's having right now.
You're so bang on. It feels like it's a one-item Twisted Fate, really trying to hold that line, but at the end of the day, what can you do when you have a spell shield for free on your Sivir? You can block a gold card. You can block so much of the incoming damage. Yes, Arya has that gold lead right now. It's a 1.5k. That's kind of semi-keeping them in the game, but 6.2k gold lead for DCG right now. They just need one good play, one dragon play as it spawns to close out this game.
If they secure this dragon, they will get that Infernal Soul and this ward.
Hongshu caught out, Chains of Corruption land. They do go golden, but is it going to be enough as they do get the knockups? The Stand United is good. The survivability is just too much, and they turn the tides. Fang is undeniable and will close this out. It's too much as Pop cleans up on the backside. It's a clean fight out of DCG. Evie's the only one standing, and he's on a ward. He's got to be so careful. He's the last line of defense, and it is DCG closing out game number 4. We got Silver Scrapes again, Logan.
2 games this week have gone to Silver Scrapes, Pike. They take the Nexus, they take game 4, and we have such a good series on our hand here, Pike. I cannot believe it.
And you honestly, I don't believe it. Sometimes history repeats itself, and in the semi-finals of the LCP, we are seeing history being made. Silver Scrapes again this week. We had it night 1, we're getting it night 3.
We are definitely being spoiled here. What a fantastic game. Initially, it did feel like it was going over to SHG, but DCG, they weathered the storm. They flipped the script and they turned it into their slow play, and they were able to build that lead and close it out in that team fight at the end there.
I feel like SHG really need to flip this start of the draft on its head. They need the counter pick. They need an ace in the hole that's going to help them out, and I'm not talking about Twisted Fate using those cards, a different ace, because right now everything they're trying to bring in this game 3 and game 4, it's just not working. DCG just have an answer for everything, and this is what we expected from our seed 2.
Absolutely, and I mean, one of the things we see here, the damage coming out of Fang, that is so much, nearly 41 1,000, but Marbles did put up some good numbers, 33,000 himself, but it was just ineffective. There was no wall in front of him to protect him, and he just was unable to sort of connect on the targets he needed to when he did. And this was that early game where SHG and DCG, they were kind of going at it here, trying to get that early lead, early advantage. I liked this play here too, but it just wasn't enough to get them ahead early.
Yeah, and you can even see Evie here getting caught out as they're so low taking up that tower. Hongshu is looking for a prevent one. I think you could just probably hear Evie saying, "Leave me, bro. It's just not my time. I gotta go." And they're just saluting each other as you see them walking off. But this is where the Hongshu started to get really strong. And even this kill that we see, really good collapsing coming out from the side of SHG. But they've just used almost everything to do it.
Yeah, that was 3v1 versus 1 support. That is not the amount of resources you want to be committing. And Pop9 was a menace in this game as well. Always had Van 1's number, able to get some excellent Dragons Rages. But when you see those chains of corruption go out and it doesn't result in any kills, that's a sad day to be a Varus.
Oh, 100%. And when it just feels like this Leona was making so much more of an impact than the Karma, it just shows CC is king. Movement speed is good. Yes, you get that from the Sivir already, but it's just so hard when, yeah, one chain of corruption hits, they might be able to get something, but they still survive. Pop9 should be dead here. The Stands United really came in clutch for a majority of these fights, and I'm just really struggling to see what SHG is trying to pull together.
At least in that game 4, that draft, it was a bit confusing. We did see Arya on that Twisted Fate earlier and didn't have that sort of massive single lane, like the solo lane pressure you would expect from it.
Yes.
He did play for the team, and in this case, even playing for the team, it just still wasn't good enough. We saw some light where they stacked CC very heavily, 3 after each other, and it just wasn't enough. They didn't have the damage coming out of Arya.
And look, that's okay. It just means we get a game 5 here, Logan. That's the best part.
Absolutely. We are on Silver Scrapes here, Pike, tonight. We have been treated, we have been spoiled. It is 2 times in the finals week of the LCP. It is... It is the semi-final. It is the 5th of our best of 5. Winner goes to the grand final. Loser is knocked out Pike. But we'll be right back after this break, because here in the LCP, we're made for this. Welcome back to the LCP for Game 5 of tonight's Best of 5 semi-final series between SHG and DCG.
These two teams really like to give me a bit of a heart attack because right now we're in a Game 5 of the semi-finals. Almost unheard of that these two teams can be so similar yet so different.
We are being treated, we're being spoiled because of the diversity in the LCP.
Yep.
For the first time in the LCP's existence, the top three, LJL, VCS, PCS, all three regions represented here. But unfortunately, the way these things go, one team has to get knocked out here tonight, Pike.
Look, and that's a scary thing as we see SHG have decided first pick red side again. I don't know if that's the right call. I feel like you should be looking at second pick. Get the counter pick for your own team. That's just going to give you a little bit more pressure. But I guess when you get so close, maybe there are solo picks that you think are going to win the game. But we've seen them come through and through. Oriana, Varus, they just have not been the answer in these games.
Yeah, these powerful individual picks that we've been seeing across the split all season long as we get a little eyebrow raise there. You can tell their spirits are good. These guys, they're professionals. They've been under this pressure before and it will not break them. That is Florin, the top laner of DCG, and he has been dove again and never cracked. So we do love to see it. But here in the semi-finals, this is the last chance for both of these teams to move forward to that grand final against Team Secret Wales.
And the big question is what champions are we going to see this time, Logan? There's still so many options available, but not enough. Look at that. That's maybe one of the slowest we've seen. He's still feeling confident. Evie knows what he wants. He's going to go for it. He's our star top laner. We've looked at both Florin and Evie. One gave a thumbs up, one gave us a sneaky eyebrow raise, and regardless, they're all giving us an exceptional show tonight.
Definitely, but we do go to this draft where it's all on the line. This is the last opportunity to make your statement, to put your best foot forward. And some of these bans we've seen before. Gwen banned away by SHG and Ash from DCG.
Ban Blitzcrank. Just get rid of it. It has to go. Xiaoxi's hooks are still too good. It's the last one available.
Leona was a hook, I swear, I promise you.
I don't know about that.
But if Blitz gets through, I would have to question why. Like SHG, if they let it through, they must have an answer for it. Maybe something like a Braum who is still available. There are champs that you don't want to hook, and that could potentially be a kind of response if they feel like they have a higher prio ban. We saw Mel last game.
Yeah, we did, and that was going to be a bit of a spicy one if it did get through, but it didn't, and we saw a better response with the Silas coming out, being able to do just as much damage and move around the map. But still, we're seeing the Akali, the LeBlanc being banned out, a little bit more mid-focus as we're taking these priority picks off the board. But with Ashe gone, I feel like Braum might not have the same standing, because you still lose the Ashe Seraphine, but you lose Ashe Braum too. But Olaf now banned.
Olaf banned away again, was banned here in Game 4 too. But I want to point out some things that haven't been banned and are still available, and it's still these mid laners, Pike. We still have that Azir, we still have that Talia, these play-making mid laners. So I'm wondering if they will even get picked up, let alone banned. Malphite, still not banned. Bard, still not banned. And there's the Yone.
Look, Bard has to be picked up here at the same time. You can give the hook, but maybe you throw out a Tempered Fate just to stay alive a little bit longer. But it's still any team's game. There's still some picks that you could look at. Cassiopeia, Syndra, still very relevant in this mid lane. But what can you really bring to the party? I'm thinking Zyra Khan is still available too, Logan. Like, that has to be considered. If you pick a priority AD carry or support here, you do get matched out with this. So what does SHG look to lock in and prioritize? Talia.
That global pressure that Talia can bring, that Weaver's Wall, that's also not only just a global, but it's also a playmaking tool, not because it can move you around, that's obviously a nice part of it, but it's able to cut the fight in half. It's able to put a wall and say, you can't get to us, or, you know, it's 1v5 on our terms. So I do like this pickup. It's a late game 5, but it's such a strong mid laner, in my opinion. And those pebbles will prevent any kind of dashing kind of champions in that mid lane if they want to go for that.
And DCG now locking in that Dr. Mundo, the tank in the jungle. They've been so scared of that scaling. The objective control from DCG has been so on point. You just know Pop 9's going to be at the Grubs, they're going to be at the early drags, and Azir as well to match with the Talia is going to be so strong. These team fights are already looking so good for DCG. I can't believe Azir got through in Game 5, let alone, it should have been in Game 3 or 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely one of the stronger mid laners. Look at that win rate though. 3 wins, 15 losses.
Oof.
So I dare say whilst Azir still has that Emperor's Divide, the playmaking tool, it's more just the team fighting synergy that has happened around him. But you put a Mundo in front of that Azir, he's going to be untouchable. And this is the power of second pick. Every single team tonight who's had the right of side selection, they've gone for first pick and they've gone, yep, we'll grab this one powerful one. But as you've said, and as we've said time and time again, the second pick, you secure 2 of the best for the roles that you want.
Correct. And the Trundle being locked in makes the most sense. It was banned out last game too. They're now bringing it in for the side of SHG to deal with this Mundo. The tank shredder themselves is on the Rift. And we're seeing this Troll who's going to get a little bit dirty out here, doing the hard work. But now, what do you really pair with it? You could look at the top side, leave open a lot more picks, and Yorick is picked up.
Yorick's laning pressure is significant. DCG is going to have to send some resources to this top side. We have seen Evie pilot Yorick before, and he does so very, very well. But I do like your call there. Trundle, using that ult, able to strip that armor away from Mundo, make him that vulnerable target and just so much easier to take down. But also earlier, we saw the Zahen come through and no Aatrox. He's finally hit the Rift here.
Now it's back online. It's only been played once before. Now's its second time to shine. It looked so good in the game we previously had it on. Let's see if it has the same performance, because I'm looking at DCG and that lineup is very stacked. The same time though, there's a lot of control, there's a lot of movement coming out from SHG, whether they can use that there to advantage or let this Yorick sit in a side lane and just split push.
You were so right, that Aatrox was piloted so fantastically by Ejung in last night's Game 3 between SHG and GZ, and I'm sure DCG are hoping to be able to replicate that here tonight. He was such an effective frontline, he was such a strong threat in the faces of SHG. So whether they can respond to it here again tonight remains to be seen. They're gonna have to, but the other bans, the second round bans, they're starting to come through. Banning away that Lucian, I mean, Nami's already gone. Is she? No.
No,
Nami's
she's not.
Still up.
Look, that makes sense. If you get rid of the Nami, you can't really have Lucian Nami. They do ban out the Nami now, because you can pair it with other things, it's just not as good. But burning that ban might not be the worst thing, because, like I said, Zyra Rakan's available, Misfortune Rel is available. These team fights are looking so good now.
Zerayumi also still available. A powerful bot lane that we've seen 2 nights in a row before now, so will it make an appearance here tonight? Because the bot sides, they have not been locked in. We just wait.
Bard.
Banned.
Like, as I say it, Bard had to go.
Yep.
Get it off the board. Makes a lot of sense.
I mean, we see it across the world in League of Legends. Bards, that tempered fate, that journey, but just so powerful, able to make and break plays, stop you from doing anything, and be able to start up for your side as well. So I really like that ban. I would have loved to have seen it get through, and equally so on the other side, Nico. We're not going to see that Tangle Barbs Pop Blossom combo make it through here tonight, Pi.
Look, and I'm a big fan of that. I think it's smart getting it off. That's your big sort of team fight filler. It can engage, it can start. But now that you're looking at the Rakan, you have to almost take away the Xayah. Like, so what do you pair with that with the right support? Or do you give over the Xayah Rakan and just enable it? Because Rakan by themselves is a very strong support. And it's a Misfortune, means they're looking at the Rel.
Yeah, such a classic combination, that Rel MF being able to deliver so much CC, that crash down, that stun, that magnet storm, and it can set the whole team up for success, not just Misfortune. It keeps you in those fights a little longer than you would like, and Rel is so tanky too, which would complement this front line that DCG has built. Aatrox, no slouch. Mundo, we know how hard he is to kill, and you put a Rel in the mix, good luck getting on to that backline of Azir and Misfortune.
And there it is. It makes the most sense. In the final game, get the Xayah Rakan. It's so strong. It's standard. It will help you survive and weather any kind of storm. You have so much safety as well for the Xayah with that Feather Storm. If you pick Lissandra, I'm going to absolutely love it, but you're going to go Rel.
They've been watching the LCK. They know what Carrier has been up to there. But this is the classic combination. It's almost two of the most classic combinations in these bot sides. That Zyra Khan into that Misfortune Rel. So really looking forward to see how these two teams want to pilot it. I was just looking at that smile and I'm like, is he going to make a cheeky last second change up?
No,
but he's locked it in.
It makes so much sense and I'm here for it. Both teams are looking so good and you wouldn't expect to see a Talia in the 5th game, let alone an Azir, a Mundo, the Aatrox, Misfortune, Rel. These are lineups that you would love to see in a solo queue because they're just all about getting it done.
And this is what you said earlier, if I may re-quote you there, Pike.
Please.
The ace in the hole.
Oh.
Both teams have managed to keep at least one for themselves.
Which ones are they?
Well, okay, so it's Talia for SHG.
Of course.
And I dare say Yorick for Evie. I think that's a sleeper pick for him.
Yeah.
But obviously on the other side, we also had that MF. I think combined with that Rel in that draft, a very, very strong choice.
I think you're going to be worried about that Mundo too, because as the game goes on, if they get a couple objectives, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse, and really only the Xayah can handle it.
And we know that DCG love their objectives. We know that they love to collapse around them, bring the whole team to bear, and they will get the objectives. They will be able to fight it out successfully if they get that priority, if they get that vision control too. But we are getting ready. This is the last game of tonight's best of 5 semi-finals between our 2nd seed, Relove DCG, and our 6th seed, SoftBank Hawks Gaming. Will the Hawks soar, or will DCG be able to clip their wings?
That is the big question. The crossroads of destiny are here. Can Relove DCG make that path ready and available for them? But it is on the Hawks to get it done tonight. They had a great first 2 games. DCG flipped the script 3 and 4. Now it's at 5. It is any team series to confirm here right now.
As you say, the early fighting.
Yeah, Florin's up there too. Van 1's in a bit of a cheeky spot. Let's see if they can hold on as the blue buff does spawn and the flash over the wall. Flashes again. Florin is holding on as long as they can. One more hit will do it. Evie's picking up a kill as well. They're all just trying to hold on. What is this shenanigans? The minions have spawned and you're still fighting. Evie's just hard committing. Why not full send? As it is Hongshu 2. What is going on, Logan?
2-1 in favor of DCG. That early invade, rewarding them for that aggression. We were talking about how the minions, because they spawn 30 seconds earlier, you get punished so much harder for these invades. But DCG, they've got to be happy with that. The flash burnt from Florin, but the flash from Evie and Van 1.
And you could not have a better start to any game for Pop9. 2-0-0 at the very start. This Mundo's going to be stacking.
That scaling is now going to come online so much faster. And I just have to ask why SHG stuck around and decided to fight this one. Arya was getting a good flank angle, but decided to back away in the face of Hongshu and Pop9, which left Evie alone in essentially a 1v3 here.
Look, and I guess at that point, Ari just said, I'm sorry, my guy, you're a little bit deep and I can't follow. And they're trying to hold on a little bit more. If they could get Hongshu, it wouldn't have been the end of the world. It would have been a 2 for 2, but the spacing was just too good.
You are so right. Pop9 body blocking a lot of what Arya was able to put down there, definitely keeping their counterpart Hongshu alive. And now it's a 2-kill, 2-assist jungle mid laner. And unfortunately, Evie is the one who bore the brunt as well as Van 1. So it sets their jungle behind, it sets their, topsider behind as well. It's not the end of the world, as you say, it's only a 500 gold lead, but it's still something, it still matters. It speaks to the proactivity of what Relove DCG are bringing to the Rift here in this Game 5.
And this is the scrappiness we've been saying all night. They're getting their hands in the dirt. And you know what? It's in the jungle instead because they're just trying to get things happening. It's a totally different game. You can see nice little lockdowns, but it's a re-engage too with a Ren too is nice to see. And it is now on this side for SHG to put it onto Marble and give them the tools that they need to engage more. But a flash burn, you know what? Don't worry about those tools.
A flash for free you take any day, and Marble is the one that popped it. Just so scared of that Xiaoxi re-engage, that potential Rel MF follow-up. Pop 9 here just walking into the jungle of SHG, and we see that engage again on the bot side.
Oh, it's just so much damage. Xiaoxi as well is feeling so good. They had a rough start to the full series, but now they're starting to come back. You got them on a tank with such good engage. I'm expecting some big magnet storms this game.
I mean, already engaging again here, Pike. This is the Xiaoxi we saw on Leona in Game 4. Just engage, fight, fight, fight.
And the healing's good, but it does stop Fang from doing a little bit more, trying to get extra damage. But no, there's the barrier, and it is Xiaoxi picking up another kill.
Look at this. There's already another topside roam here too, Pike.
Oh, Evie's caught in the wrong place. No Maiden to help, but here comes Van 1. Is it a little bit too late? As no, they have to back off.
Yeah, really good movements there by Evie to be able to get in that brush, be harder to see, get that wall down as well, preventing Pop 9 accessing him, buying that time. Van 1 showed face, so DCG, they had to respect it. But DCG, they must be loving this here. They're off to the races. They're up 3-1 in 4 minutes. It's a kill per minute here already, Pike, and 30 seconds till the Drake.
And it's still a semi-finals regardless. And yes, Dragon is up 30 seconds. It's the Hex Tech. Is it going to be enough? The Talia is getting a little bit more control in this mid lane too. Do they get the first reset, looking for the first back, and try and get down there? But still, Hongshu might want to cancel it out and does stop the back.
Yeah, really important tempo play there to prevent that back. You're not able to go back to base, buy the items you want to see as we see this re-engage, and it's just Xiaoxi. He was constantly doing these crash down stun combos, allowing Feng to get that Q poke down, and unfortunately because Marble had burnt that flash so much earlier in the face of that Xiaoxi engage, was just left for dead here. Nothing he could do to get away.
Okay, it's all right. Don't even worry. Someone else about to die pretty quick. That was Talia.
Yeah, that was Arya there taking that recall, left on what must have been double digits health. I'm looking forward to seeing how that transpired, but Pop 9 already being so active on this bot side, obviously recalling right now, but if SHG pushed too far forward, he could punish.
Oh, look, I think the reset's kind of nice. We're going to be looking to get some vision on this Dragon too. Trundle is in the area, so it is Van 1 being as proactive as possible. Again, it is a shredder of objectives, so it makes sense that they want to rotate first. They got the early shove. Now they're looking to take the objectives. It's a very different SHG we're seeing. They are being more proactive in the early game because we did see the backing from Pop 9, but he is still very strong. 2 Giants belts is going to help in these fights. The grand entrance is there. Is it going to get anything else done? As there's the Weaver's Wall locking them in place, but the rest of the team, SHG, are looking a little bit too low. Marble, no flash. Fang picking up a free kill. What is going on? SHG, they're just in their own heads.
Relove DCG collapsed so well. They brought all of the team down. That Weaver's Wall far too late to prevent any access. It only stopped Hongshu, but they didn't even need him. I do like that SHG, they stepped up to this Drake first, but because we know DCG put so much priority on it, but it just did not work for them. Vista spotted on the ward. That grand entrance, as you so rightfully called, it missed everybody, and he just took too much damage to be able to engage again. And Xiaoxi knows who he's after. The crash down onto Marble, still that flashless AD.
And you can't make these proactive plays when you're not level 6 as Xayah. You have to be so careful. You have no flash. You have no barrier. Barrier's only just come back up. You're so far behind. You've bought a crit cloak just to stay somewhat relevant. That is not a good sign.
You are so right, and as far as signs go, they are all in favor of DCG right now. The Grubs are up in 40 seconds. They will doubtlessly want to go for this, but they don't have that priority. Yorick does get the shove typically, and we go back to this bot side. SHG, they've got to be careful. They're falling further and further behind with each and every minute.
Oh my lord, Marble, just please be safe. Just relax. Don't go up to the wave. You just have to concede a little bit. Yes, you're keeping up in CS. It's great, but it's just not looking good. As we've hit the level 6 mark, Fang now has that bullet time to boot, and it's going to start to hurt. Pickaxe, the cull's almost halfway done. This Misfortune's going to come online very quickly.
Yeah, and once that Bloodthirster comes through as well, has that extra survivability, that sustainability, the typical first item that she does go for. We do see DCG, they are immediately on to these grubs. Pop 9, as you said, with those 2 belts, just that much tankier, able to more confidently move around, take these objectives with less help too. We do see some recalls coming through for SHG. They're not going to be contesting any of these objectives, and the vision control is lacking, dare I say, from both sides. There's 1, maybe 2 wards on the side of DCG from SHG, and only 1 in kind from DCG.
And this just feels like a totally different SHG that we've seen from this first series. The first 2 games, they looked so dominant. They were in control. They had the tempo. They knew exactly what they were doing. Now that the champion pool's gone down, it just feels like they're lost.
Yeah, that was a really aggressive heal there too. Xiaoxi popping that E to get that extra movement speed onto Feng, and that heal really trying to pressure that bot side duo. Marble does have that flash up, so it is Xiaoxi's mission, his goal, to burn that as soon as he can and just make Marble so much more accessible. We see them trading into Marble already. This is where all the action is going to be happening tonight, Pike.
Where?
On the bot side.
Oh, yeah.
Did you miss that?
Yeah, I did actually. Yeah, I was zoned out. I was actually mesmerized by that Yorick farming. Genuinely, I was just like, whoa.
It has a CS advantage on the top side.
That's what I mean. I was looking at it. I was just like, wow, this is a really good job. But
good
yeah,
cleaver.
Pop 9 knows how to land those cleavers. This is just Mundo dodgeball all over again.
Already has Heartsteel.
Yep, that's gross at 9 minutes.
Yep. I would love to see the stats on that one, if that is the fastest Heartsteel we've seen. Vista trying to get some fancy feet to dodge his cleaver.
Is it going to be enough? As you do see, Van 1 is trying to come down. Pop 9 is just so big. That's a bullet time. The barrier's burnt to stay alive and stay relevant so you can get back. But they're proxying down in bot side. It's unheard of at this point. They have just got so much control. They're that far ahead. They can do no wrong. They're just bleeding them out from XP.
Yeah, they're just stuck between their tier 2 turret. They can't walk up. That turret will be losing plates. They just can't get through this. Mundo already. Rel, also a tanky kind of support, has that Kindle gem, has the health bar to boot, and they're able to just turn around and threaten this AD duo on the bot side at a moment's notice. They have to respect it.
And they're just cancelling their backs too. Like, what can you... Their tower's at half health at 10 minutes. Like, there's just nothing they can do in this situation. They're literally just being gate-kept.
Yeah, SHG isn't even sending anyone to help them right now too.
They can't.
So they're just going to get bullied out of this.
Yeah, look, this is not even a slow bleed. This is a big bleed. 2.5k gold lead for DCG. They've had the secret recipe all along, and they just had to wait for the right time. They had to wait for the oven to cook a little bit. They needed to make sure the batter was rising in the fridge. And now the cake's ready to go, and they want to finish this out clean and true.
And because they were proxying so hard, so long under those 2 turrets, they have so much priority on that bot side. DCG, it's more likely than not that they're going to be able to get this Drake. I do note that Pop 9 is rotating around to that bottom side, so they'll probably get that vision down. They'll probably pick up this second Drake, and most likely uncontested. Yes, Marble and Vista are in that bot side. They have it pushed up, but they're so far behind. Marble's a full level down on Feng, who just completed the Bloodthirster.
And that is so big. The CS difference in this bot side is crazy. It was just that early flash that they burnt out of this Xayah. Marble could do nothing. And then they were zoned out for 5 minutes. And that 5 minutes has turned into a monster lead, almost a 2k gold lead just on the 80 carries alone. How do you come back from it? That's the big question. Van 1 says maybe it's in topside.
Maybe it's in topside, getting these ganks, preparing, but Florin has to know something's up. Aria would be missing on this map as well. Van 1 has exposed himself. It's a big wave crashing, Pike.
But can they do it as Florin is getting chunked out? He's low. He's used that world ender, but the whole team is here, and Evie is locking in the kill.
Yeah. Great play. That might be the way they get back in. Unfortunately, they also hand over that Drake to Pop 9. So DCG, as we know, they love their jungle objectives, now has 2 Drakes and the grubs. But Pike, there's just action all across the rift.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It is just action all across the rift because now Marble's in the mid lane trying to get some remnants of gold back in their pocket. Xiaoxi's now looking up and says the whole team's still here. Maybe we can keep fighting. Weaver's Walls just to keep themselves in the game a little bit longer. That's not the kind of cooldown you want.
I really do like Xiaoxi there pressuring from the flank, that Magnet Storm in an attempt to try and rip Arya off of that Weaver's Wall because you can actually knock them off of it. You can interrupt it. But Marble trying to get some CS back in the mid lane, as you so rightfully called out. That lane rotation coming through from Florin. He's headed to that bot side, as is Evie. But the damage is so serious. Both sides have picked up the tier 1 turrets, but DCG got it first. So they also got that cash injection.
3k gold at 13 minutes. This could be a quick and nutty game, Logan. That is what I'm scared about. It's been so close, tooth and nail all the way through. Arya, you do not have the Weaver's Wall again. There's the Emperor's Divide. I can just take this one nice and slow. I don't think Arya can do anything about this. And Hongshu picks up the kill.
Yeah, Pop9 just tidily hands that one over to Hongshu, tanks up all the damage that Arya is able to put back out, and says, you know what, you need this gold more than me. I'm already accelerated. Here's that kill.
Yeah, there's the bullet time again with the Featherstorm just to try and keep themselves healthy. As, again, Fang's just getting so much gold.
Yeah, up 30 CS right now, as well as 1 kill. Marble has to climb a mountain to get back into this game here, Pike. I mean, Hongshu, he's already going past the turret on this top side. He knows there's no one from SHG in the area. That gold lead, 4.5k, they've almost got all 5 role quests completed.
Oh, look, it's not even that. They're looking at all these objectives and saying this is just free. Like we've seen games where Mundo's fallen a little bit behind and still a threat. What do you do against a Mundo that is that far ahead? 2-0-2, 1.5k gold up. Van One's Trundle cannot even dent this guy.
Yeah, he even has the Merc Treads, which means that charm that's going to come through from Vista is going to be that much slower. So he knows exactly how he's building and who against. So this Mundo, he will not be stopped. He's going to get tankier, he's going to scale so much harder and be that much more difficult to deal with, especially because, as you called in the draft, this Xayah is probably going to be the only one that can deal with him. How are you going to deal with him? And he's accelerated and you're so far behind.
I think they've always had the answer of how do you deal with the side of DCG, and it's you're looking at Florin. They know he's a threat, but now that they've put so many eggs into that basket, sadly it's not Easter anymore and you can't find those chocolate eggs. But now they're looking at Xiaoxi, who may have overstepped just a little bit. Weaver's Wall's coming in. They're now committing. The flash comes out, but no flick back. Xiaoxi can get out alive.
Yeah, that Weaver's Wall was at maximum range, so unfortunately wasn't able to trap and keep them there, but they used the priority that they've got on that bot side where SHG was trying to make the play to get that Rift Herald on the top side. Pike, I mean, this game just, it's not leading into many kills, but it's also not slowing down. DCG, they're just making play after play, pressuring SHG, bullying them.
Yeah, look, and look at Pop9. He's following this troll into his own river and he's underneath his own bridge. He says, this is my territory now. You're not allowed back. The doctor is in. So now it's how much damage can they do? You don't get the blue buff, but your presence alone is enough to scare them.
Yeah, look, Pop9 definitely doesn't have to pay that toll to cross that bridge.
No.
He's just going to beat that troll into submission and say, not today. Pillar pops the passive. I don't think Pop9's overly worried.
Oh, but now they get a good flick. Actually, Pop9 may have just been caught as the quickness comes out. If they can lock it down, the bullet time is too good. It was a bait and switch. Xiaoxi with the Magnet Storm keeps them at bay. They get one back, but really, that was such a big moment for this misfortune.
Yeah, Feng just able to stay on the other side of that terrain.
Get another flick as Florin is in the backside. They get the shutdown. It's nice, but is it enough? Marble is gone too. Evie is all that stands. He's looking to take on Florin, but is it going to be enough as the World Ender is known to be just that. This is Yorick trying to hold on. They're just low. They're trying to survive. They're dodging. They're weaving, but it's not enough, and Florin is the decider. As they're flashing forward to stay alive, they're trying to pick up more kills. Yes, they take the tower, but it's Trundle picking up their lives, and the Shurima shuffle gets Hong longs you to safety.
That was such an excellent shuffle. There's no way they could have caught up to him there. My goodness, what a sequence of plays. DCG, they get the kills, they get the turrets. SHG, yeah, they got 1 or 2 kills back, but it just feels like it wasn't even close to the same value. That third Drake is up, and Pop9 is moving out to it right now. Xiaoxi putting that ward down. This is DCG at their best. They have been running this rift from the moment the game started.
It's been absolutely nuts, Logan. Keep talking, I'm knackered.
That is A-okay, because this pillar popping that passive actually paid dividends here. He goes so low, but as you called, the bait came through. Feng got such a high value and safe bullet time into the meat of SHG. So many of them brought low health. Obviously, DCG, they followed this one up. They wanted even more. That Emperor's Divide just catching Marble, and that is exactly the target you want. Florin, able to chase Evie down and away, just takes this kill on the back end of the fight, maximizing the value of DCG's push as they also secure themselves that mid-tier 2.
Yeah, they also took the Dragon as well, which is even more. So they're on sole point now for all these Dragons, and yes, they get a couple kills back. It's just not enough as they are sitting 6k gold up. DCG, they wanted the reverse sweep.
And it looks like they're going to be getting it at this rate if they can keep the pressure on. Because right now, as you say, that 6k gold, that's a zoning ult, but it nearly killed Arya. It was just to clear them away, Pike. That is devastating. Does have the Bloodthirster as well as the Collector, the BF sword, the pickaxe. I have to imagine that's going to be an Infinity Edge next.
Oh, absolutely. And you just look at the item difference between these 80 carries. It's a 4k gold difference. And I don't know what you do with Xayah. You're trying to hold on, you're trying to survive, but the more you try to stop, the worse it gets because these guys are just scaling into oblivion.
And 30 seconds, the Baron is up. So they have to be very, very wary of that objective if they want to remain relevant. SHG, they do love themselves a good Baron, but DCG, they're the one in control. They have all the levers to pull. They can start this whenever they want, force SHG into them, and I mean, SHG right now, they're the weaker team.
They really are. They're trying to build the anti-heal. They're trying to get a little bit of savory. They've got the Oblivion of Execution is calling. Yorick's trying to do a little bit more in these side lanes too and be that pressure, but they're really having to force them into this team fight. It's a 5v5 and Yorick really doesn't want those odds.
Yeah, I'm trying to see a way for SHG to come back into this one. I mean, you've got that Trundle. Tanky could do some side lane pushing. Evie also, they've got 2 excellent side lane pushes, but if they're going to do that, it's almost going to be a 3v5, and I just don't think SHG want those odds. They're on the back foot so hard, they have to 5v5.
That's really it. They are being forced out of how they want to play this game, and we've seen this from SHG. If they're not able to play their own game, they somewhat struggle. They don't really know what to do, and this is the clearest sign we've seen of it all series long. Right now, DCG have said, we got that little early advantage. You gave us the keys. Now we're entering the temple.
And I'd like to remind everyone watching from home, this is Relove DCG's first split in the LCP.
First split.
And they are putting up such a phenomenal performance. This is the reminder of why they're the second seed. They were on match point after game 2. They've turned it around. They won game 3. They've won game 4. And by goodness, Pike, they are in a great position here to potentially win game 5.
And that is all that they are after. They want to make it to those finals. They want that redemption arc against TSW. And this is where it all comes down. The vision control is too much in this top side. The Baron is just being looked at. It's a piece of meat at this point because how do you get in if you have no idea where anyone is?
That ward, I think, did spot it out. SHG know that it has been started, so DCG, they're still pulling this Baron. SHG, they're forced to respond, but DCG, this is what they wanted.
They can't do it. The bullet time, the magnet storms a lot. Van One's walking through the bullet time. What were you doing in there? It's just too much. Now they're saying we can take this fight. The Baron did get stalled though, Logan.
Yeah, the Baron did reset, but Evie is alone on the bot side. He's putting in some work. He wants to create that pressure. He wants to buy that time and space, Pike.
There's the flash from Vista, but it's not going to be able to meet too much. But with the jungler down, it should be pretty straightforward and an easy take for DCG. It now comes down to this Weave as well that's just trying to split up the fight. It's actually stopping them from hitting the Baron, which is not the end of the world. As a Fang, he's going forward. He wants blood. It's a double kill, maybe even a triple, and the Baron still goes over. And it's all she wrote. DCG are solidifying their position in this game.
Florin able to answer so nicely on that bot side to Evie as well. He said, pressure be damned, I'm going to take you and you can walk away. But the aggression coming out of Feng, he knew that SHG were on the other side and he knew they wanted to make a play for the Baron, and he said, not today, goes over the wall and takes two for himself, Pike. This Magnet Storm setting it up beautifully.
And I can't believe that Fake, look, Van One walked back into it, was taking it the entire time. That's not what you want to do.
No, absolutely not. Trundle, you may be sort of that frontline bruiser, but you cannot stand in the way of a super fed AD carry like this Misfortune, just able to layer that damage beautifully. SHG, they're being cheeky here. They're just trying to show up. They're trying to slow, trying to prevent this Baron. Fang runs forward. Look at this Q, the damage it did. The oh my goodness. And then Marble cannot 1v1 Fang. Fang, the hero of the moment here.
Fang is absolutely playing out of their mind. They've just been looking so good, but it's at the hands of Xiaoxi, the initiator, the starter. This player has shown time and time again why they are one of the best supports in the LCP. It was all at the start. They got one little advantage. They knew the timers, and they took every advantage possible.
They pressed Marble and Vista at every possible moment. It was just, oh my goodness, leaping onto them every single time, burning the flashes, leaving Marble vulnerable. And right now, they are Baron empowered. They are Chemtech Soul empowered. DCG, they begin the siege. This could end the game, Pike.
This is all too much. Arya has to back there on a slither of HP. The towers are going down. You're right. The Baron empowered minions are just too strong right now. Top side should go down. Okay, Florin is just soloing Evie down this bot side. Yes, Pop Knight was there, but this is it. This is where DCG want to end this game. 24 minutes in, Fang is getting the damage off. They're looking for more. The knockout's good. The grand entries, that's just too much. Hongshu's too strong. It is nothing. SHG are looking to be reverse swept here in this best of 5 semi-finals. It is all she wrote. And at the crossroads of destiny, DCG choose victory!
They have clipped the wings of SHG. LJL's #1 representative knocked out here in tonight's best of 5 semi-final. What a game, Pike. What a series.
And what a totally different final game we just saw. That was way too much. DCG had the solution. They had the answer. They were given everything, and it was just disaster after disaster for SHG.
DCG ran that game 5 from the very first minute. From that jungle invade, they never relented. They found a 6th, a 7th, and 8th gear, while SHG, it's like they never left their garage. They left their plane at home. They could not fly high enough.
And look, at this point, it was basically a hovercraft because they were on the ground. They were trying to drive the right road, but no. DCG had all the control in the world. They had the early lead, the big start. They lost game 1 and 2, but that does not stop. And Florin, hats off to you. You soaked up every bit of pressure.
And he took it to Evie. He was able to 1v1 him. He was able to out-tank Evie here tonight. Well done, obviously, to SHG. They took their bow, well deserved. This is the highest any LJL team has made it in the LCP, but now DCG, they found themselves in that grand final rematch against Team Secret Wales.
And that is now what we wait for. Tomorrow night is going to be so good, but we have to quickly talk about SHG. We cannot deny that they were looking so strong early on. They just couldn't hold it further, but we still have to give them that props. Those first 2 games were very much undeniably a stomp.
You are so right, and the stomp just unfortunately could not be continued. Fang, Feng. Yes, it was off the back of Xiaoxi, but you also need to be able to execute and close out on those engages, and that's what he did all game. We had that top laner Florin bullying too, the second most damage on the Aatrox.
And the crazy thing is, we don't actually see all that much damage across the other roles. It was just purely everything going right. And this is Fang in their hero moment. That's one hit. The flash was burnt and it was just too much. That was a full health Xayah. Marble had no chance.
And Xiaoxi earns himself that player of the game.
Yep.
The engages, the frontlining, being everywhere he needed to be. Even that kill percentage, so high.
The Nautilus, the Leona was just so big. Like, those hooks were on point. The Leona was feeling great. The solar flares were hitting their targets every time. And even the Rel, those heals, aggressive heals moving forward. You don't see those nowadays. That's very much an LCP special, I would say. It's just the aggression going forward. They're not defensive. They're not healing to save your life. They're healing for movement speed to catch the enemy.
Absolutely. That's one of those little things that I think some people forget about that heal, is not only is it health, it's a temporary burst of movement speed, and just being able to pair that up with the Rel, who gives movement over to one other in that AoE, it just chains it together longer, makes them inescapable, and gets those engages. And that's all Xiaoxi did, and it's all he needed to do. Engage, engage, engage.
And this is just a big testament too. Big props, again, SHG really trying to hold on, but there is a mental toll going 5 games, no matter what state of the series you're in, no matter where you are, semi-finals, playoffs, even regular split, if it's 5 games, it's a testament to going the distance. And this is just a true showing of DCG that they can go that far.
They have shown it before, and they will get a chance to show it again tomorrow night as we take a look back at some of the moments of this game. Pop9 getting so accelerated so early.
Oh.
He was almost impossible to kill here, Pike. And that bait, like you called, dragging SHG into the firing line of Misfortune's ultimate.
And this was a huge bait, and Pop9 was unkillable. There was not much they could really do. Yes, they got him there, but the Emperor's Divide pulling Marble once again just spelled disaster.
And Evie had to go so deep to collect Pop9 that he left himself high and dry for the DCG. I was going to say collapse, but they didn't even need to do that because Florin was just able to handily 1v1 him down. The best Evie could do was survive for as long as possible, and just Xiaoxi with the Magnet Storm setting them up. Obviously Van1 was caught in that Magnet Storm and then was trying to walk, I want to say out, but found himself in again.
Yeah, I think that was just a slight misclick potentially, but it was not the click that you wanted to see, because once that Trundle was gone, the smite potential, the trades of the 50-50 was just absolutely obliterated, and then it was just Fang. Blue buff in tow, the slow was great, and Marble was like, I need to go, but sorry, one auto was enough. It just blasted.
And then Marble tried to do something into Feng, and Feng just said, not today. Too powerful. Wallet diff. Flashes over the flick to shut down Arya. And that was all she wrote, Pike. As DCG, they were able to close this one out. They said to the Hawks, you are grounded.
And that is not where Hawks want to be at any moment in time, but still, a fantastic series coming out of DCG. Taking home the reverse sweep in a Silver Scrapes is a rare event.
So right. And as rare as it might be, it's even rarer to earn your spot in those grand finals, which DCG now find themselves locked in for tomorrow night against Team Secret Wales, Pike.
I need to have a good night's sleep, Logan. That's for true, because we've had 2 best of 5s just over these couple nights we've been in studio, and let's have a look. The road has been long, dark and scary, but now we see the light. Our 2 finalists, Logan, TSW, the Secret Wales versus Relove DCG. They are looking fierce, they are looking prime. Both teams are out for the first stand spot.
Yeah, going to Brazil would be massive for both of these teams, and it is that rematch that we saw in round 3, match 6 of the LCP here. So we kind of already know that this one should go to 5, because it is our first seed. It is our second concede. It's the VCS versus the PCS. It's the LCP.
That's all it is, baby. You couldn't have said it any better, and I am primed and ready.
Ready is the word here tonight. I cannot wait for it tomorrow night. But we will find out how this plays out tomorrow night. So make sure you tune in, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.